what to do as a Gen G squad. This one's like throwing. I don't know what to do here.
Wait, when we did our power rankings, our last North America power rankings, you actually had them 5th best.
I meant 5th. Yeah,
well, Gen G 5th best.
I mean, we don't need to belabor
in North America.
In North America, their stats online just and their record, their results very bad. And I think if you were to take that record, take away the Gen G name, you'd have been ranking them around 5th and 6th as well, Give Fates. So I dropped them down there. It's just, but there is something. There's that X factor about First Killer, about Abjack and Chronic. We know how good these players are, and even when they have a run as bad as they've been having for the past few months, it's hard to count them out. So, are you counting them out? Let us know at home. Hashtag GGM1, hashtag SEC, I believe it was, for Team Secret there in the chat. Make our predictions up here.
Go
CJ,
back to Twitch, start that back up.
Well, I'm not going well so far, am I? I've got to go Gen G for this one, though. I think that, I don't know, maybe Jack's influenced me yesterday, but he said he's more prepped than ever. They've been scrimming 3 times a day. They had the boot camp as well here in London, so I think this team is ready to go. They don't often boot camp Gen G. I think it might be an NA thing, but they're ready this time.
Okay.
So I think that Gen G.
It's an NA thing. Don't boot camp and then bitch that you don't win. Woo!
In North America because of their land play, so I'm going to go with Gen G.
Let's go.
Gen G right here. I think it's pretty clear where I'm going. I do think that Secret has potential. I actually had a little bit incorrect. Secret had been erased to beat Furia. And if you haven't beat Furia just yet, that leaves me a little bit to question. Gen G Mobile and Racing is going to be Secret right here.
Now, when it comes to beating your regional leader, Gen G is doing a great job at that over G2 right now. Can they find that same energy against Secret? I've got Gen G on this one. I do think they are the favorites, despite feeling like they are in a bit of a slump. But I do agree, online is a little bit different than on land. There's an energy to these players here. The coin on this broadcast is undefeated. On the other broadcast, though, it went popular. So it is it's tied 1-1 with the rest of us here, folks. We'll see which way this one goes. And it's going to come up Secret. It's going to go the underdogs again. We'll see if it gets it.
Wow.
I'll just do the underdogs.
The coin just keeps picking underdogs.
Thinking about it, you know.
I mean, yeah, they're 1-0 on A stream, so.
That's right.
We'll have to see.
The coin's like a hive mind, though. They're all just one brain across multiple broadcasts. So, how's chat feeling about it?
We just realized that our watch party not clicked over. That's my fault, chat.
And chat is going to be going with Gen G as well. Pretty one-sided there. But we've already seen one upset on the day. Can we get a second one, folks? And you know Secret wants to make that one happen. Both teams with something to prove. Both teams coming in with records that don't speak for the quality of their play. They're ready to show it to you. Gen G versus Team Secret.
Dazzler, did the test not learn from last time?
I don't.
Everybody picked Oxygen, the coin goes power, the coin's right. And what do they
Maybe they should do the coin first.
Especially after they all made excuses as to why Gen G were probably going to lose. They all explained, yeah, Gen G, they haven't been looking good. They're not in form. I'm going to go Gen G on this one. Okay, well, let's just see how things work. Oh,
Gen G gets the first goal 5 seconds in.
Jack score right off the kickoff. Gen G Mobile 1 racing in front.
And so Mata, he goes in, he just jumps and loses that 50, and both players were cheating so close. With the kickoff not going their way, it results in a kickoff goal for Gen G. So hot start here for Gen G Mobile 1 Racing. Right off kickoff, they might have another opportunity. Apparently Jack pushing to the backboard, the double tap denied by Brad.
You got to watch out, though. Secret as a team that can really strike off kickoff as well. They're also a good team that can really work together and pass in transition. You even see that there with that light touch from Mata. He doesn't have boost, but he can set up KV1 to get the solo. Mata also trying to get involved here, and he does end up taking that corner boost, which might help. First Killer low, he can't do anything on that one, and KV1 instantly challenges, goes for a bump. Mata tries to play it around it, but Jack's going to be there on the back wall. Wait, hold on. They're caught in a rule 1.
Wow.
The shot comes through Chronic, able to get the save.
What a shot!
First Killer picks up the boost, but yeah, we got Mata and Jack here on the back wall on the orange side. They are locked in.
Oh, this is space for First Killer. This is very bad.
This is a good view.
First Killer lost possession. KV1 trying to get over Mata.
Wait, Jack's gonna fall.
It's broken. It's broken. We're back. Full strength for both teams.
As Mata ends up working his way back, Jack immediately able to take up the challenge. And that one is going to be able to pinch off to the side. Brad gets bumped out. KV1 can get around it. First Killer recognized it and cut it away. Already a very electric start here in game 1.
Yeah, now when
still with the lead.
Oh, you know what I just realized I need to do?
For sure. That's a good shot, though, and Mata has to dive and end up getting the save out. Chance here for Chronix. He is low on the ball, got a flip reset in front. But First Killer a little too far forward. Jack was in a tough spot, so now they have to space out, and then you see FK with a good challenge.
Smart from apparently Jack to leave that corner boost for First Killer as well. Chronic trying to catch it into a dribble. Hit from behind by KV1 as he rotated out. Mata to the corner. Now off the backward pass, a little bit of a double commit from Gen.G, but it was a small jump. Does make Chronic slow to that challenge. Rebound pushed in by Brad into the corner. Apparently Jack wins it by 1. KV1 will be able to collect all the way on the other end.
But look how aggressive Secret are on that offensive front. These clears from Gen.G time and time again have had the ball rolling all the way downfield. They don't have a deep person back, at least behind that midfield line. And you can tell when Gen.G gets those clears, they get a lot of space. Free net, and KV1, though, gets the first goal to equalize.
KV1, top of the charts in Sam when it comes to scoring. And he starts it out for Team Secret here in London. So Team Secret, despite giving up that kickoff goal early, find this goal later on as we're approaching that halfway point of this game. And it's been close, and it's been exciting. We've got the Rule 1. What else is going to be in store for us?
Keep eyes on the boost steals here. I mean, we've seen a couple here from Secret that have been very impactful. I haven't seen too many on the side of Gen.G, but we're halfway through this game. Plenty of time, but you can tell when Secret are on that offense, when they're in front, they don't mind. Again, you even see Mata there with that corner steal instead of just being able to rotate back. But this leaves a lane here. Brad, though, able to get the one. Free backboard for first killer. No, Brad again, able to just get himself back on that back wall to get the stop.
I can't believe Brad had that read with almost no boost in the tank as well. Rebound, that was a miss. The shot does go wide. Gen.G catching a break, but KV1 trying to possess it on the ceiling, but didn't get the touch. And he gives up the ball. Now, tipped past. Mata, back to the middle. Shut down by first killer. KV1 into the corner. Didn't grab that corner. That gives Chronic the boost.
Yeah, now will they be able to use it? He wants to turn on this, but he has to respect Brad. And then first killer able on the back wall, big clear. You see Jack trying to creep up, seeing if he can get involved. He wants to play the miss there. Defense, though, in a good spot as we see a little bit more pressure on the side of Gen.G. But Team Secret, though, they have had really strong defense. Not as many mistakes that Gen.G can really punish on. They are trying to use the air, utilize that back wall, but Secret
doing a really good job controlling the boost, man. They're starving Team Secret right now.
To get that deflected.
Like, Brad literally had to go out to mid just to get a big pad.
As well. He has been all over, making these stops defensively.
And then has had to be rather sparing with it. There we go. Gets a big clear.
Start for KV1.
Still sitting kind of low, though. KV1, the only person with any sort of boost. And now it's Gen.G back in the offensive zone. Pass across from first killer. Not going to be able to find its mark.
A lot of times has had to readjust, and that can slow down Gen.G's offense. Chronic on the ball, though. He's looking for first killer. This one gets through, and Jack. Oh, what a save out of Brad.
Brad, how did you get back in time for that? Apparently, Jack might have been thinking he had an open net, but Brad, now he takes the Chronic. The table turns on Gen.G.
Wow.
I mean, look at this, though. Great first touch. Look at the jump into the wave dash. Great control out of Brad.
Chicho took game 1 over Game and Gladiators. Currently up 2-0 as well.
Beautiful execution from Brad.
On the back of that save.
Exactly. He's all over the field, offensively and defensively.
What a turnaround from Team Secret. KV1 double tap, dropped it in front of net. First killer by 1. Flip reset.
Opportunity for him.
To it. Trying to get it to
nice.
Chronic. First killer hoping to speed
Jack got
demo.
Kablooey!
KV1 double tap ball, but we'll have to leave it. The shot floats in and is easily stopped by apparently Jack, but you can see the pressure. Nobody having boost on Gen.G.
Big thing there, no boost. And now look, the shots are starting to come through
Double
again.
Commit.
Final 10 seconds. Team Secret don't want to let this one go. Keeping on the pressure. Another challenge win. And another goal. Brad picks up his second. Secret 3-1. What a start from them.
Oh my, this is eerily similar to the Power Oxygen series. People thinking that Team Secret is the underdog, and they come out and they get this win over Gen.G in truly a convincing fashion.
Really convincing fashion.
Particularly, I thought was spectacular.
Imagine they win their one series they need against Gen.G. That's wild.
Has the goal. And again, that will be frustrating for Gladiators because once they've got up and running, they have been absolutely fine for it. Foe will be the one to watch. In a series like this, it is up to him to keep the pace going, to cut rotation, to create opportunities. He's got one for his team. Can he create another? Foe in these sort of matchups, Jorby, is both the best player on his team, and sometimes he can be the worst. It is up to how good his decision-making can be.
tries to break open the Gladiators offense again, but no 50 for Gladiators to play with. They're forced to just contend with these G2 touches. That's a good high touch. Force Beast Mode to play it.
Woo!
Beast Mode's good enough to get there and win the touch. Atomic quickly there from Daniel.
Everything's a double commit at the moment from Gladiators in defense. There has to be a level of respect for your own defender, because what is already a boost problem for them in defense is getting worse and worse. You see what Foe's trying to do. Get the demo. Now backboard, and Foe has cleared.
Daniel slightly pre-jumped that too. But the layers are looking decent from Gladiators. They get the 50. Foe's ready for it. He's got a full tank of boost. That's a heavy touch. Into the corner, gonna be hard to wrench that out. You can see a deep rotation from Gladiators. A lot of respect given to G2's clear potential. They needed those boosts. There was no midfield boost either. That forced them the whole way back.
Does Gladiators have a
when they should be in the midfield, but when there's no boost
opportunity for Worlds or no?
Retreat. Start working the small game. Beast Mode cuts rotation again and takes away possession. So finding his way back to Maxi.
I can't remember if they were one of the couple teams that still had a chance. If they do, they've got to have to go deep, I would feel like.
That's not great here. Pass now. Atomic was coming in from the near angle, but again, another double commit.
Maybe.
And there's a Virtuoso, very low on boost, although that turns up at the perfect time for him. That 100 is gone. I don't know if G2 might have registered that either. Maxu, low boost, does still 100. There are places to work with here for Gladiators. But also, G2 will know now that they can just try and hold on to this lead. They are going to be so difficult to break down.
Nice job from Virtuoso, faking that he has the boost. Beast Mode respecting it, and got the ball back to Tho. The pre-jump from Maxu, but he can't find the touch. Coming across the box, he won't find a demo. Virtuoso in the midfield, but a nice short touch from Beast Mode. Finds his way to Atomic, and G2 break out again.
Kind of surprised to see a G2 isn't able to like
when G2 are out of their stride,
open it up more against Gladiators.
Oh my goodness, now you've got no chance. Daniel has put one in for the clips. 3-1.
Jeez, that's disgusting on the sidewall double. Everyone positioned on the near side. Tho's like,
gross.
Oh, I guess that's just
I was just about to say, I'm kind of surprised they haven't been able to open things up, but a win's a win, I guess, right?
The camera afterwards.
He dropped the controller and be like, yeah.
Oh, wait, okay. That's going to feel good. Gladiators have been caught out twice now on the kickoffs, and this time, they go for the bot kickoff. You've got tricks, so do we.
I love that from Gladiators. Man, it's so great to see the kickoff strategies trickling down across all international competition. Maybe they will.
They have.
The bot kickoff.
Wow.
It bounces away. Beast Mode has to chase it down. And all Gladiators, that's confidence right there. If they've got that in the tank, this 20 seconds could go either way. Virtuoso avoids the bump, but they've lost the ball. Tho is ready for it. He's got a full tank. Down the field, no boost in the midfield for Maxu. Tho has to create the opportunity. He gets the demo. Maxu gets the ball. Has a little bit, bumps him. No, he missed it. Tho, no boost. He can't play the touch. And it bounces up too high. Virtuoso plays it low. No follow-up.
All right.
Wow.
G2 up,
G2 take
2-0.
Let's
flip on back over to Team Secret. Gen G tied up at nothing halfway through game number 2. Secret took game number 1. Remember, they just need one series to secure themselves their spot for World.
But the ball hit back to a safe spot, at least for now.
Chance though for a counterattack. You got Secret low on boost. What can Gen G do here? KV1 strong clearance, and First Killer has to get out the way so Chronic can get the initial touch. Chronic does, but he gets
Kablooey!
Now you see Secret.
Kablamo!
Jack though trading demos left and right. He turns low blues 50 right into
hit him with the whammo!
And Brad will let that one roll right across the box before he's able to pick it up.
Oh, nice pass to Chronic.
A little bit more pressure. Gen G holding on to the possession, but for how long? That's a good beat.
Pass.
Up so quickly. And that's
First Killer has the control over Mata. Too many people back in the goal, though, to really be able to make a play towards that. Abjack able to steal things right around the corner. First Killer off the backboard for Abjack.
Goes for a pass instead, and it's again blocked on the goal line by Brad.
Blocked out on the goal line. KV1 trying to get on top of the ball, forcing First Killer to hesitate. He didn't have enough boost, but he just wants to slow down Gen G. Now Jack with a big win. That one will bounce in front. KV1 no boost though, and still able to get another save out.
Interesting idea there from First Killer to go for the air dribble bump on his own defensive half, yielding that chance. Again, going for the flip reset into the bump, but couldn't find it. Ball up to KV1. KV1 downfield. He was on 0.
And now you can see it. You said it yourself. He was on 0. Secret was on 0. Gen G now being able to get Secret on those low boosts, but they have not been able to play around them. It's going to be a big factor. That's a free ball for first killer. Uncharacteristic whiff there.
Oh, Brad King with the bump. Mata, shot on. No, gathers.
Mata with the flip reset.
Good play from Chronic. Abjack going to be able to get the clear off of it.
A little bit of space here for Team Secret. Less than 30 seconds to go. It's still scoreless. Jack in the air, contested by KV1.
KV1 picks the pocket.
Doesn't get the tip. It's cleared out to the corner. And a pinch will send it across the field. Chronic chasing it down. Opts to get the side boost instead. Jack looking for a bump. Chronic will have a shot on target. It's light and easily saved by Mata.
Another touch. First killer though, demoed on the play, and they're keeping this one up. Jack wants a piece of the ball to knock it down. He will.
Overtime.
Game 2 as we head in overtime.
Oh wow! And if Team Secret can manage to pick up this, and now they might off kickoff. KV1 off the backboard. Mata with space. Low shot. Tipped aside by Jack. Gen G are feeling the pressure. Boost stolen as well.
Secret are all over him. If
Brad King demo.
Save. Double commit to try to get it out, but Jack, he got the touch that Gen G needed to finally get some breathing room.
I thought that demo was going to cause it to be over. I thought Secret was about to walk away that quick.
Another demo
Hold on.
Mata looking for a bump. Gen G are feeling the pressure.
Secret not letting up on this one at all. They get a little bit of room here. You see, look how close KV1 is to Mata. Just again, trying to play a close 50. Jack again, a big touch, big clearance, all the way downfield, and it'll be Brad who just booms it back into Gen G's half.
Apparently Jack trying to set it up, but Mata meets first killer right at the apex. KV1. Now first killer. Trying to tap it back out, lands a bump. Jack doesn't make contact. No, go for it again. The shot is wide.
Oh, Jack connects with that. He could have ended the game. Tried to see if he could get the follow-up, not good enough. Both teams, though, when they clear this ball out, there has not been a solo play. They are slamming it back and forth. Double there again, but KV1, who tried to take control, the ball just got too far away from him, and now he's trying to get on top of it.
Infield pass, broken up by Mata.
Is he going to be able to get past Abjack? KV1?
KV1 with a 50. Brad waiting for his opportunity. Out of position and has to roll out. And now that's a big clear downfield from apparently Jack.
He's looking for the ball.
Killer gets game in favor of Gen G.
So much tension in the overtime, and then became a numbers game. First killer recognized it, got the demo, and Jack with the goal.
All right, let's go see.
Yeah, no extra flip. That makes us nice and happy.
All right, well, we'll hang here for a couple minutes.
Oh, I hope that they've got some more kickoffs in the bag, because when it gets to open play, it has not worked for them. They go for the double side kickoff.
Ugh, heavy.
And yeah, get that first touch.
Yeah.
Never quite what they want.
Really got to force the box pressure. The only pressure they've been able to find is in the corners. So that one was heavy from G2, albeit a lax attempt there from G2. They're definitely playing about as I expected.
What is it about teams from especially like minor regions? It's like once they have a close game against like a high-ranked team at like a major,
but a good save there from Phil.
They just seem to struggle afterwards.
Gladiators running out of time here.
I don't know if that's about the better team being able to make the adjustments,
Now they boost left, he able to get the touch downfield. Beast mode cycle.
or if it's just a mentality and like composure thing from some of the best teams in the world. Might be a little bit of the two.
They cannot possibly say no to it. It's like when you get like the first fake.
Right.
You have to go for the second.
Yeah.
And then if that's how you have to go for the third. Like everyone with psychos is like, yeah, we have to now go for this.
Fakes the whole way down, and if you don't, you're a fraud.
Uh-oh.
Good
luck there, Vert. Yeah.
Damn.
Oh,
Damn.
Yeah. Post managed to come in clutch.
So, 1v1. Just simple air dribble dunk. Not a dribble. Just touch the ball downfield and play the dunk. He's got him.
Yeah, actually, this made it so much more difficult for Beast Mode because now he's got to try and predict it. He's played that like it's guaranteed to be a reset. So once Foe's on that opposite side, here's a challenge that you are not going to win as the defender.
Foe hasn't really flashed the reset
Well,
since like game one.
Oh, there you go.
We got bumped.
this is going to be in everyone's ranked sessions.
I hope not.
Everyone's gonna look and just go, well, it beat G2.
You know, I'm never queuing standard if that's the case.
Listen, we don't have to play ranked.
This is like no comment that you're not gonna go for the kickoff. It's saying nothing to your team. It's the same energy.
How do you like communicate a bot kickoff to your teammates if you don't like? If you say I got it, they're gonna assume that you're taking it from the other side.
I feel like if you're high enough, if you say bot kickoff, they might understand.
Yeah, we need a bot kickoff quick chat. That's what we're saying here.
True. So I can spam it. Yeah, you could make a macro. Don't recommend that. Don't use those. But hey,
Joel be trying to get everyone kicked off the game.
I'm just crossing my T's, dotting my I's, Shogun.
Oh, Fo's going to get beat to that one pretty comfortably. Gladiators need a goal pretty soon. How on earth that match?
All right, we're switching over.
Here? Well, that would be a good recovery here from Max.
This game's just kind of meh.
Goes upfield for the bump again.
Kind of wish we had changed over sooner. That's my fault, chat.
And that space was
I sometimes just get lost watching those games.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, though, to see them kind of even sharing the ball. Chronic gets a couple opportunities, not able to, so he finds the pass. And First Killer not afraid to put himself in a position where he goes upfield playing the demos, and then he has to be able to battle, get his way back in time also to make stops on the defensive end. Gen G are playing a little bit of gambling here, but they are coming up big.
What a save from Mata.
That works out. Gen G pulling out all the stops offensively. There's a bump on Jack. Chronic has to go with no boost. Makes the first play. Jack helps out with the second, gets a double. But Brad was ready, waiting patiently. Now flip reset from Brad.
Damn.
Couldn't get the dunk.
And then you're starting to see Secret take up that space. They're looking for the midfield, just kind of playing a little bit more spaced out, making sure that they get the stops. They want to win the midfield battle, see if they can set themselves up with some solo opportunities. Missed there from First Killer, but he's also been playing a little bit misdirection. Sometimes he doesn't go for the ball, trying to see if he can set up Jack. And it's worked out a couple of times in this game particularly.
He's been very bump heavy with the misdirection of the flip reset into the aerial bump.
Yeah.
And then also just moving upfield to land those bumps. Did get the demo.
Yo, what up, Boba? How you doing, buddy?
So we're seeing First Killer opt to play that first man bump heavy play style, and it's been working so far.
And on the side of Secret, they've been sending players upfield. KV1, he took that corner boost. That was the second time he took it.
How have you been, fam?
But at the same time, they have to be careful because if the defense is back, low boost, then that offensive pressure that they're trying to attain only just means that they're pulling someone out because they can't utilize those boost grabs because by the time they get back upfield, it's been a full 10 seconds. They have to be careful in that aspect too. Otherwise, Gen G could get a numbers advantage goal.
Team Secret going to have to break out that offense. They find themselves trailing by a goal. 2 minutes left on the clock. Team Secret had a good start to the series.
Yeah, it just feels like Gen G's made the adjustments, man.
Winning in that game too.
Like Team Secret had a lot of pressure down in the Gen G half in game number 1. I'm good, man. I'm good. Trying to find myself back into a routine now that like high school league and stuff is done.
First Killer going for the side or the corner.
Oh, trying to get more consistent on the podcast,
from that angle.
Well as some other content over on the YouTube.
But they have to be careful there on the back end. I have liked what I've seen from Gen G offensively, the way that they are able to bring the ball up, have that strong pressure from their individual mechanics. But then sometimes
you know, now we're moved and stuff.
Just to keep Team Secret guessing. It's worked out for them this game, and it
so
may even win
don't have to worry about packing and things out in between everything. Kind of a slower period now for casting.
Since game 1.
KV1 finally getting some boost, but the ball launches over his head. Apparently Jack with some space. Hit to the corner by Brad. Backward pass. Mata takes the space. Good challenge by Chronic, who read that flip reset.
And those have been getting better over the course of the series too. In game 1, they were letting those go for free. Oh, Jack almost able to get a pass through. And then you can see Mata now just trying to get him.
Yeah, I want to really find like a good blend of
40 seconds to go.
Short form content that's kind of more like right now prevalent podcast stuff. I feel like podcast stuff is something I can really kind of build my brand around. But also kind of want to start doing some more like evergreen-ish sort of long form content.
KV1 boosting back to it.
Stuff that can be looked up weeks and months later.
First Killer finds Jack on
and still be rather prevalent.
Boom, downfield, the double tap will go across the field. KV1 collects. This could be a last-second chance for Team Secret. Back to the middle, and apparently Jack again will get a big play on the defensive end.
That flick might be it. Wait, hold on. That one it's sent across. Can someone get there from Secret to stop it? No. Gen G will.
The secret right now is like I gotta be able to push up over the edge. Oh, Game Gladiators got swept. I gotta be able to push up over the edge and get to the point where I can afford an editor. Is really what it is.
Single goal game.
So if I can get to the point where I can afford an editor,
it has been a close one.
I can afford to push a little bit more content.
But also, you know, you gotta recognize some of the big defensive clears.
More so like when things do get busier again in the fall. That's why I'm trying to get on a roll. Chasing down that first 500 over on YouTube.
But also in the previous game when
so at least maybe even the watch parties can start producing a little bit.
Apparently Jack has been at the heart of some very important clears.
But I think I've got a
yeah. They would have the numbers advantage. They would also have the boost advantage because First Killer and Chronic would be
game plan to be able to move forward. You know, over the next 3-6 months to kind of get things going.
That no one from Secret can bring back into the play, which is big because Team Secret are trying to get consistent offensive pressure. They know that if they get Gen G on their back end, they kind of panic a lot and they can take advantage of it. But Jack and some of his clearances out, his touches have been so impactful that it's afforded Gen G a lot of time to be able to boost up and reposition.
Yes, his midfield play has
but really, I think with doing, you know, more scholastic and collegiate work
for Gen G. And then, you know, First Killer.
If I can still continue pumping good content,
and also the lead blocking attempts,
especially during session, like those are the type of viewers that will like consume content. You know what I mean? Show their friends.
Yeah, I mean the way that Gen G were able to clean up defense from game 1 has been phenomenal. The Team Secret have not really necessarily changed up the recipe too much. They have been trying to pick up the speed pace. But Gen G has been able to meet them to the ball multiple times in the midfield and slow them down, and then again have them guessing on offense, or when Gen G are on offense with some of the bump plays like the one we almost saw there. If Chronic connects on that, it's a goal 1 for Gen G. Jack tried to slow it down, but again, that's a good touch from First Killer because now he can get the boost and just make a play on the ball.
KV1 dives in, but Chronic played it nicely and gets the 50 downfield. This will put Gen G on the attack. Play from the backboard. First Killer trying to bait in some defenders and make them waste their boost. Now, going for the dunk, does get the touch, but KV1 will get the touch to the corner and that boost. Lovely play by KV1.
Oh, Brad was up so early, but he was just so far away, so he wasn't able to make contact. Now you get to see Gen G passing around. They're taking so much corner boost in the back end, and Team Secret in a tough spot, but they do get the ball, and Mata gets a chance for a solo 1v1.
I think if I can really find a good...
early, and Chronic was able to make the save. Whoa, that was close, though, too, but cleared away, and Gen G trying to pass it out.
Like workflow?
Jack gambling a bit, touching that off the corner. It ended
just
up
off of
for Gen G.
Watch parties and like the...
Chronic. Now moving in.
Podcast and then like long form content a week. Nice. Like I feel like that, like I've got like a good idea of how to be able to build it. I need more hours in a day if we're being honest.
It's Team Secret who finally connect on the back end. These transitional counterattack plays, both teams are trying it, but Secret picks it up here, ending the scoring drought.
And it didn't even look like Chronic saw that coming. Brad going for a flick. First Killer up the side wall. Now off the ceiling, but KV1 says, you don't have that much time, my friend.
Instantly. No time there, like you said. And that's going to be big, too, shutting off those solo plays from players like First Kill. I mean, the entire Gen G squad, you can't give them that time and space upfield. You got to challenge them quickly.
This would be so huge for Team Secret if they can get this win and maybe even get this series. They just need 2 series in order to clinch that World Championship spot. And to pick one up against a team like Gen G would be huge for their efforts. We know how difficult Swiss can be.
Chance for a pass. He's going to pass it back. He did.
The other thing I got to do is I got to talk to my guy over at TEC and see what kind of deal I can work out about a new PC.
Brad, light touch. KV1 wanted to play it.
That's like got to come for it first and foremost. Got to figure something out going into the season.
So far for the first half of Game 4 as they're looking to take us to Champions Field. Can Gen G turn things around right now? They've been working at it, but Team Secret has been...
Especially so I can like truly do like multi-view for Apex and stuff, because right now my rig just can't handle it anymore.
And the 50. This looks like an opportunity for Gen G, but a nice touch from KV1 prevents the shot from Chronic.
Yeah, and like you said, it prevents the shot. Chronic jumps there, and then Jack has to try to do a little bit of damage control. The ball gets away from him now, though, and Secret able to get this one for...
But imagine, like, you know, Swiss weekends, being able to do, like, full multi-view on multiple screens.
There's the bump, and there's the
nice response by Gen G.
First Killer equalizes off of the play from Jack.
Sweet revenge for Gen G. Jack immediately hunched for that bump. Poor Mata, he had no time to react. Brilliant execution there by Gen.G. We've seen many goals. I think most of the goals in this series now have come from that play for both teams.
Yeah, exactly. Just being able to take a defender out of the play, isolate someone, and then
Daz not with stacks is interesting, by the way. Not that I don't like this combo.
A cracker from Jack. He launches this up off the
Wow.
backboard and in.
He is on fire right
I
now.
love that line too.
Defensively,
The cracker
in the
from Jack.
midfield,
Love it.
Offensively, he's able to set up plays. He's able
Nailed
to
it,
slow
Jorby.
things
Nailed it.
down, and he's been either Gen.G's savior or he's in the back end or even in the front end sometimes. What a performance from apparently Jack.
Apparently Jack having the MVP performance for Gen.G. See, Team Secret trailing. This is it for them in this series. If they lose this,
should we consider
Gen.G,
it concerning
they see the finish line.
the fact that they need App Jack to pop off like this against Team Secret of all teams?
Jack pops out one high. Wait, Chronic went up there as well. He jumped at the same time First Killer did. Gen.G can't afford to get too comfortable here. We're approaching that final minute, and Secret are going to start sending the house. We've seen them do it before. Mod on top of the ball, look at First Killer. Not giving time. This time it's First Killer just repaying the favor. Chronic up, but KV1 had enough time to be able to make the challenge. Chance here for a solo play from Mata. Able to get it past one, but the ball got away from him. And First Killer.
It's okay though. KV1's right here in the shadows. Pass off to Brad King, and we're tied up, baby.
In the house and come up big. They tie the game.
Wonderful control. KV1.
What a look.
The first touch up and around the defender.
App
in the
Jack
corner, and then
almost got there, bro.
puts it on a
Sheesh.
platter for his teammate. That is how you work the corner.
And they have done so. This one now could be anybody's game. Chronic gets a beat.
Oh.
Jack, no, he wants
Oh, nice. Okay, from Mata. Oh.
First Killer scores. Gen.G back in front.
And how much boost did First Killer have? Picking up a single
15,
full
12.
pad.
Wow.
Just enough to get there and slots it with Mata in the net. And just like that, Gen.G take the lead back.
Yeah, but can they hold on to it? We know what Secret are like in these situations. They will not let up. KV1 tried to go for that play, expecting to miss. Mata, no, he's not able to make contact. That's enough space for a challenge to come through, and Chronic can get the big 50. Now Gen.G can play the clock. They might even be able to extend the scoreline. Fake challenge for First Killer, and KV1 stays on top of this one.
Hold on. Brad King up to Mata. Mata keeps it alive with the second touchdown. KV1.
But it will be cleared away from Chronic. Final few seconds. That clear could end the game. First Killer says game when he puts that into the back of the net.
It's over,
Gen.G
Chad.
Mobile 1 Racing take the series in 4.
It's
It
over.
was a slow start for them. Team Secret getting that first win. Even game 2 coming down to the wire. 0-0 overtime. That was... they were able to put away thanks to that demo from First Killer, the shot from apparently Jack. And I think later in this series, apparently Jack playing so well. First Killer, though, throwing up the numbers in this final game.
Yeah.
He made his imprint as well. I think it was all around a team effort.
All right, chat. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta use the restroom. I'm gonna raise up my desk too.
First Killer shooting 3 from 7. Jack, who had that demo play to start to set things up, and then of course you saw him with a big time double. And then Secret, who started the series off so hot, they just couldn't stop Gen.G. Once Gen.G really started to kind of show their form, make a couple of adaptations, and just get on top of the ball so much faster. They starved Secret out, they cleaned up things on defense, and ultimately they took control of the series.
I think maybe Team Secret relying a little bit too much on that counterattack gameplay. It did work for them in the beginning. Their defense was keeping them in it. They were able to make a lot of zero boost stops. But offensively, they just weren't able to keep Gen.G pinned down for very long.
Right. And you saw Gen.G able to get so many breakout opportunities. And again, Jack, though, you have to talk about Jack a little bit more. Just the fact that he was everywhere when needed to be. If Gen.G double commits to the back, he bails them out. If they need a bump play, he's setting it up some of the time. I mean, everybody was getting involved in the bump plays offensively up front, but Jack had the most impact this time.
He certainly did. I think His midfield gameplay made such a big difference in this game. First killer, he benefited from the bump. We saw apparently Jack land a bump, paving the way for him. And then this double tap, so clean from apparently Jack. Brad didn't have enough boost to get up and defend that corner. It was a miraculous shot. This though, you know, the response from KV1, so good. But Gen G ultimately getting the win. And to talk about it, we've got Lee with an interview.
That's right, Gen G's Appjack is down here with me in the mix zone. Hey, congratulations on the dub, first off.
Thank you, thank you.
How you feeling about the win? I mean, it's your first one of the whole weekend.
Yeah, it's good. It was a nervy series, you know, from both teams, but yeah, we're happy with it, and you know, win's a win at the end of the day. So yeah.
Right, that's true. I mean, like, talk me through it, because there was a bit of an exasperated, you know, through, you know, you guys feel like by the end of it you're locked in, or is there some work to do now after the series?
Definitely some work to do.
Dude, those jerseys are kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie. The baseball style.
Away. You know, we held our composure when we needed to. We scored when we needed to. You know, things like that. So,
Chad, don't worry about my cam. I'm fixing it.
A little bit better towards the end.
Relax.
You know, not towards, you know, not completely ourselves yet, but we're working towards it, and I'm confident we will get there.
Now, I want to talk, because right off the bat, this is not something that I'd expect to see, especially if people are playing nervy. We saw Rule 1 in there, right off the bat, and then you were involved in that too. Yeah. What's going through your head, and what's the comms like in a moment like that?
What's going through my head is I've got First Killer and Chronic on my team, two of the best players in the world, two of the best twos players in the world, so I was like, yeah,
what up, Boba?
And yeah, I was just spamming in the comms like, you guys got this, like Rule 1 kind of thing. But I saw us like falling off the backboard, so I was like, you know, it's going to break at some point.
I was curious if you're going to hold it, because we saw that before. I believe, I forget who it was exactly. Maybe it was Joy or whatever.
Just go back into
it. You didn't, though. I'm
sorry. Yeah, because like I'm trying to make sure.
I was like, yeah, I'm not going to get into rotation.
That's fair enough. It's also
work. We ended up losing the game, so I should have stuck
it. You should have stayed there. Anyways, talk to me just leading up to this, because
I'm trying to still make sure I get a little bit of gaming time in and stuff too. You know what I mean? So it's not just work.
We were boot camp for like 5 days, something like that. Okay. Super successful. We're playing pretty
poorly. It was a good amount of time.
Yeah, we were playing
because plus, especially, I've honestly been feeling like the more I've been playing Rocket League, especially getting better at it and playing at a higher level at ranked, even though I'm not playing like at a super high level yet, it has helped me out my casting.
Again, you said there's still some things after this. Would you say you guys are 90% there, 95% there?
I'd say with that series, I was probably like 50%, just because no one was that good individually that series. But
yeah, I saw you guys rebranded. I can't remember what it was to, but I have seen the posts come across Twitter.
Before I let you go, just talk to me, because obviously Worlds is a bit away here, so I feel like this London Major is going to mean a lot for teams. Does this have a lot of weight for you guys to win an event like this?
You know, being in London, obviously, it's kind of a home crowd as well for me, so I really want to do well at this event. You know, that's by itself, and because of Worlds, you know, as for the team, of course, you know, there's always added pressure. You want to, you know, succeed in the tournament before the big one. So, yeah, a little
DBO,
bit,
that's what it is.
At the same time, you could flip it around and say, well, it's just practice for the big tournament, you know. So, who knows? But it's a major. Everyone wants to win.
It's important, that's for sure. Hey, you got a first dub in Swiss, lots more to go. Again, if you're in chat, we don't have an audience yet, so if you're in chat, start clapping for Gen G. Win here. Thank you guys for joining us. We got more games after the
one
break,
there,
as we do have our Swiss rounds.
And then over on the other series, G2 beat Gaming Gladiator. Still have a big go on either side. Yeah, I mean, you gotta have people managing Discord, just managing Discord. It feels like that's its own job, bruv. Especially at that level, where because you guys are working across a couple regions now too, right? The hard thing, unfortunately, is just finding the work or finding the help since, you know, it's free work, you know what I mean? All right, so we are halfway through round number 1 of Swiss chat. We're a quarter of the way through the day. So make sure y'all are locking in, man. Make sure y'all got some water. You're staying hydrated. Part of the reason I stood up, man, is I just can't be sitting all day. You know what I really need to do is I need to get me one of those, like, sit lean stools. Is what I need to do. Like, if I had a little stool that I could, like, kind of lean on right now behind me, so I wasn't completely standing up, it'd be over. So still just the one upset so far with power over oxygen. So other than DBO, what you been up to, Bulba? You playing a lot of DBD these days, or no? I think I played for about an hour for the event the other day. Just to try it out. I said, fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like we could be better with content on this scene here. Like, it's something that I feel like most leagues could do better with, but Rocket League for real doesn't have shit in between the series. Like, I know it's round 1 of Swiss, like this day 1, you wouldn't want to use up all your content, but like, I just like think about ALGS, right? Like, occasionally during the breaks they'll have an interview with the player, or a skit with a couple of the players, or I don't know. Even if you just used this as a way to, I would say this would be a good time to highlight minor regions as well, right? Like, put on highlights from like the grand finals of a couple of the qualifiers. That way for, you know, a team like Gaming Gladiators who had some amazing showings this split, the only thing that, you know, Americas isn't seeing is them getting slapped by some of the top teams in the world. You know what I mean? Yo, what up, JK? How you doing? What's next on the other channel here? Chiefs versus Vitality. I really might be more inclined to watch Chiefs versus Vitality over OG Furia, to be honest. Yo, JK, I'm good, fam. Just vibing, watching some Rocket League. Had some good games so far. I really enjoyed the Oxygen Power series to start things off. Let's all right, here I keep pressing the wrong button. Let's go hang on the alternate channel for a second, see what they're up to, since they're coming back.
Everybody to this alternative stream for the RLCS London Major. I'm Sumpy with Johnny Boy. And already, Johnny, we've had some outrageous results. We're not starting a normal LAN here.
You know what? I loved OCE's performance earlier on. Let's have another one. We've got Chiefs versus
True.
Vitality, and they're trying to
I don't know, though. Again, man, I'm going to be kind of cheering against Chiefs. Not going to lie, man. I would really like to see the Pioneers still qualify for Worlds.
Here, but they're up against some quality French team on LAN, Vitality. They do have some results in the past. However, somewhat impressive.
Yeah, and look, we've already
Chiefs can kind of control their destiny right now. You haven't had any 5-game series, so if you can find a way to steal 2 here against Vitality, maybe get yourself a little bit of a better draw.
Winning that first game against Gen G.
As far as in the 0-1 bracket, potentially.
Yeah, the G2 Gladiator series, respectable scorelines for Gladiators. I think they'll be quite happy with how they played despite the loss. They were able to, get goals. They were able to catch G2 off guard with some kickoff strats and ultimately keep it, closer than most of us would have expected. Same kind of said for Mobula as well. I mean, these are closer games than a lot of us were expecting blowouts, like 5-0, 7-0, which, is that what we expect here going in with Vitality versus Chiefs?
Maybe? I think there's a chance because realistically we're looking at Vitality as, of course, one of the world-leading teams at the moment, and Chiefs is going to be their first LAN this season, vying to try and make it to Worlds in that OCE second spot. So either going to be them or it's going to be Pioneers, depending on some results, how they end up going. This won't necessarily decide it here and now, but you get a win here as Chiefs, and you set yourself up for a little bit of success later on down the line.
Yeah, even games.
All right.
Performed to expectations, putting Secret away in
back to the main broadcast.
They're
back.
Form. Great show. Highlight package from this man in the round 1 matchup. Round 1 continues here in London. Secret did their best, but ultimately it's going to be Gen G walking away with the win in this one. We'll see them bounce back in round 2.
Seemed like it was kind of a game plan by Gen G to play very passive, let Team Secret come to them. They had First Killer up a lot, and he was trying to make a lot of things happen. But usually he was by himself, and they were kind of waiting it out until finally game 4. Then apparently Jack's getting more involved. And I think that's the Gen G that they want to go forward with, is a little bit more offense, because 2-1-0 wins is a little bit questionable, I think, at this point. So I think for Gen G, a little bit too passive, but they did wake up by the end.
Yeah, Gen G and G2 actually both started their series a little bit slow in their series on the respective streams. And then as the series went on, they got it all figured out. All the whatever nerves might have existed, they were gone, and they took care of business.
Listen, and you think about this Gen G squad, I talked about First Killer. He's the one that you really want to step up, 450 points per game. And I don't know if we're going to show the highlights again, but in game 2, that was the moment in my eyes. FK was back, two men from Secret coming to chase him down, hound him, and DeMar screamed on broadcast. But he screamed on broadcast. FK ended up getting an absolutely insane save. They ended up winning overtime. And after that, it was nothing but Gen G moving forward. Oh, look, here's the highlights. Great stuff.
There we go. Game 1 again. Very passive. Just, like Chronic, I felt like he was a third man a lot. Like, he gets an opening kickoff goal here. But besides that, he was third man. A lot of times didn't have boost. Had to be way more cautious in his play at times. Team Secret did try and battle early on. But again, that game 2 huge moment is a big one right here, Bates.
Yeah, here's what I'm talking about, right in overtime, right there. The mod is there, has put it on net, and FK still has the poise, one, to not freak out, 2, pop it up high, and then in overtime, it leads for Abjack right there. It really was just the Abjack FK show, Chronic filling in the gaps. That's a great Gen G squad in my estimation.
We kind of breezed past the overtime goal there in game 2, but imagine the difference that goal makes. The winning, if Team Secret wins game 2, to be up 2-0 on Gen G after the run they've been having. Super important win there for Gen G, and then they close it out in style. You heard Abjack in the interview. Leaf talks to him, was like, tell me about the match. He's like, no, I just want to talk about my teammates, man. FK and Chronic, it's a good team captain there. they've really got it all glued together right now, Stacks.
Yeah, that's why he's the captain of my fantasy team. Duh. Let's go.
True.
Let's go.
But that happened last time too. Copenhagen, they played power round 1. They got smacked around in game 1. They had to wake up, win 3 in a row after that. So Gen G, round 1s are not their key moment. In that game 1, they always have to wake up a bit, but they did survive yet again with a +2 game differential, so that'll help them in round 2.
Okay, we are now halfway through round 1 of the Swiss. We're going to play both rounds 1 and 2 today, so we'll get you guys caught up on how things have been going. You heard Stacks mention earlier, G2 was playing on the other side of things. They made quick work at the Gladiators there, winning that one 3-0. So still 4 matches to go. We got OG versus Furia. We got the Chiefs versus Vitality, Falcons versus Space Station, and Twisted Minds versus the Gentlemates, the defending champs.
Just saying, Chiefs versus Vitality. We already seen one OC team take out a European. So everyone was saying, oh, Europe's got it easy. They get to play OC while NA has to play Sam. But Power's the only upset so far. And who knows? Maybe we'll get another.
I said Gentlemates, the defending champs. So the defending major champs. Chiefs are going up against the defending world champs with Zen. Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how that one goes. But who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? I would love to see the drama of that if we could get there. So again, 2 different broadcasts, twitch.tv/RL Esports or the alternate broadcast on the YouTube channel. They're playing these matches. So they're getting ready for Chiefs versus Vitality as we speak. Make sure you have both broadcasts pulled up. Over here on the main stream,
let's get down to it. What do we got going on over here?
Matches set in place. We'll see Falcons and Space Station a little bit later on, but for now, OG taking on the top dogs from South America. We talked about Secret a little bit ago and about how it was basically just neck and neck here gives between them and Furia. But Furia has been that team that Rocket League fans around the world, when they think of South America, that's their roster.
Yeah, they went 3-0 in Swiss and then kind of bombed out at the Copenhagen Major. But OG, they were there as well. They went 1-3. That was a disappointment. They had to play a tiebreaker to get here on Champions Field. The nerves were high, but OG, they came out on top.
I think this is the most interesting match, actually, in all of round 1. Because this is a matchup where OG is really going to be tested. You're going to learn about how much they prepare for an opponent specifically. I think that there are ways you can kind of scout.
Especially because I think this is a team that OG could easily overlook.
Take advantage of matchups, and we'll see exactly if they can make those adjustments as the series goes on, or if they've got a plan coming in.
And listen, this OG squad filled with veterans. JNats, Com, Noli, the names speak for themselves. But I'll tell you this, they have constantly gotten better throughout the whole entire season. In my estimation, at the moment, they are in the category with Gen G as the second best team in North America. A little bit better than SSG. And it's because of their synergy. It's because of their poise. They had to go up against Shopify, bro. They had to get the job done, and they did. They also beat SSG in that qualifier. Went up against G2, arguably the best team in the game at the moment, and still pushed them all the way to 6. OG, they're in form right now, and it's time to show the world how good they are.
And they take down Gen G as well in the quarterfinals the last time they met them. So, like, based on head-to-heads of the most recent, you could say they're the number 2 team in North America, but they got to show it on land.
Let's
Last time around, it didn't work out.
What do we think, chat?
1-3, losing to Luminosity.
I think I'm going to have to
and Furia, they went
I think I'm still going to have to make sure I'm riding with OG here.
So Furia has NA's number right now.
Man, wait, how did I forget about the world champion coach in the background? Good thing that the camera
right
panned
there.
to him, because somehow, some way, I forgot about Torm, and of course, season 6 world champion, and then Com, once again, back on the LAN stage. He doesn't scream as much as he did back when he 2 years ago in London. I don't think he's going to be booed necessarily if OG ends up making the crowd stage, but he is the catalyst for this team. Not only really sets up the midfield, but Com sets the tone. He sets the pace. He makes sure that JNaps gets his opportunities, makes sure that Noli can come in and clean up the mess, and he's going to put that pressure on Furia.
Just remember, though, based on how the teams are set up in this area, he is the closest to the opposition.
Okay. Might see some trash talk happen. We'll see. He's been a little bit, not been who he's been for a while. Let's talk about the other side of things, though. I kind of jumped the gun talking about South America's champions here. Furia, they have become a household name in Rocket League across many seasons. How do you feel that their strength right now matches up to the ethos that people have in their minds of who Furia is?
I think everyone fears them still, because we saw throughout Copenhagen, they went 3-0 in Swiss, and they beat some very good teams. They did it with their speed, with their pressure. They just play offense. They don't even have to play defense. The one issue is when they get punched back, and they have to play defense. They fell apart in the quarterfinals versus Vitality. They played
I feel like they're a team similar to we see in some of our other minor regions where they get so used to being able to just kind of run over the opposition. Like they skill diff most of the people they play against.
0.25 goals per game. So
like I understand why they made the move to South America, but I think when it comes to overall pushing for the betterment of the team, I think it was the wrong.
FK, and I'm saying about this young man right here again. Questions need to be answered. People have been gassing you up, saying you're one of the best in the world for the past 2 years, but the results have not yet gotten it. You've got to score out. They're arguing your best team you've ever had going up against the OG team. You should be the favorites. Furia hasn't won an online qualifier since online qualifier number 4. They lost 4-1 to NIP, and they didn't even make the grand final on open qualifier number 6, losing a race in 7. They want to prove to the world that they're the best still, Sam.
I mean, look, all the eyes are going to be on Yan. He's going to get his goals. He's going to get his no matter what. But Drafinho is the glue that I think that holds this team together. He's the man who leads the team in assists. He's the enforcer. He's the perfect support for this team to hold them together. He has more demolitions than his teammates combined. And if he is allowed to run free, it's going to be a very long series for OG.
And this is a team I think pretty much all of us have as a clear top 8 team, but they were power ranked lower than I thought. They were 8th between all the casters, so maybe the respect is going away a bit. I think people forget about that Swiss, though, where they were so dominant.
I don't know if it's respect is going away from them. I just think that they're going to get a tough draw, right?
Worry about OG. Like if they just
because if they win here, they're not going to have a big round differential, which then puts them on the wrong side of the 1-0 bracket.
There's been a methodical, like very fundamentally sound nature, I feel like, to OG's play, where yes, early on in the season there was a lot of hanging back on defense, being passive, hoping the other side makes mistakes. They have played a kind of gritty, not exactly flashy ball on offense, but I think they've been getting more and more onto offense as the season's gone on. And you highlighted the demolitions from Drafinho. When you talk about demolitions in Rocket League, Calm on the OG side, one of the biggest names in the game. Get to see Calm versus Drew. The physical game is going to be fun for this one.
Yeah, it's going to be great watching those two go head-to-head. And again, you know, if Drafinho has the kind of series that he normally has, where he's able to get 3 or 4 demos a game, and
let's watch the end of this just to see if we can get a feel of how this game's going, then we'll switch back over to that as it gets started. That's my bad. I should have kept a better look at things over here. It looks like we haven't missed much. I thought Alpha was about to do it to him.
Get that final deadly touch. Score the 4th for the French Vitality side. But Chiefs, you're right. With the defense, when we look and see how they've actually played, their attacking side, with the few chances they've managed to earn for themselves, that's a double whip. This will be another great chance for them. An immediate shot from Finn. High, Hunter, a little bit too far away.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity there for Chiefs. As Vitality make another mistake. I mean, Vitality have not been the cleanest in this game.
I feel like Vitality is a team that notoriously plays to their competition.
In fairness to him, he did quite well not to put it in his own net. In fact, got it clear afterwards.
So like they sometimes struggle with the teams that you wouldn't expect them to.
Scoreless. They don't look like they've got full trust in each other, which is a problem at this level.
A good pass down from Finn. Does find Hunter. That trust does actually manage to work its way out in the dying seconds of the game. A floor pinch, no chance. Double save for Vitality. A formality in garbage time. 3-0 for Vitality.
All right, Vitality take game number 1 versus the Chiefs. Remember, Chiefs need to win 2 series.
Maybe it'll work there. Folks, let us know who you think is going to
and
win.
they knock out the Pioneers for that second spot, no CE for Worlds.
See your results in a little bit. Let's keep going down the line as usual. Stacks, who's your pick?
I really wanted to take OG in this. I really did, but I've got to go with Furia here. Again, they are the favorites on paper for a very good reason, so why tempt fate? I got Furia.
Going offense beats defense, Furia all the way.
Okay.
Offense beats defense. Listen, it's about the piece. Pace versus poise. I'm going to go with poise this time around. Give me OG. I think they're going to be too calm, cool, and collected. They're going to take down Furia right now.
T-Bates taking the NA team. Who would have fucking thought, chat?
I've been doubting OG ever since I literally pronounced them dead back during the first split of the season. And then they have continuously proved me wrong, and every time I've been in a situation like this where it's like, oh, I feel like I could go OG, I didn't go OG, and then they won. So I'm going to stick with OG on this one. How's the coin feel about it? OG on one side, Furia on the other. And the coin's been going. It's going to go with OG on this one. Technically the desk favorite now, OG.
That's fair. That's fair. But I bet with this vote coming up, they'll actually maybe not. Maybe NA fans will be in chat. I don't know.
We'll see.
I think Furia.
They're picking Furia.
Yeah, how's chat feel about it? How's chat feel about that one here?
It's got to be a Furia
pick. It is. There's just they have become so consistent over the back half of this season, and I'm really excited about it. Gen G Mobile Racing is not playing in this match. So, they're not.
But they're a North American team, so maybe that's a little.
You know, I mean, it was Sam versus NA.
Exactly. We're doing it again, NA versus Sam. So this is back to back. I just feel like with Furia, that Swiss was so impressive last time around that I expect to see something at least close to that. And if we do see that, then OG probably doesn't have a shot here, because OG, they're definitely one of the bottom 8 teams, I think, here, but they might be closer to the top 8 than we expect, so we'll see.
Interesting take.
Let's get into game number 1 here, folks, and
let's get it.
Let the players decide this on the pitch. Enough arguing of how it's going to go up here. Furia on one side, OG on the other. North America versus South America. Getting close to the end of round 1. Let's get into it.
Let's go!
2 teams who have had very different journeys here to LANdon 3.0. OG, who had to fight so hard. But on the other side, Furia, the #1 seed from South America.
Oh man, not even just #1 seed, but I think a team that, like we've made mention to before, a new household name, a favorite that everybody can enjoy watching off the kickoff.
Cole and Hercules, huh?
Their Swiss round in Copenhagen was so impressive. We're all just waiting to find out, can Furia recreate that 3-0?
Yeah, Furia, who went 3-0 in the Swiss, as you say, and then hit a Vitality-shaped brick wall in the quarterfinals, want to go even better this time around. Up against OG Esports, though, who have proven time after time that they have fight in them, if nothing else.
They really and truly do. They've taken the long run as far as the season was concerned to proving their name. When the season first started for this OG squad, everybody had them in their top 3, their top 4 even at times, and it didn't start out that way. They were a bottom 16 team that have worked their way up to the top, and now they kicked out teams, you know, like LG, taking down the likes of Genji even to get here, but they're not even favored in this matchup.
Well, we'll see how they can deal with that. The desk overall were pretty hot on OG in the
I
end,
mean, to be
but they had
fair,
do some early defending. As a shot
I feel
flies
like
in.
Gen G
Jaynaz
have been
comes in
very
from
up
the
and
side.
down, so I don't know if
Here
that's like a
comes
big
Yak.
thing to hang your hat
What
on.
can he do? He was called into question on the
I think
desk
part of the problem
somewhat.
with NA
He's
is
gonna
big
make
wins
that
over
play
NA
as the
just
best in the
don't
world.
really
He's still at that
seem to
caliber.
mean much, unless it's a win over G2. Except for if you're Gen G, then your wins over G2.
As quickly as possible here. It's Noli around the corner. Tried to find somebody, but Jorfinho. Furia, they're known for their pressure. They're not going to give OG any space whatsoever. An attempt to the 50 towards the backboard from Yan. Second touch goes potentially through, but it's a Noli.
Nice save from Noli.
Pressure doesn't stop here. It's low boost for OG, but last-ditch efforts are still
Jorfinho gets the big pad to keep the pressure in the corner. Jan's got a big full pad as well from the side, trying to slot it, able to push it in. Furia gonna be the first one on the board.
And again, I made mention to the low boost on that OG side, and even low boost for Yan, but it was enough to get that last touch over, and Furia goes 1-0 on the board.
Yeah, I love that from Yan. He's already been slightly frustrated once. That's a second opportunity, barely a few seconds later, and it doesn't seem to affect him at all. It never does. Here he is, taking another touch. Noli, the man who controls the pace of OG Esports. He tees up Jaynaz coming in now.
Follow up,
tries
Calm.
the early equalizer, and there is
No,
Yan
but
on the
Calm has a
goal line.
control off
Man
the
looks hot
big
so far
pad.
today. Can he keep it up?
This one around the corner here, out into the mid, up and over one. Calm's gonna slow it down over to Jaynaz. Noli got to race up in the air and just keep this one in the hands of OG,
There we go.
and they do. Calm, the one that everybody's been keeping his eye on. He is a great initiator for this team, great at deciding the pace of play that they want to do, especially against a team like Furia. You've got to be able to match that pressure.
It does seem so far that OG Esports more than happy to slow this one down, try and dictate the pace, try and get it on their time frame. Furia always going to try and break through that. They're going to try and force the issue as much as possible, peppering these shots on the blue net.
Furia's keeping the pressure down in the offensive zone. They really aren't allowing OG much like space.
I'm hoping there'll be some sort of verbal
And OG's been struggling to get out of their half.
as the series wears on. But so far, it's been calm and quiet, potentially before the storm.
I think
Baited them in.
OG, they're really locked in. It's only a 1-goal game, which probably feels a little odd for them. I think OG would have expected them to respond already. It's been a little bit more difficult to break past that midfield and have enough opportunity to take shots. This is one of the better ones, but even then, it's a very slow center that turns into a quick.
It's also a very like short visit into the offensive zone. Like that's one problem they've been struggling with is Furia does not allow them to really set things up. You get like maybe a shot. Don't really even get passing opportunities. Kablamo leaves the net wide open. Jans gets themselves a second goal of the game, and Furia up 2-0.
miles away. As soon as Calm missed that one, it was just full-fledged open opportunity for Yan to take. Furia go up 2-0.
And of course, when Lost first joined Furia, the question was, can this supremely attacking being fit in with his new teammates? And it took Furia a while back when they were in North America, but slowly but surely, they managed to figure things out.
Nice bump.
He's going to have to try and re-adapt there. He's not able to. It's a big mistake, and JNAPS is in.
Good news for you if you're Furia. You've already gotten yourself a goal cushion here, even after the one, so you're still fine.
It just was a little awkward for Yan. You got to admit it on that one, and you're taking advantage. You're forcing the ball through at that point. 1:21 seconds. You got enough time.
All right, so Vitality up 2-0 in there is serious. Surprised that they only scored one there. Again, I feel like Vitality should have. I don't want to sound like I don't think the Chiefs are good, but I don't think that their brand of ball.
This is more defending. This is more brilliance from Yan.
This is pure offense right here. This is the player that everybody has kept their eyes on. So mechanical and clean. The reset over. I mean, Jaffinho wanted to maybe get a second touch on it, just cure it in. But no, credit goes to where it is due. And
Well, that's the hat trick for Yans. Game number 1.
Furia, the last thing you want to see is a 4-minute Yan hat trick. Is him demanding the ball. Is him doing everything.
But yeah, what I was saying was I feel like their games don't correlate, and I feel like Vitality should have been able to really run things up. So I'm surprised that that was only a 1-0 game number 2.
Well, he's gonna try and get round this one. Suddenly it's OG that have to up the pace. Suddenly it's OG that have to force the issue.
Double
Suddenly
touch.
it's them that have to get themselves on the score sheet. But Furia doing more attacking. They will never stop.
All right, we back.
Defense, and clearly
we back, baby.
Either intercepted or pre-predicted, and at that point you got to ask yourself, what else can you do? I feel like you got to start going for the individual plays, allowing someone like Calm to maybe step up, and we all made mention to it, but there is one player that we all have eyes on, and it's Nully. You're waiting to see, can he have that spark of life that you know can give OG a win? But for now, it's 4 seconds left on the clock. Furia's up by 2. There's nothing left you can do other than head into game 2 as this one hits the ground.
All right, Furia take that game. Let's go ahead and hang on board with Vitality and Chiefs so far.
Waiting is going to be the absolute killer, but look at this aggression immediately from the
Chiefs just weren't ready for that one. They had bodies back, but nobody respecting the shot. Double kickoff for Vitality again. Quick follow-up by Radosin on target. Saved by Finn.
The defense again, though, coming out from Chiefs. Yes, it holds Vitality a little bit honest, but you don't get goals from just getting these saves. It has transitioned into something else. Great catch from Kaka. Flicks high. Radosin backboard. Low on boost. 0 boost, in fact. Can still make contact. Finn now with Hunter central. Will he just tap it out? He does. But Hunter waited a little bit too long. He was too slow to get into that play. But we now see the confidence building. They're going for passing plays central in, as you say, risky positions.
Yeah.
But what else are you going to do?
Yeah,
just not score?
I want to see them double commit there almost. I want to see Chiefs just send 2 players on the ball and say, well, I mean, maybe we're going to get a goal. Maybe
that's
we're
what I
going
wanted.
to get, overextend and get counterattacked. But I want to see them try there, because you're not going to sneak up on Vitality and get a goal at the near post. You've got to dive in, just lunge that near post. Here they go. Double tap for Finn off the post. And there is a late arrival, but it's blocked by Vitality.
We've seen a couple of times, though, with Finn trying to go central with the ball. That chance being a shot. But no one's there to follow it up. As you say, double commit.
See, but again, I feel like Vitality should be having a field day with this defense. Like, Chiefs are just allowing them so much space. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying, Chad? Yeah, you know.
Now, a team that had to make a Game 7 overtime winner 4.5 minutes into a Game 7 overtime until upset the man you've mentioned, Nolly. He certainly has the grit and guile that OG Esports are going to need here.
And I did look into the stats of these teams a little bit. Should we ever head into OT, Furia is actually favored in that. They go just over 50% near the 60, but OG at around 48% when it comes to OT. So if you are OG, you gotta get your goals up early in these games and hold on to those leads. But for now,
I feel like it's a stat you probably should hold on to, no?
Game 1, holding OG back.
I think they'd have taken an overtime in that first game a couple of minutes in. So far in this one, they've kept it at 0-0, but there is time for some Furia pressure as Yan to pass in the center, if he chooses to go for it, the ball just sticks to his Octane like glue. It's ridiculous at times, but here comes Com.
I don't know, maybe it's just me.
Vino is almost faked out. In comes Nolly and JNabs. They race each other. Yan gets the save. That's not ideal from OG. Just getting a little bit itchy to go for the ball.
It's a scary
Like, it just feels like a forced stat feed, you know what I'm saying?
Want to try and drive this ball forward, but you can't do it off scary comms, honestly. You guys got to be in control of where you want to go and where this ball is going to head. And for now, it heads back into the OG side. Yan leaves this one out. Lost is going to carry it from the ceiling and down, and a bump onto JNabs gives control back to Furia.
In the first couple of minutes as well, we've seen JNabs go for that double commit, and whenever I look at him, he's low on boost too. So I would say if anyone's struggling right now for OG, just a little bit, it might be him, but of course he can step back up. But they all seem a little bit starved. It seems that Furia...
Bro, Yans is on his shit today. I love it.
A lot more in game number 2.
Looking good.
Right as well. It does seem clear to me that OG have definitely made a conscious decision to step up the pace. It's not necessarily their normal game though, so Furia could well lap it up.
Yeah, it's in an attempt to make Furia uncomfortable. You also make yourselves a little bit uncomfortable out there. And although it's not as bad as it could be, nobody's managed to score yet, and that's a good thing for OG. You are still trying to figure out your footing against this squad, and Furia do a much better job as of current, holding onto this ball, holding onto the control, and deciding where things are going. This one pops up. It's backboard opportunity for Jafino, but it goes off wayside.
Another chance maybe coming in if Lost can get his touch right. Not quite on this occasion. Com does more good work. He's somebody that I've been impressive so far in game number 2. Certainly seems to be having the ball stick to him a little bit more currently than his OG Esports teammates. Comes Nolly, the player that I would say is most likely to be able to go toe-to-toe mechanically with Yan, but Yan just...
Nice. Jafino's going to be able to find the net.
A baby dunk to keep that lead for Furia going in this game 2 here. And of course,
looks like Vitality about to be wrapping things up with a sweep over on the other channel.
From the get-go here in London, but those follow-throughs from either player on Furia, honestly, are what I've been looking for, and that's exactly what they are giving.
It's a decent kickoff there for OG Esports. And once again, they find themselves having to recover, having to respond, having to either stick or twist with the game plan that's got them a goal down 3 minutes in to game number 2. That one might be careening towards the net, not quite there. Tom nips in quickly again. Nolly goes for the bump instead. A good decision from him. Furia maintain their lead. Yan doesn't quite get the double tap for once. OG get away with giving the man space. Nolly, he gets the redirect towards net. This one's going to fall into the center, is it? There's a double.
All right, Com's going to be able to at least win one. Let's go ahead and do a quick check-in, make sure this game is indeed over. It is. Vitality scores a third. That's a sweep for the Chiefs. The Chiefs
and it's a tied game for OG and
are going to need to win 2 of the next 4 if they want to keep their world's hopes alive.
Rotate out. He saw Jafino in front of him. Went for that bump as well to make the finish as simple as possible. OG Esports back in the game. JNabs out of boost though, sends it forwards. JNabs is going to make a decision to go for the ball. No, he's not. Instead, rotates out, lets in Com. He's been quiet with the bumps in the demos. I've barely seen him getting involved in the hustle and bustle of Furious defense.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I think that means there is something up their sleeve they could use in this last minute or so, but it does have to come out strategically, and I think they know that. I think if any rotations get cut off as far as OG is concerned for a demo, Furia very easily could take advantage of that one, and they're trying their best to do so now. Lost over 1 and 2. This one to the sidewall, but Lost can't get a second touch of his own. This one from the ceiling and down to the ground. Com low boost. Jafino, he wanted to try and put some pressure on it. Instead, this one stays back blue side, and OG continue to fight.
Yeah, just keep an eye on the OG boost totals. Finally, they've got themselves a couple of hundreds because they are all on about 7 or 8 between them for a good 10-15 seconds there as Furia continue to turn the screw. Here comes Yan now around the corner. Nolly has to keep trying. Are you feeling my swag? Are you feeling my flow?
Hey, yo, hey, 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 hey. Yo, what up, big dog? What up, Jaden? How you doing, buddy? Yo, Jaden, I appreciate you bringing the community through, fam. What were you doing? What were you playing? What up, what up, what up?
4 seconds left on the clock. It could get stolen away if it's still in play. Com, second touch off the wall. Shot opportunity from
OG, last second. Nice. Doing some Rocket League, huh? Or not Rocket League. Doing some Apex, huh? Rocket League's been good. Games have been pretty solid.
OG Esports get their
Had some good games so far. Still relatively early. This is only like the third block of 8 today, so.
Saw this play where one person goes as
How have you been,
far up
fam?
as they can and hopes that the second person cheating is going to make
Also,
the
it's like
follow-up.
11 a.m. here. Doesn't that make it like stupid late for you?
But at the right moment,
Up
it
doing some
worked
grind
out.
time on
Allows them
Apex
the
Legends?
0-second goal, and OG can breathe for a little moment. Swing game no longer goes in favor of
Nah,
Furia.
okay. Gotcha,
OG
gotcha, gotcha.
Continue to fight.
Potentially a huge moment in this series.
About to say, my boy up late.
Left, I must admit, when Jan got this flip reset, Tia Trevino, I was starting to think, oh boy, this could be a long one for the OG defense. But
you've been good, bro.
they've shown
Again, man, I appreciate you bringing your community through.
is when they are beaten down, they get right back up again.
Forgetting to take my Steam and put it offline.
Mantra of OG at this point. They are clearly, you know, an extremely talented team. They have the potential to be some of the absolute top players in the world. You've heard it a million times.
Isn't Rocket League on
These are
Steam?
Iconic names in Rocket League. Iconic reactions.
I could be
top
wrong
of
on that.
it as well.
I definitely loaded up through Epic, but I thought it was on Steam too.
What you did in Copenhagen. It's a new day, a new land, a new dawn, and a new
Oh, did they?
game. Game number 3 officially underway.
Again, I know that I do use Epic.
To go for the kill, or do they keep this considered playstyle they've been showing up against Furious so far? I love to see them up the pace, up the pressure.
Yeah, see, there you go. Jada getting into some Rocket League, fam. Dude, I love Rocket League. Especially, like, because for me, when it comes to actually playing, like an hour game sesh, I get some good gaming in. I get me, you know, a good solid, like, 5, 6 games.
Right now, it is a pace versus
Oh,
poise.
really?
And OG Esports, they're keeping their composure. Despite the crazy reactions, defense is still going strong.
Ah,
as
okay,
Furia
that
have
makes sense
all
then.
the pressure.
It seems like they've been training with low boost as well. They knew that Furia were going to steal all the pads, steal all the pills, get themselves around the pitch as fast as they want. How do you deal with that? How do you navigate through that swamp of Furious attack? Zaynab has been dunked there by Jan. Gets a little forward towards the blue half again. OG had started this one better, but the last 10 seconds or so, Furia have just made a few
The only thing that I'm not a big fan on Rocket League is I really would like them to do something about smurfing, but I feel like, you know, compared to games like Apex that have a cheating problem, smurfing ain't too bad. You know what I mean?
And tracks the shot and gets the save.
And it's not going to end here. You have to get right back into things. You see Noli trying to line himself up as these shots come through. The pressure never ends for Furia until the last person's got
I'm hoping season 15 is when we complete our caster to champ run. I was able to get up into diamond last season. I wasn't playing much.
Still manages to get the mid clear.
My man's out here going for signature shots, such as his confidence. Here's Trevino, he goes to the ceiling. Come in the corner, Jnaps has just got to keep that ball close.
I mean, I was pretty busy RLCS this last split. Was doing SSA for the main broadcast again. Nice shot from Trevino. But then I was also doing the Swiss stage casting for the Pioneers for their team stream out of OCE.
And they know that they own whatever pace of play.
And they were on off weekend, so I was working like every weekend, which is pretty nice.
In game number 2, OG finally was.
By the way, I don't know if I actually introduced myself. For those y'all coming through with the Jaded Raid, what up? I'm your boy Q. We do a lot of esports content over here. Watch quite a bit of ALGS, RLCS, some VCT challengers where I can.
Doing their best to do that, but Furia, they have that pet pack. Here comes Jan, another first touch. Tempts in Jnaps, who manages to get a dunk towards.
Yeah, man, honestly, well, I mean, to be fair, as far as like driving by, I have been extremely busy, like especially in the spring. Between RLCS and then the high school league up here in my state. Had me, I mean, I was casting 4 days a week, plus doing like some of their weekly content, top 5 plays, like weekly breakdown of like the games and stuff that was getting played before the streams. So like that was keeping me really busy, so like that was prioritized since they were paying me.
Completely right. I think that camera angle showed it so well as well. What exactly Lost was attempting.
But I'm hoping now that summer's, you know, into effect, which means that's done. Casting is kind of slowing down, at least for now. That will be able to not only do more watch partying, but also a few evenings get into some Rocket League shenanigans.
Got to get one response onto the board. You got just over 2 minutes left to go, and it could turn into 3 goals on the board. Furia back with the pressure.
Trying to see if we can get the consistency going over on the YouTube content-wise. It's like really main priority.
So many times, but the pinch makes OG go back to home base, and they got to restart.
probably expect to see that quite a few times in the next
Little man number 2 due like mid-September, so would like to at least have a little bit of motion going over there.
Down into the corner here, fight for control. Big clear there from Yan.
Gonna take some work, but we can get there.
That as active as he is, feels weirdly quiet. There's not been a lot of action from him, and by action I mean aggression. But speak for yourself if you are a JNAPS fan. He has been so far up.
But again, appreciate you bringing your community through, Jaded. You're a real one.
Great pass there from Nolly as well, as this one finds its way on into the net.
And I think Trofino respected the conflict reset quite enough. He missed the clearance from the side for once. Normally, so comfortable coming in from those.
Work still been treating you good?
And it does just allow OG.
I feel like last we had talked, I feel like you had talked about recently getting a promotion or working towards a promotion. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
Capable. Here's Com again. It was his mechanics that opened things up before. To the ceiling, gets a touch towards JNAP. Suddenly OG Esports are in up against Trufino. No one's there for the follow-up. Furia now is lost up against Nolly at an awkward angle. Almost gets the bump. You got to say, a third goal for Furia doesn't look any less likely than an equalizer here.
Minute and 5 seconds on the clock here. Furia looking to extend and make things much more difficult for OG. This one to the back.
Yeah, this has been popping off all series.
He's a bully, Hercules. He first thing he thinks, how can I punish OG Esports this time? This is just simple, but he has so much time, he has so much fear around him that they expect him to do brilliant things.
Nah, didn't work out. Hey, you know what? On the next one, it's all yours. Got faith.
Amount of respect. He is commanding respect from OG, forcing them to prepare for any mechanic that he can drop at any time once he's given the space.
I mean, honestly, if you ain't happy at where you're at in the job, ain't nothing wrong with at least looking. You know what I mean? Keeping your options open.
Finally pushing this one forward. Can OG,
especially if you don't feel like you're getting paid what you're worth. Your opinion isn't being, you know.
Nice little pop there from JNAPS to keep it in the corner, but Lost, he just takes control of the ball.
Appreciated.
Touch on it. Lost is going all the way to the end, but it won't go in.
JNAPS with the save.
Vino comes in this time. Nolly, another save. Still 20 on the clock. This is doable for OG Esports. They have to score from this attack. In comes Com.
Now I can't remember how I put this. Did I put Furia in over OG on my pick'ems? I feel like this is one of my 5-game series in round 1.
Under pressure, 17 seconds to go. Com has woken up. JNAPS is getting goal line saves, and Hope is still alive.
Any kickoff plays? No, not this time. Just the standard into the center. Nolly, I thought for a second he was going to beat Trofino to the ball. JNAPS tees up Com. Com's come alive for sure. He wants the flip reset, can't quite get it. Sends it to the side. Trofino up against Nolly. JNAPS is waiting. JNAPS is sniffing a chance to shoot. Can't quite get it though. Furia get their win, but OG made it tough.
Those last-ditch efforts from OG2, you saw the communication. Nolly realized it was so low boost that JNAPS had to have been next up to try and take that shot, but he just wasn't close enough. Furia pull out of
all right, I gotta pee real quick, chat. Q Tings, y'all know how it goes. Q break.
Lead the series. They're headed to match point, and well, this is a place they've been many times. It's OG that everyone looks to see if they can catch up.
Yeah, Furia, I mean, they haven't been perfect in South America so far since Copenhagen. They've got themselves one tournament win. The other two, I believe it was a semi-finals and a grand finals loss, which to a team like Furia in South America, that is devastating. That is frustrating. You want to come right back here and stamp your dominance back on your region, back on the rest of the world. And the way Furia are playing, even considering they lost that game at 0 seconds, it looks like a team with a point to prove.
Yes, there was clearly a plan coming into this one against OG. They knew OG very reliant on their space, and Furia has taken it away from them and made them extremely uncomfortable. And what is happening in turn is OG have to create that space. Towards the end, we finally saw some of those demos to allow them to give them opportunity, but last-ditch efforts proved the same in games past. Furia, they just control the field.
My biggest hope for OG Esports is in the form of Com. He certainly came alive towards the end.
All right, let's get down to it.
We're still yet to really see him try and chase down Furia. Perhaps Furia moved too fast for that play style to work. You know, maybe it's a conscious decision, but I just sense there's a little bit more from him in the aggression stakes that he can use here.
It's fair, I think, to say that Furia is probably almost a little unpredictable at where they can go as far as rotation is concerned, because there's not this super hardcore clear pattern from Furia. They're extremely adaptive. I feel like there's a million different versions of what they can do. They just know that For now, Yan is on it. If you feed him the ball and you create enough space for him, that's where they thrive. And I think OG is kind of struggling a little bit to find a plan to hold Yan back, and that's what's making this feel a lot slower for them.
Well,
Yan has definitely been putting in work this series, man. I'll have to check the ball chasing stats at the end of the series. It just feels like it's been Yan's different.
Early games have been
Yan's
even
diff.
between the two teams, and again we see a minute tick by with no goals. Has lost both one and misses. Nolly uses his boost, gambles.
Because I don't even really think it's like OG's playing a bad brand of ball right now. Nice goal by Yans. Look at that, bro. Like, literally talking about Yan's diff.
For this one, and I thought, wow, there really might be a chance, but it's just misplacement, misconnection. Just,
my goodness.
There's not even a word for it at this point. This team, they're so close to figuring Furia out, yet they constantly are falling short in these key moments.
Sometimes you just got to step back and just think,
Throw your
how
hands
is
up.
that possible? When you're watching it, I dread to think what OG are saying to one another. You know, as you mentioned earlier, you have to respect him, but you can't give him that much space. It just cannot be done. Anyway, here's Lost. Pinches around the corner. Yan is sniffing about. Gets the first touch onto the corner. Nolly and Com, the two of them queuing up to get this ball away. Drafinho up against Com. Com the man yet again. JNabs in front of Com. Yan
Nice,
tracking.
slows it down. Drafinho out to the side for Yans, who's on the side wall. Up in the air. Over Nolly. No, not gonna be able.
That time, and got the block with Drafinho somehow. Still comes with it. Even when they play it right, it nearly doesn't work.
Damn.
Somehow Nolly kept that one going, but the pressure doesn't stop there. It's JNabs and Com working together to clear this one out, and Yen still forcing the pass over to Lost. This one goes off the bar into the side, but pressure doesn't end. That's what makes Furia so dangerous, is even when you think you've cleared it, you are somehow still throwing it into the hands of a Furia player.
JNabs was boostless there, but his challenge was good. Losing it towards Nolly allows OG to move towards the midfield. That's a good challenge yet again on Drafinho. JNabs, the shooting chance. He goes high off the crossbar. Anybody following up? Not this time. Yan can get the ball away. Furia survive a real chance.
Bro, Yan's chill.
Yan doesn't have the boost to make that one all the way to the blue goal. Com, he's allowed in. Drafinho up, Drafinho bumped. Yan going back to his own goal, gets it away. It's a bit of OG pressure though.
Now OG trying to turn things around here on this one. You got just over 2 minutes to try and tie things up here. It's a slower pace of play from JNabs. Takes a shot. It's long and wide, and Lost has that save. And these quick air transitions from Furia really have just been the kryptonite of OG at this point. They're forcing OG into
Bro,
something
I
that is
thought
very
he was
unusual for
about
themselves,
to.
which is having to defend in the air.
Furia on the cusp of making their statement. They are still a team to beat. They are still kings of the Swiss here on the world stage. If they can just get through this next couple of minutes,
God, yes! With a beautiful pass to Drafinho.
Such an incredibly calmed pass here. Drafinho
Just waits for the commitment from Com.
Gets
Gets it right up over him.
Go up 2-0
Wow.
and continue to head towards the round one.
Furia looking scary, chat.
Was just inch perfect, weaving it between 3 OG players. And the finish wasn't too bad either from Drafinho. It could be a third as well. That one's going to be falling onto Drafinho's car. Now, OG Esports have made comebacks so far in this series, and they have scored multiple goals in particular games. Can they do it in the next 80 seconds? Now they have to show their wherewithal yet again and step up. Just
I mean, they've got time, but they've got to find some way to pump the brakes on this Furia offense, bro.
This one, not the best of touches, which means a little bit of hope for OG can come through this one. Getting carried Nolly. This one gets taken away from Yan, and JNabs up next in that plan to try and send someone forward. It's just not working out for
Furia's just been, I mean, playing and controlling the pitch so well, and like the longer the series go on, you're seeing them play with more confidence too, which just allows them to assert themselves on the field that much better.
OG changed that late into game 2. They'll have to repeat the trick. Com, he has a pass to JNabs. If he can find it, but again, it's high and it's looping, and it's exactly what Lost wanted. Side to side OG go, they have to get it back towards orange.
What's crazy is OG, I feel like, is used to having to rely on their defense and their counterattack, but they just don't seem to have an answer for Furia.
Probably the most uncomfortable we'll see OG. I don't want to discredit them. I think they are still an extremely capable and incredible team, but Furia have
I just think Furia is, yeah, I was going to say Furia is just playing phenomenal ball.
With what footfall
I really do feel like it's more about what Fury's doing right than what OG's doing wrong.
And well, they've commanded a lot. Respect on their name.
Like if you look at both the goals and
of Jaffinho, we do have a pause in these last few seconds. Although I don't know how much could actually go down in 7 seconds.
I mean, it would be one of the comebacks to end all comebacks if in 7 seconds we go back to a kick. I mean, it's happened before in South America,
it's
right?
It's not impossible.
There was the huge comeback. I think it was Nip maybe that got it, where they needed 2 goals and they got them in about 15 seconds. Jan doesn't care. Jan's already.
He's like,
on.
this is the chillest I've ever been in my life.
He's like, I call a nap before I win. This is fantastic.
It's the eyebrow raises. He's like, oh look, I can just chill out a little bit on this one. They're so lax.
I hope that people watching this right now are as relaxed as Jan and Furia are in this moment, because they're not fearing anything. They're not wondering what's going on. I presume it was a tech pause called by OG. I'm not sure about what we've heard. Nothing so far for people listening in. We're not quite sure just yet what's going on, but it may well tee up one of the more thrilling finishes to an RLCS match in a little while, certainly that I can think of. It's unlikely, but we can dare to dream.
It's unlikely, but it actually isn't impossible, and I think OG are very capable of pulling off some
I mean, so it all depends on if they go back to the kickoff, right? Because you can have 3, 4, 5 second kickoff goals, which would then go back to the kickoff. You have the ball up in the air at 0 seconds left. Like, it's possible.
So, like, mathematically, you do, like, half and half. There's an opportunity there. It's just, like, probably less than 1%.
Well, we'll let you guys know what's going on as soon as we know what's going on. For now, the players talking amongst themselves, keeping themselves relaxed and chill. And I feel like this is where the coaches really earn their money, because it's very possible. I mean, you know, maybe it's too late in this series, but in general, when there's a pause like this, it's very possible that the players go back, the momentum is gone, the game plan disappears, the sort of locked-innedness isn't there anymore. And they have to make sure they get their balance right between letting their players relax and also not letting them lose that thread.
Yeah, I think right now STL is probably just more in the, I know you guys are very capable. He is looking down at them smiling like, it's okay to lay back a little bit. But there is talking going down as far as like Furia. It could be, you know, what's going to go down in round number 2 of the Swiss. But still conversation nonetheless, like you said, not letting yourself get a little too relaxed.
Have Furia moved up in your power rankings?
Oh, absolutely. I predicted Furia on this one, actually. I didn't do a scoreline pick. I wish I had, honestly. You
said 3-1 with 2-0 lead with 7 seconds left before.
Yeah, I actually predicted the pause, too, for content. I felt like it was going to happen at some point. But yeah, no, Furia absolutely has gone up, especially after the 3-0 in Copenhagen. I feel like everybody's respect on Furia's name went up so much higher.
I mean, we've talked a lot about Jan, of course. What have you made of Lost and Jaffinho's performance?
Oh my goodness.
Because he's clearly been the star man in general and on the day, but I've been impressed with them as well.
Oh, I've been extremely impressed with them.
I just don't understand what the pause is for. Like, if it's a tech pause because someone got disconnected, like, I guess I get it, but dog, this is over. Can we just, like, move on, please? Is that allowed?
So now seeing,
also, I wonder, since we're ahead.
I don't know.
Oh, no, they are getting ready for game number 4 over here. Bro, someone hook up my girl Lemon Kiwi with a box or something.
The star pop-off player.
How y'all gonna do this to the homie?
Oh, yeah, I turned in. I was like,
every time she turns to her co-caster, she's got to go.
Oh, yeah, you were here.
What are we doing?
We had so far, last match of B Stream, and I think this one's going to be the banger.
Bogus, dog. So bogus. We can't get her a stool or something.
Match was pretty close.
It was weirdly interesting, considering I've got Monkey Moon in my fantasy as well, and he did not pop up as I wanted him to. Big old Monkey Moon, but we can see the results we've had today. I won't bore you with reading out the ones that we said previously. Currently on the A stream, on the main side of things, 2-1 for Furia. I think it's probably finishing up very soon. They just had a tech pause, and of course we saw the Chiefs go versus Vitality. Avoided that perfect sweep. They did secure a goal in game number 3. Couldn't clear it away to get any other goals from that, and so then they're getting beaten. But now, we focus on Twisted Minds versus Gentle Mates. This is going to be, I think, one of the more interesting series that we're going to see on the B stream, especially because of the fact that we're getting further down our list, and this is a much more even matchup. It's the European 3 seed, interestingly, coming out from our major champions.
This was the one that a lot of people thought this could go the distance.
Yes.
And it was maybe less about Twisted Minds being this like incredible team that can upset, and more that people had questions about Gentlemates.
Yeah.
And like, why would you when they just won the last major? But I think people looked at their most recent regional results and were like, well, they haven't won a regional yet. Why is online so different than LAN when it comes to Gentlemates?
It's an interesting theory to then look at the
Wait,
fact that
did Furia score 2 more goals in the 6 seconds?
Regional event as well. That's never happened for a reason, because surely
I'm kinda mad I turned away.
teams domestically compared to internationally.
I don't think it matters. They still
Crazy.
won.
We've got a coin to flip.
That's all you.
Do you want to? I was asking if you wanted to, then you were scared you might drop it and you
I'm
have
gonna
to like...
skirt and heels like it's not happening. So.
Yeah, this is Lemon with heels,
And you got
by the way.
height?
Yeah.
Shut up!
I'm sorry.
I got no box!
I'm sorry. Right, so on the blue side, we have Twisted Minds. On the orange side, we have Gentlemates. And we are going to be going with... orange. Gentlemates. Gentlemates for the coin.
It's been pretty right so far.
It's been pretty good.
It called the power upset.
It did also go Chiefs, though. So it
Oh.
didn't quite lock that bad boy in, unfortunately.
It's like
for
the
it.
upset coin.
Yeah, exactly, yes. The upset coin. This is a different coin, though, because I didn't realize we had this one. I used that little UK flag one earlier on. So the coin has gone for Gentlemates. What did you go for in your prediction?
I went Gentlemates, but I don't think this is going to be a clean sweep. They just have such an incredible
I think I
story.
made this
Where a
one
lot of
3-2.
majors,
I think I might have
won
only
by
gave
number
Twisted
1
Minds
seed
a game in my
most
pickups,
of the
actually.
time.
I don't
And
remember.
Gentlemates had this very
I think
shocking
Twisted
win
Minds
at
are going to have a decent
Copenhagen.
performance,
Like,
though.
they had everyone really respects
I
them, but
I
everyone is
picked them
expecting
top
to take
8, but I think that was because they got some
seeds to
generous
take it all,
like
and even
seedings
they
based
were
off of how
upset.
things went.
Gentlemates, especially
So it really
kind of
starts with how they control their destiny here in
We've seen that main stage or that
round 1.
final LAN day so many times, and then he gets the MVP at the grand finals. He's had this rise to success that is so admirable. And how can you not admire Gentlemates when you have a captain like Itachi, when you have Seiko, one of the best players in the world on the team? But Twisted Minds are the ones to watch out for. They could take a couple games.
Yeah, Twisted Minds coming in, of course, right now as the number 2 seed behind the Falcons. Falcons being clearly the best team over in MENA. But then when we then look over at the global rankings and look at the full rankings for the entire season, they are currently sitting in 3rd spot. Wins here are incredibly important. If Twisted Minds get a win here, they are going to be screwing themselves a few more points. Doesn't quite get them to Worlds. But I believe if they get 2 wins here, that then secures them the World Championship spot. I'll need to double check that. But if they definitely go through 3 and 2, then they will be then they're going to be making it. But that is going to be a long road ahead, especially when you have Gentlemates sitting in front of you and Seiko sitting in the middle, looking, I
He's
think,
all smiles.
very happy with himself. And that's what I think we've noticed on these LAN teams. Vibes. They normally win it out.
I feel like it'd be a lot of pressure on a team.
I just feel like Rocket League,
everyone has high
at the highest
after
level,
not dropping a single match at Copenhagen.
if you can have people who fill their roles correctly, vibes are what's most important.
Who have topped the region for so long, but Twisted Minds recently took a couple games from Falcons, and they hope to do so much more at this major to represent MENA. We're going to be jumping into game 1 of the last match of B-Stream.
We've also got, as I was saying previously, about the points. Right now, Twisted Minds sit on 73 points for this entire season. Anything, the former Rule 1 squad, they are on 78. That's with the 5 points out of Twisted Minds for at least coming last here at this event. If they get 2 wins, they secure a tiebreaker versus anything in the Swiss. If they get 3 wins and make top 8, that'll be them going to Worlds in place of anything. So a win here is going to put them at least halfway to that tiebreaker.
Well, Gentlemates have pretty insane pressure, at least off the kickoff, and Twisted Minds had some room.
Chad, I'm kind of hungry.
The player I'm looking out for Twisted Minds is Ahmad. I know he had kind of a rough run at Copenhagen with Rule 1, but most recently in the regionals, he's really impressed me as, I think, the most accurate shooter on the team, like the guy you want to set up for success, and that's how Maasin and SMW, I think, need to fit into this puzzle. And how you assemble this puzzle is what's important about Twisted Minds.
The first minute so far gone without any incident, with Gentlemates having a good few chances towards the opposite side. And I want to have a little bit of a grievance out here with Gentlemates. They've moved away from their wonderful pink jerseys, a colour that you don't normally see in esports, and they've gone now back to the black jersey.
True.
I want to see the pink jersey, the pink joggers, go fully into it. And Juicy is feeling himself though, no matter what he's wearing.
I think Rocket League is underappreciated because most people see it at surface level as RC soccer, like RC car soccer.
for Gentle
and it
Mates,
sounds very
right
childish,
off the kickoff,
right?
They almost suffocated.
But I
Twisted
think once
Minds
you actually
right
get
off
to
the bat.
watch it,
Gentle
and
Mates
especially at
may
the
be
highest
favorite,
of
but
levels,
how clean can they be in their
and
very
see like
first
the aerial
match?
play, and see how much like in a 3v3 setting it really is just like football in the sense that like it's got to be full motion amongst the 3 players and the rotations not only in the offensive zone but back in the defense. Like I think that's when people start to realize the layers to like especially competitive Rocket League.
Beat a MENA team to start things off as well. 3-1 over Rule 1. And then they also beat Falcons 3-0. They took down both MENA teams, the representatives from the Middle East. And they both fell to the Gentle Mates. So Twisted Minds, are they just going to be the 3rd team to go down to them?
Right? And Ahmad is the guy to watch because he was on that OG Rule 1 roster that contended against Falcons. That was basically their biggest rival. And then once he left Rule 1, this is now a new project with Mawson, with SMW, where Mawson also, you know, attended Worlds, but with Rule 1 and not making playoffs, he had a very good run.
Yeah, but even like where I'm playing right now in Diamond, there's really not that much done in the air.
But when you
Like the player base is big enough that you really get to learn little by little as you like progress through.
And there's also quick learning that can be had as well because of the fact that there's only a couple of those MENA spots. And when you look at MENA, they've got some incredible players, but they do typically switch around in the top teams. Like you said, there's a lot of cross-pollination between Rule 1, between Twisted Minds, between Falcons as well, and anybody else historically who's been in MENA. And going all the way back to Sandrock too, you've got...
Well, the good news is when you talk about simply a player base, it is a game that still attracts a younger player base. You've got the OGs who have played forever that were kids that are now starting to become like adults, right?
Oh, he's off the ceiling for the bump on SMW, but that's
And then you've got like the newer age of like the young kids whose like parents played back originally when it was super acrobatic, robotic cars or whatever the fuck it used to be called. You know what I mean? Like
hunting people around. Twisted Minds are very uncomfortable. Itachi missed the corner boost, so maybe
yeah, I mean the game's been around for a while.
Out of him and maybe someone else, but with the demos continuing on to Twisted Minds,
and it's still a game that it's
80 seconds
suitable for kids, right? Like the violence is the demos. It's also in the sense of it's a relatively short game when you play it online. It's only 5 minutes at a time. So it's good for like shorter attention spans or people who aren't gonna, you know, play Apex and grind for a couple hours to play like 8-9 games. You know what I mean? You can play 8-9 games in an hour depending on the rate of play.
Just wide, Ahmad wanted to get the dunk. Sees SMW middle, got about 80 boost, backboard blocked. Itachi's going to be the man to clear it away, and Gentle Mates are very firm at defense, holding that 1-0 lead.
Oh, a dangerous cross, and SMW decided to abandon the corner boost. To just
I would really like to see them upgrade to UE to Unreal Engine 5, if I'm being honest. I'm hoping with Epic, you know, kind of recently doing the update for Fortnite, that maybe they see the potential, because I do think Rocket League is a esport that I think if you grow it and like scale it correctly, it could be around still for another 10, 12, 15 years, especially with its popularity in like the EMEA and like even like the minor regions. It's still a popular game for a player base.
Can barely keep this ball up, and now Gentle Mates will land this down to take game 1, 1-0.
No messing around there either from Gentle Mates. Normally you see a team that feels comfortable, maybe bounce the ball around a little bit, pass it between each other, just keep it up at 0 even though they're in the lead. None of that. Just with a 1-0, Gentle Mates clearly feeling, all right, we've got that win, we then move on to the next. No chance for Twisted Minds to get a cheeky one coming back towards them. But decent play, I think, overall from both teams. If Gentle Mates managing
Well, the other thing is it's got a really good ecosystem. And again, I think part of that is because it attracts to kids, so you see it played a lot, like a lot of like middle school and high school leagues across the world.
Like Twisted Minds, because yes, they're not the quote favorite out of the region, but neither were Gentle Mates last major. They went upset everybody, and Twisted Minds haven't won a regional in MENA. That's been all Falcons all day, and that region has been roster mania of Rule 1 disappearing, those players dispersing, and Ahmad who gets away from his 2/3 of Rule 1 to be with this team. And is this the iteration of Twisted Minds that can really push the envelope against Europe?
Yeah. I think Europe needs to be a little bit more scared than they normally are coming into these lands where I don't think I have rated G2 above 3rd the entire
Music kind of
season
slaps,
so
not gonna
far.
lie.
And yet, when we were doing our power rankings, I put G2 up there. They're in 2nd for me. They are a terrifying team. Europe is not sitting on the throne as comfortably as normal, and that is a cracking chance for teams like Power, who earlier on managed to beat Oxygen, for Twisted Minds, to look at a couple of weak openings and take their chance.
I wonder if we're gonna have a longer break when
Twisted Minds was only 1-0, and this floats over to Ahmad. It's a touch over to SMW.
first round is done. Nice shot.
Can't get there with 0 boosts, and Twisted Minds get their first goal of the series.
And look, SMW here, you might think, okay, it's been a little bit silly because he slows down a smidge. The reason why, he sees Juicy land, and if Juicy starts to accelerate...
Because what? Who do we have left on the other channel? Falcons SSG, which should be a good game.
Juicy hesitates for 0.1 of a second, lets his finger off the accelerator, slows down, and with 0 boost, he then can't get to that ball.
I think that series tells us a lot about SSG, because I do think Falcons take it, but the question is how many games can SSG take up off of them?
And Twisted Minds have a very slow, careful play.
Or maybe even have them pull off the upset, who knows, right?
Confidence. I think it's better to be sure and to play slow so that you don't mess things up or overextend, because that's how a team like Gentlemates can just fly the ball over your head and score. So Twisted Minds finding those passes, but Itachi finds the back of the net to tie it up.
A routine, lovely play in the back corner. Juicy can dunk on Mawson with very high boost. Ahmad has to stay completely grounded too, leaving it open for Itachi with nothing in the tank to just slot it above him. Between Ahmad and the crossbar, Gentlemates find their first.
Gentlemates, they know how to respond. They only won the first game by 1, but a win's a win, and judging by their faces, they're not too worried.
A win's a win.
Tachi protecting the backboard there, and Ahmad sensed weakness. He sensed fear, and then the ball just
SMW, bump onto Seiko. I thought Mawson was closer on the follow-up.
Ahmad playing a very safe back defensive third.
Honestly, I like this team because Ahmad does play like a very cautious third, which allows for Mawson and SMW to really feel more comfortable pushing forward. And Ahmad's like consistent as like that third back too, like really doesn't overcommit or like make mistakes on reads.
Mawson, 60 boost, a dunk on Itachi does not materialize, but pressure really starting to build for Twisted Minds. A shot bottom corner. Not quite making it in, but a statement of intent from the Mina Monsters.
SMW is also going off the ceiling with like 10 boosts. Like, okay, let them cook. If Twisted Minds can find the rebounds, they can maintain that pressure. That's when you can make Gentlemates really panic. Except Seiko needs to be stopped, and SMW picks his moment. Juicy picks the corner, and
nice.
Itachi gets demoed. So I like the Twisted
The only thing is, as the
Minds
respawn that comes back into the defensive side, SMW, Ahmad, I think, hit that away from him.
Making sure that the second shot that's going to come in very
Why?
quickly isn't going to be the one. A 50. Juicy, perfect positioning. Right place, right time. Keeps this as a 1-all. SMW has to go up, being challenged on the ceiling by Juicy. A dunk, bit too much power on it, but does find Seiko the other side.
So far, going into the second half, 1-1. Mawson carrying, looking for the bump, chasing Juicy. Mawson steals the corner boost, and Gentlemates are running on fumes. It's only really Seiko with boost. So going for demos, doing everything they can for Gentlemates to reset the field and find their boost, find a moment to strike back, and there it is. SMW gone, and Juicy with
Ahmad
to strike through the hearts of Twisted Minds, but they defend well.
There's a double shot too coming out from Gentlemates. It makes it very awkward for Twisted Minds to defend, but they do so valiantly. Ahmad wanted to shoot over the top of Juicy, but Juicy dives in, no boost. Seiko, shot towards target, and a demo, it's just wide. But using his flip to destroy the man is evil on another level.
He was trying to get around Itachi, not able to do so.
Now having turned on
SMW!
Again.
So close.
For both sides.
Twisted Minds love that post, but so do Gentlemates, and they even got a demo. That net was open. Juicy taking it up high, forcing SMW to jump up, get a hand up. And Gentlemates They got boost. They got firepower. Here's Seiko crossing it from the net.
Oh my goodness!
Itachi buying time, keeping it up and getting it to Juicy. This post is
wow.
getting it.
This net is not going to be rectangular anymore. It's going to be bent into a circle by the time these teams are done with it. Minute remaining. Both sides having massive claim to a win. A shot low from Ahmad. Midfield, nothing from it. Seiko now sending it right-hand side. Juicy up high. Chance for a reset, but flubs the ball. Gives possession to Mossen. And now the three Twisted Mind players can work their way out. Ahmad reset, goes high. A block from Juicy. Another block from Juicy. A slobber knocker for both teams.
Mossen got demoed and Gentlemates relieved that pressure. Able to fight back 25 seconds. Seiko with another. There's so many demos coming out of Gentlemates. Is it netting goals? We'll have to see. Juicy doesn't have enough boost to get to the ceiling. He'll steal the corner. Itachi is up next. Gentlemates are taking all the boost in the world to just pick up the pace. And it has to happen now. 8 seconds before OT. Juicy,
oh my goodness!
At the 5-second mark, Gentlemates will go to match point soon.
Gorgeous shot
wow.
from Seiko. Receiving it from Juicy as well. The
damn.
final chance that they had realistically in game 2 going their way. But a kickoff for Twisted Minds in 5 seconds. You've seen bot kickoffs. It's an awkward one though. You can't really get it. S&W actually faking it out. Ahmad with control of that ball gets it long at 100 boost. Mossen beaten by Seiko, but with low boost for him. Just a block on the ground. Precisely what the doctor ordered in the end. And Gentlemates up by 2. But my God, Lemon, that goal is beaten within an inch of its life with the amount of crossbar and post hits.
Yeah, 11 shots to 9 in favor of Twisted Minds, where Gentlemates, they controlled the boost. They got a lot of demos, and Twisted Minds did too. I think it was great that both defenses kept the.
All right, we're not quite into game over here, so we'll stay on gameplay.
That space, but once Gentlemates got control of boost and really had Twisted Minds panic, Twisted Minds, I got to commend them. They did well for kind of low boost offenses that they had, but really the MVP is the post.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But then you look actually at those stats, as you said, it was 11 shots for Twisted Minds and a single goal. It's around a 10% shooting accuracy. Gentlemates, they sit a similar amount. What did they have? They had 9 shots and 2 goals. They're sitting about 20%, but even then, it's still below average for both these teams. The defense was great, but that so easily could have been a 4-5 series. So easily, or game rather. And I think both sides are quite happy that it did not end up needing either of them to chase it. But Twisted Minds now need to chase this individual game to then try and push for that reverse sweep in this series. Gentlemates need one more to then secure a spot with a very good seed, going 3-0 in the Swiss.
Oh my God, SMW started breaking ankles, and Ahmad was just a second too late, realizing the window of opportunity.
Come on, Twisted Minds, give us a series, man. The games have been good. Honestly, this is kind of like reminiscent of most of the tournament so far. Like a lot of the games have been good. Even the Team Obula versus BDS series, the 1 versus 16. Even though it was a sweep, like they were good games.
That's how Gentlemates didn't see it coming, couldn't defend. But ever since then, they downloaded the Twisted Minds team play, and now there's just been layer after layer of members of Gentlemates protecting this net.
We're also seeing Twisted Minds wanting to get rid of all of those layers, peeling them away by going for the bumps and the demos. They've become much more prevalent in game 3 already. We're like 30 seconds in at a time, and Seiko
nice passing play.
Slicing the net in half and smashing it top bins.
And that's what you love about Gentlemates is they go for not tougher passes, but at least in the last game, it was like these air dribble passes, like mid-air, that they're just like psychologically in sync. And then for Seiko to find that momentum and still slot it at the perfect spot. And guess what? Not on the post. Gentlemates, you're seeing cleaner and cleaner Rocket League out of them, and look, back to back.
Tell you what, we're seeing Gentlemates come through with so many more reactionary shots, I feel. Twisted Minds maybe choreographing a little bit too much. And then Gentlemates, they get a chance, they send it. They want to make sure that Twisted Minds do sit back in their own net because it suits their gameplay to a T. Get that aggression and make sure they can push. Seiko taking some brilliant shots, flipping past the ball on that win off the kickoff. But we said that Twisted Minds are going to be chasing the series, chasing the game. They're chasing the goals now at this point. 2-0 down with only a minute gone.
Great comms out of Gentlemates of going for the reset, faking, and oh man, Gentlemates, good defense so far. And yeah, the fake, and that's Seiko missed touch, and Juicy was there to maybe capitalize on that, and Gentlemates still only at 2-0, but Twisted Minds, they just can't handle the heat. Mawson with no boost, can't do much about this. Look at Juicy giggle his way to a 3-0.
All the guys on Gentlemates very happy with how that one went, because Mawson, it's not a good position for him. 0 boost, balls up and sort of behind him, has to get the awkward post bounce. And with that one, it's going to
This has kind of gotten disappointing quick. Not gonna lie, chat.
A stark difference, Lemon, to what we saw in game 2.
Not quite ready for game over on SSG side.
It's just cleaner and cleaner out of Gentlemates. When they take
This is just
shot,
momentum working
it's
its
gone
like
in, and Twisted Minds,
working its action
they're
for
uncomfortable.
Gentlemates.
Like having to dive across the net and just having no space to work with. Like, look how much Juicy. He can just use the backboard. All 3 of Twisted Minds have no boost, and they're not in position, but they got a lot of heart. Mawson gets the pass. Amadu takes the shot, and Seiko not only defends, but has a long clear down to the blue half.
Getting it long, though, does just give pressure all the way back over towards Twisted Minds, but the midfield again, sight for more battles. Right-hand wing with Seiko. Putting it a little bit long, but Mawson can clear it away. And we see that pressure really starting to build here. Where have those demos gone? From earlier on in the game, we mentioned them and said how impressive they were going to be and maybe how important they were going to be.
They're just letting Gentlemates absolutely walk them down into their zone.
Potentially final game. The Gentlemates have made sure that they will not be
They just don't seem to have any fight to them on the defensive end the way they did early on.
That are coming their way, because when I think you get demoed by a team, you start to look over your shoulder and not at the ball just
Nice
as much.
pass.
Great pass from Itachi to find Seiko.
Second touch probably not needed there. Juicy probably could have put a shot on target from there, but
it's fully Gentlemates.
Juicy, Seiko finding the corner boost. You see Twisted Minds just running on nothing, gonna do what they can defensively, but how do you keep up with Gentlemates when they play like this?
Pure vibes, pure Rocket League. 1, 2, 3. Back into the net. It's the 4th for Gentlemates. 2 minutes remaining. If this is ranked, people in chat, half your teammates say GG, go next and forfeit.
No one's really talking out of Twisted Minds.
wow.
You don't need to think, or you don't need to talk. You
There's
need
Ahmed.
to think through the
Able to get
kickoff.
themselves
You
one.
get one at least.
That's why you don't forfeit, ranked teammates. 4-0, yes, it's a tough one, but you can still get a couple of goals back. Give me that precious XP for the rocket pass. 2 minutes, 3 goals now for them to chase.
The rocket pass. I need my recolors.
Like we've seen out of Twisted Minds with almost perfect play out of Gentlemates. Like, it feels like every shot, every pass they've done has been let by. Twisted Minds are a step behind. They really need to break up these passes, or this score is just going to get uglier. Even Gentlemates not really being tested defensively. Itachi against SMW. Mod ready off the back wall. SMW wins possession back against Juicy, playing the mind games, gets the pass to Mawson, who gets the demo, but not the ball. And this will go into the net. Twisted Minds back to square one.
Ahmad now removing Itachi from the pitch entirely. And those demos, I'd love to see them come back. Give Twisted Minds that more aggression to their play. A long shot by Ahmad, finding nobody but Juicy. Mawson all could touch into the center. It's a lot of stray touches from Twisted Minds. Yes, it's got down the pitch, but they burned 30, 40, 50 boost on that single push, and it's not led to anything.
Twisted Minds have to get some offense going, or the time is going to get away from them, and then Gentlemates can just play a more conservative defense if they want to keep.
I mean, I feel like they're already playing more conservative. I feel like they kind of went into more conservative mode once they're up 4-0. Because they aren't pushing so much forward into the blue half, but they aren't really allowing them much room past the 50.
Still trying to make magic happen.
And the defense looks really solid.
Twisted Minds can't keep pressure.
3 goals to chase before they had 2 minutes to do so. Now just 20 seconds. Gentlemates with a 3-0 here have done what they needed to do to get the most preferential seed possible. They came through as 3rd seed in Europe, and now they're going to be going through in that 3-0 group into round number 2. It's a great push for them. Twisted Minds, a lot to learn from, but Europe in these 2 games that we have seen most recently on this alternate stream is very much on top, not dropping 1 today.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are taking the right steps, but then Gentlemates start their first match with a sprint.
All right.
that space station. It seems that space and camera there. Weird catch there, but they're going to be on. I mean, Coin's trying to lose. Coin's trying to lose on this one.
I mean, I wouldn't say the Coin's trying to lose. SSG, they could get the job done, but you really have to play your best ball that you played all year. They're going to have to be efficient to every single bit of the tee. Any bit of mistakes, and you're getting punished.
We'll see what happens here, folks. 64% of you think that the Falcons got it. There's a clear favorite here, but SSG, they have forced upsets before.
All right.
They do it again. We saved the best match of round 1 for the end here.
Falcons
folks.
versus SSG, y'all.
We'll finally go to Champions Field. MENA versus North America. Falcons versus SSG to close out round 1.
2 teams and 1 dream. Make it out of Swiss and see the crowd here at the Copper Box. The Falcons stole the hearts of everybody.
Wait, isn't there a crowd there Friday?
They finish in Copenhagen, but
Or is the crowd there only Saturday and Sunday? I thought there was a crowd Friday.
Handed in every performance we've seen, but finally we get them on LAN. Can they live up to the hype?
Yeah, it wasn't too easy for SSG getting here. There was a quarterfinals appearance in the final open qualifier of the season in North America, but finally they made it through to LAN and once breaking their quarterfinal curse against G2 and Gen G. And they can be a dangerous opponent. They've got players who are more than capable of taking the fight to Team Falcons, but this is not the start they wanted. I assumed Russ was going to score.
Galeers, what was that?
Fair assumption. It looked like it was going to go
Wide
through,
open net.
but you can't discount Space Station. Also, it is early stages. Falcons trying again, though.
Or it's Killers. That's right. Sorry, it's Killers.
And there it is. The Hawkster defense we were all waiting to see coming out in the early stages of game 1.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to do a lot more than that over the next few minutes, though. But here he comes down forwards. Killers almost gets an own goal there onto the post. It's a little bit shaky so far from Falcons. We had the Ruas miss, then the Killers almost open goal, or sorry, almost own goal. I can't speak. I'm shocked.
TRK past the middle.
A minute gone, no goals.
It's not quite the start people I think would have expected from Falcons, but granted, when you've got your
The one thing I can feel like could be a
so long to finally
problem for this Team Falcons squad on like the global stage is like who's their third back right now?
Everybody, like we heard Gibbs made mention to, had them in their
Killers?
top 4, top 3 even. Pros all across NA.
I feel like not really a role that Killers is normally like known for being able to enable his teammates.
Finally earned that opportunity, and it seems to be going well.
Last time around, Team Falcons only lost to Gentlemates, who went on to win the entire thing. So another extremely dangerous Swiss opponent as Hoxer makes another huge save. Ruas asks Hoxer again. So many saves. He's racking them up so far. Gets his team into a counter. Here's LJ. Almost gets the flip reset. In comes Ruas. So Space Station on the counter are showing some fangs, but so far it's Team Falcons that looks a little bit more likely to get this opening goal.
Yeah, it's definitely just been Falcons trying to hold SSG.
Okay, LJ.
But they get the breakaway. It was LJ up on
Tries
the
to go flat there to be able to pinch that thing basically back
match,
towards the net.
But
But
found their way through any net. TRK from the ceiling tried to carry this one down. It's a great sense of pressure from one to the other, but immediately SSG gets sent back mid.
And Team Falcons, despite 1 or 2 unlikely mechanical errors for a team that have gone flawless this season, are spreading out well. They're not looking overawed by the occasion. They look like they're capable of taking this fight to Space Station Gaming as expected. Space Station Gaming have been growing into this one. They're starting to get some time in the blue half. It's exactly what they would have wanted, and I think they'll be happy with how this game has started.
I would be very happy if I was on Space Station right now. I think they look very in control of themselves, which is a good thing. You don't want.
I think after this game, I might prepare some soup chat.
Great save there from Chicago.
Because we'll be getting ready for nice shot. We'll be getting ready for round number 2.
Killers forces this one through.
Finally, Falcons.
Or maybe I'll make some sandwiches. I don't know.
Did all right, but his clearance wasn't quite good enough. And while Hoxer got a touch, it wasn't to be the.
I feel like I should probably do sandwiches if we're being honest.
They have that goal. Maybe that will settle their nerves because I'd say in the macro they were playing okay. The micro, the decision making wasn't quite there for them until that moment. Now suddenly Killers has the ball. He gets the challenge towards Ruas. It could be 2 early doors, and it is.
This is the Falcons that everybody was expecting to see in those first few minutes of this game 1. A very quick and speedy and high pressure team that just catches the defense off guard. And well, now if you're Space Station, you're down by 2. You got to find a way to kind of get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, I'd say that Hoxer is the player they'll be looking to, but not if he concedes a third from the kickoff. It's suddenly a disaster from Space Station.
This is not what you want. It was just Hoxer's positioning on that one was a little off, and it made Chicago just too late, and unfortunately, it just extends that lead continuously. Now 3-0, less than 2 minutes to go.
We do have the twins on Team Falcons. All of them incredible 1v1 players as well for this team, so no surprise that kickoffs they have locked down. And right, this may well be the quickest 4 goals after no goals I think I've ever seen.
What the fuck is going on?
G thought they were gonna do in those last 16 seconds.
Yeah, that's what they were talking themselves through after the tech pause. Yeah, wasn't quite to be for them, but Team Falcons, I mean, wow, that's how you continue momentum.
Yeah, they command it. I feel like they've been doing this since Copenhagen. It's very obvious that this team, once they figure someone out, they find a way to make someone slightly uncomfortable in positioning. They just continue on with it. This one from the backboard down.
Another one. 5? 5? 5!
Holy shit ball. And keep it going. 5-0. Could we see a Brazil?
I mean, we might see more than that at this point, because, I mean, there was one demo from Moras as he was rotating out, and Space Station, everything fell apart from them in that moment. There was no answer to that Team Falcons decision-making. And yeah, it's 5. This one's dead. I think if I'm Space Station, I'm trying to think of taking some momentum into game 2, get something going, but it's proving impossible. They can't even touch the ball at the moment, Hercules.
No, they've made
if y'all are gone, I'll leave it open.
so far away from this ball. This is the most we've seen. It's an attempt to pass from one to the other, all the way to the end of the field. Here comes LJ with a shot, and that's the player that really most people's eyes are on to try and take control of this game, but the longest clear on Earth doesn't find its way in, but a minute left. Might be too much.
Yeah, I was just thinking, is that going to be 6? Is that going all the way in? But nah, Space Station Gaming had it covered. Far be it from me to question their defending. I think the biggest issue that they've shown is that kickoffs is something that Falcons are...
Nice shot. 6-0. Yo, Space Station Gaming's got to pull their heads out of their asses.
As you mentioned, once they do get that bit between their teeth, they just don't stop. The shooting was, I'd say the warning signs were there at the start of this game, but I'm just confused what this has turned into. It didn't start like this.
No, it didn't. And I think one of the biggest differences that I've noticed from the first half of this game to this last minute or so is Space Station's third man is very close up to that midfield line. I think Falcons have taken notice, and they know that sending 2 people up, forcing that 50 and winning it, these are easy centers to just keep taking shots for themselves. There's
wow, nice pass to...
This one goes through. It's exactly what I said. It's just outpacing Space Station and teeing each other up for one goal after the other.
It's tiny bumps as well. I feel like Space Station just seems to be going, either by coincidence or by design, completely on Falcon's rotation line. So they go, oh, I'll get a little nudge at you. And that's just taking the defender out of the game enough.
This thing has gotten out of hand, chat.
7-0. And I feel like I've barely even blinked. I feel like I've barely even taken stock of the situation.
Bro, I thought TRK was about to bounce that thing back.
It will be 8. It won't be 8, not quite. But just, what? This is a complete collapse.
Yeah.
My brain's still catching up with what I'm seeing here.
It's a tough thing to process if you're an SSG fan, especially because you know that they...
Hey, you know what? Maybe they're using up all their goals here. Law of averages means you can only score so many, right? Right?
I hope not. I hope this is what
I hope this isn't it.
I mean, part of the plan.
there's a lot of time left in the series to come back, but I do got to give the credit to the Falcons. 7-0 in game 1 is extremely impressive, and just a continuation of the consistency that we saw back in Copenhagen.
Yeah, they all got on the... Actually, they didn't even get on the scoreboard. TRK didn't get himself a goal in that one, just Killers.
He didn't need
with
to.
5 goals for Killers. I'm curious how many games we've had 5 goal scorers in. If anyone's got Killers in the fantasy, you'll be very happy right now. That has given you a huge lead. In a 7? 7? It was 7. Did I lose count? It was 7. It was 7. A 7.
Bro, TRK was just vibing.
Team Falcons, and I am sugar.
Just out there driving.
He was chilling. He was watching.
He was like,
he was one of the eggs on the side.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure the twins just celebrated their birthday, so this could also be like a birthday buff thing.
I see.
There's all the... You guys want to talk conspiracy theories? There's one.
Well, 7 goals to none. I mean, we're going to run out of highlight time here in the mobile one.
It's really just a montage for them to post later.
Yeah, I mean, for Space Station though, I mean, we need to be a little bit serious. There were some disappointing kickoffs from them, and then I think you're right. I think they tried to chase the game a little bit too much rather than just getting themselves into the series. And suddenly you can see a couple more. It's 4, it's over, suddenly it's 5. You know, I think that's what happened there.
Yeah, I think right now Space Station is just a little bit uncomfortable. Granted, it is first LAN for them, right? It's been this huge build up to this moment. Pressure could also just be a bit much right now, and you got to kind of get back into the swing of things. I think the last time we saw these Space Station players was at the last World Championship. And it was a top 8 placement, I believe, so it's been a while. And it's fair to say, you know what, refresh, game number 2, it could be a new dawn, new day.
All right, we'll give them 1. I mean, I'm not quite sure I buy that, considering they're all experienced.
I'm trying to give
a little bit of enabling there for Space Station Gaming. I think they should be a little bit disappointed with that first game, losing by 7. But game 2 has started off with Team Falcons in the ascendancy yet again. TRK wants to get involved into this one. Killers tries to go around this ball.
I mean, if you're SSG and you can bounce back and win game 2, it doesn't matter what the score is, right? Series score is still 1-1. Even if this is a 1-0, 2-1, low-scoring affair.
Every time as double flip resets are coming in now.
I think right now SSG has to be, and I'm sure that they are, extremely aware of how mechanical every individual player on the Falcons are. And I think on the opposing end, a lot of people tend to just say LJ is that extremely mechanical player. It feels like it's like a 1v3 in this situation almost. But Chicago and Hawks are extremely talented and ones in their respective rights as well. But I feel like it could be a case of almost like coming down to these 1v1 challenges where Team Falcons just beat out SSG every time.
I don't mind this at all as well. Space Station Gaming not trying to outdo Team Falcons for pace. They're not letting their egos play the game right now. They've made a conscious decision to slow things down, I feel. Roas, though, if he beats Chicago here, suddenly Falcons could be in on the counter. Chicago's in. Gonna get the pass towards Hoxer. No, it's wrong. Now it's 2v1. TRK over the top of Hoxer. This could be a continuation of the disaster of game 1 for Falcons. If they can finish it here, it's a great touch defensively. And even before the goals last
Falcons still spending a bunch of time down here on this side of the field. Space Station Gaming just can't get like out of their half right now.
Hoxer has the capability to make these miracle plays that impact this team so much, but same can be said for Killers. From game 1 to game 2, he just continues to find his way into the SSG side.
Oh, look at that, the flip reset, and just the control that he shows there.
Wow.
Almost a floating, standing start, barely any momentum, and still able to send that ball into the top corner. It's brilliant there from Killers.
He just looks so confident and at ease almost. It almost feels like there are no nerves right now for the Falcons, where on the likes of SSG, there is a lot of pressure to perform. And because you've had yourselves hyped up for so long and you finally made it, it is a little bit rougher in the sense. But right now, finding any sort of space to make a play is what you want, and Falcons aren't allowing that.
Killers is going to send this one to the side where TRK is waiting. Still yet to score, TRK.
Woo!
That might change here. He gets around it. It's almost there. It's off the post. Chicago has to stay alert. He does. Stay alive. Wow. Space Station Gaming have avoided doing what happened in game 1, which conceding 1, then conceding immediately from the kickoff. Now they're yet again in a game.
This is very intense, seeing 2 Falcons players go up and try and almost harass that last man on defense, but it's a great breakaway here from LJ up over to Hoxer to the backboard. It's double tap opportunity.
Oh, nice shot from Hoxer. Better save from Killers.
Potentially of things to come though for Space Station Gaming. Killers has no boost. Still beats his opponent to the ball. Chicago's been moving. It's good play. TRK up against.
Oh, Hoxer was looking for it. LJ finishes it, and we're tied up at 1.
This is who you want to see scoring if possible, but even better than that is the sheer amount of teamwork that it took to get this ball not only towards the net, but into it. Finally, Space Station onto the board, tie things up, looking a lot better than they did in game 1.
Yeah, Team Falcons, not impenetrable, but you have to put in so much work to get even a shooting chance against them, let alone a goal. That indeed has happened. Hoxer sends it long, follows it to the ceiling. Hoping Roas will make a mistake here. Roas though knew exactly what TRK wanted. So the ball to fall to him. Big demo comes in from Hoxer on TRK. Roas gets away with it again. Suddenly it seems like Team Falcons are the one that are a little bit low on boost. And Space Station are starting to dictate.
Space Station are looking a lot quicker in rotations to getting to this ball. TRK tried to 50 this one forward. LJ and Chicago were back on it, and there it is. Hoxer immediately back up and over to Chicago, and that's what you want to see. So much quicker with the connections on this ball, forcing Falcons to be a little bit slower and methodical.
Hoxa's getting a lot of time.
Gee, what a passing play from SSG.
I love this play.
LJ says, I'll take that. The give, the go. TRK almost gets to it, too. SSG up with 69 seconds left in the game.
Right now, unfortunately,
Nice.
Space Station can't win a 1v1 on the Falcons, but they can win a 2v1.
Yeah, they can. The passing play seems to be key for Space Station Gaming. Having the bravery to play in front of the ball as well. Hoxa, potentially the key, but here comes Ruas down the other side. Still a minute remaining. Space Station Gaming ain't won nothing yet. CRK sends that one back to the center, leaves it for Killers. Chicago on the sidewall. LJ just chasing Ruas, trying to block him as much as possible. He and TRK combined to just smush that ball to the side. One more for Space Station would be lovely, and these bumps are important.
Yeah, these bumps are actually very impactful as far as the Falcons are concerned in slowing Space Station down and trying to recreate opportunity. But Space Station has the same idea. The bumps are coming through. 30 seconds left to go. Can Falcons tie things up?
Ball's loose in the center. It's won there by Chicago. Excellent pace. The experienced man on the Space
They
Station.
still got
Gaming
time.
team.
They have the room. TRK with the bump. LJ avoids it, gets the save.
Sends it forwards again. 10 now. Team Falcons have to score now, or they concede this second game. Ruas, he beats him. TRK's almost there. TRK's waiting in front. He's chasing down the defender. Killers over.
Oh, LJ with another big save.
LJ makes his statement. Space Station Gaming have almost taken
Wow.
game 2. Now they have. They're right back in it.
Signs of life from a team that looked hopeless in game number 1. Game 1, 7-0. Game number 2, only a
right, I got a
goal
chat.
deficit for Falcon. Space Station take the lead and hold on to it in the last remaining moments of that game number 2. Huge improvement there, but you gotta make mention to LJ. He was everywhere all at once, and that is exactly who you want to have signs of life.
Yeah, ominous for Team Falcons as well. 666 points there for LJ. If that's not a statement, then I'm not quite sure what is from him. I mean, he was looking like a demon on the pitch as well. I mean, he was making saves. He was getting goals, but when Killers scored this one, I was thinking, oh boy, this is going to be Team Falcons to lose.
I think Space Station have become much more aware of how much they were starting to feed Killers, and the fact that TRK would go up so much for those bumps. Now being able to transition out of it was a great sign from SSG, but an even greater sign was how well they worked together to get around the defense. They figured a plan out, they found a way to create their own space, but I don't know, I'm scared the Falcons might have taken note of that.
Yeah, for sure. I think we'll see maybe a slightly tweaked style of Falcons here. I mean, they'll still be uber aggressive. They'll still be looking to score 5, 6, 7 goals if they possibly can, although, of course, that's not always manageable for them. But maybe that the balance will be a tad different, because they did let gaps behind them there that Space Station Gaming expertly utilized, for the record. But it does lead to a very intriguing game 3.
Oh, game number 3 has officially commenced, and it starts out with a demo and an air dribble through from none other than LJ, the one that everyone was waiting to wake up on offense. He is officially here.
Oh, that is lovely. Reminiscent of Killer's goal in the last game, just pushing it upwards into that top right corner. And suddenly it's Space Station Gaming that are making all the statements. What a start from them in game 3.
That is a great start for SSG. Can they turn this into 2? It's a slow play from Hoxer. Tried to get the ground 50. This one goes out in a pinch. Lets Falcons take their transition.
It's crazy because watching game 1, you feel like that game could have lasted half an hour and Space Station Gaming wouldn't have even made a dent. And then now, a couple of games later, suddenly they are looking like the superior team. But Team Falcons have managed to build themselves back up. There's almost a boost steal there from Killers. He might not even need it. Gets it over the goal line. So it was alert. LJ's just waiting. Trying to get himself involved again as Hoxer goes to the backboard. Ruas takes it away. It's down to the more nitty-gritty of the game, which Team Falcons will like. They'll like these challenges, these 50s. They'll feel that's a gameplay they can be superior in.
Yeah.
Ruas goes forwards, and he gets it.
I was going to say, you talk about how the Falcons want to almost be challenged. It kind of forces them to step up and be a little bit more aggressive, because there you have it again. It was TRK all over the field. He goes for one demo on the left side, then swaps into the center, says, I'll get the bump. Everybody, your one goal is keep that ball moving forward. And the plan worked out great. Now he's going to try and get one of his own. Tries to go low on LJ. This one not quite through, and it remains a tied game.
I feel like Team Falcons certainly seem to have some of the fastest comms in the game. I'll continue in a second because LJ, this is continuing his one-man mission against Team Falcons.
Oh man, I've been waiting for this player to wake up. I wanted to see LJ on LAN, the musty through as well to get the power on that one, almost 100 kilometers per hour on it too. Space Station, they put themselves in a lead once again, no longer struggling to find responses.
Chicago now at the right side. And we'll go for Space Station, which just gives them a little bit more comfort. LJ takes another touch. We've seen some supreme performances today. First from Yan earlier on, and now from LJ with Ruas and Killers in the middle of it as well. Individuals are stepping up today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you want to talk crazy individual performances, you got to even shout out players like Banana Head earlier in the day as well with OCE.
For sure.
Taking a win there. It is a crazy time for change right now.
Well, here comes Ruas, a man more than capable, but Hoxer prods it forward to Chicago, who can't quite get his shot on target. Killers had to avoid Chicago. Now Hoxer takes control of the situation, has the flip reset, does he? Leaves it to Chicago again, so the comms remain high for Space Station Gaming. Here is LJ, a full tank of boost. This is danger right now for Team Falcons. This time he just spoons it above the Team Falcons goal. He's trying to get some bumps too, so Space Station Gaming refusing to be bullied, getting some nudges and demos of their own now.
Yeah, they're looking so much more confident in what they are doing as far as challenging is concerned. They don't look uncomfortable by any means. Even with this transition coming from the Falcons, they're prepared defensively. Chicago, great touch there. TRK up next, and the backboard covered not by one, but by two.
They're teaming up Space Station Gaming. Always backing up their buddies. Here's Hoxer to the ceiling though. He wants to go solo. Killers is up for that. TRK might beat Chicago here. He just lets Chicago miss, in fact. Killers chain dashing his way to try and get behind Ruas. Ruas is the man that takes control of the ball. It's Killers wanting to keep Team Falcons as on this unbeaten streak that they've had since Copenhagen. There's TRK. There's a double fake there, but Chicago just nips the ball away. And all of these smart plays from Team Falcons, they're not quite falling for them. The last touch isn't there time after time. That might
told y'all Falcons used up all their goals in game one, chat. What'd I say?
Kerfuffle for Team Falcons defense right now.
Beautiful run. There's a lot of kerfuffle, but there's also a lot of patience. And I feel like that is where Space Station are thriving against the Falcons right now. You made mention Falcons are trying to come up with these like tricks and plays to throw SSG off, and SSG are just saying, if you wait a few moments, this ball will land into us, and then that transition out will be so much easier. And that's what we've seen time and time again.
It's like they let them tucker themselves out in that first game, and now they're reaping the rewards. But Team Falcon's still dangerous. Killers tees up with his teammate. I was going to fall to Ruas to the backboard. Beautiful control from him. Leaves it this side for TRK. The shot's there. It's almost good. LJ not just gets the save, also sends it forward. Does so much work. That is gorgeous from LJ.
This is such a great play for a number of reasons. It's not just the fact that LJ set up Chicago, but that pass to force Killers down to 0 boost, knowing that goal became wide open, and it was just a comfortable shot. Space Station go up by 2.
Space Station Gaming looking so much
crack me
more
open
now,
a monster.
like their online selves, but Falcons
for round
come
number
back.
2.
Killers has a chance. Killers puts them back in it. This game ain't over.
This is not over yet. Just under a
nice job by Ruas here.
Respond just moments
nice
after
pass.
Getting scored on, forcing Space Station to stay in luck.
Now we did see in game 1 about 6 kickoff goals in a row. Can Team Falcons dig just one more out? It's a default kickoff that's lost on purpose by Space Station towards LJ. Ruas reads it. TRK goes forward. He gets a demo as well. Chicago has to get this read and does. Ruas heads back. Chicago uses all of his boost just to send it back to the blue half. One more chance. You sense is coming up soon. Ruas at the edge will bump attempt. Instead it's going to be a double tap. So much in his locker. Falls to Killers. Team Falcons keep coming.
Extremely low boost though for Team Falcons, and Hoxer taking note of that. Even on low of his own, tries to make that transition out. Immediately sent back. LJ there to collect.
LJ, RJ, CJ.
Right now the Falcons.
DJ, go DJ.
Playing catch up, trying to match the pace of SSG. It's shot opportunity denied.
Nice save from
and
TRK.
SSG hold on to their 1 1-goal lead.
There was one imperfect touch from Ruas, and Space Station almost got the 2-goal lead back. Just waiting for a key mistake, a key error. Might not happen in the attack, though, for Falcons, but Hoxer, he gets it away. 1 second now. Ruas, he dunks it forwards. Killers is there. Can he get the touch? No, he can't. He's out of boost. TRK was arriving. It was read by Space Station.
All right, Space Station Gaming puts themselves on a series point.
Once again, low boost is the detriment of the Falcons, and SSG are taking note of that. They are forcing them to use everything in the tank, and then taking it all away from them. The game plan worked. SSG take another win, but more importantly, they take match point.
Chicago, who has seen and done it all pretty much in Rocket League, he must have been thinking, what is going on now after that first game? But to talk his team through, a turnaround in performances like this one has been stunning mental there from Space Station Gaming. And they started it now. I mean, when you got a player playing like LJ, it's much easier to bring yourself back into a series.
I mean, the difference is night and day when a player like LJ is able to step up offensively, when he's able to have the space to musty like this over into a net, and you can see the confidence just shining through. It is so much different for SSG, just vibe-wise, right? And that allows so much more room for confidence, especially against a team like Falcons, because that's what you need, is confidence.
So we've seen on the side of Space Station Gaming that LJ is clearly the man today. He is the one that's demanding that ball, that's going solo, that's got his mechanics working. Who is it going to be for Team Falcons? I mean, Killers has shown signs, but since those first couple of games, they've all gone a little bit flat.
Yeah, honestly, as much as people probably are looking to Killers to, you know, re-step up like we saw in games 1 and 2, right there, that shot is from the player I want to see, TRK. He's been extremely quiet, a little bit more passive than I think his teammates would have liked or are hoping for. I think him getting in on the action could make this team a much more threatening roster in this game 4.
Well, he's watching this one. He goes
TRK leaves it off first. I thought Ruas was going to be able to follow it up.
Just has to wait and go back again. It was almost perfect timing from him there. This time it's Killers. TRK in the center. Killers gets the dodge towards the center. So pushes it sideways. Team Falcons have certainly started game 4 better. Maybe refresh themselves mentally. The bump is good, and it's forced in by TRK.
Look, it's the one that I said. He really and truly needs to step up and get in on the action. That's exactly what he did. But that bump from Ruas, just allowing it to waterfall down. But again, TRK, he cheated up, pushed it forward and through, and Falcons take a lead.
I think Ruas actually got a wave dash on the side wall after hitting the ball as well, just
that
to generate even more power. Like Sonic the Hedgehog gearing something up and just going a million miles per hour. It's beautiful. And here is Ruas yet again. This time, let's take things slightly more the slow way. Manages to keep his flip and sends it forward. So, okay, we'll get that one back towards Killers. Volker's looking better again, but Space Station Gaming have been so dangerous on the
quick
counter.
response.
There's another one to add to the tally.
I gotta give huge props to Hoxer for that setup. I think they knew they wanted to do these big, long interception clears, and Hoxer put himself in such a great position to get that ball handed to him and slotted through Space Station, tie up game 4.
1-1, early doors. The game continues to improve. Hoxer sends that one long. Ruas almost sets up TRK, looking for a second, but TRK pulled away, didn't like the idea. Ruas clears it long. Team Falcons would love to just get that ball back in orange territory for a while. It's been too long as far as they're concerned since they've had sustained pressure. And a big part of it is because of how quickly Space Station Gaming are clearing the ball away.
Killers able to put that thing home. All right.
I mean, yeah, it is a poor touch, but it was a forced poor touch. I think Chicago could have been a little bit more powerful with it and forcing that ball through. Obviously, it goes in and Falcons take the lead, but now Space Station looking a little uncomfy on defense, and that's not what you want.
They've not been shaken by a Falcons goal for a few games now, though. Space Station Gaming, every time they've had one go against them, they've stepped right back up and equalized. Comes Hoxer trying to keep up that trend up against TRK. Chicago in the corner. Chicago almost gets it towards LJ. That's dangerous. It's risky from Chicago. I like the way Space Station are playing.
Nice.
That confidence. The shot comes in from LJ. It's saved to the corner. Hoxer's in the center. Killers has to try and float towards the ball and manages it at least for now. Hoxer almost over the top of Killers. This is a good period of play for Space Station Gaming. Looking again more like themselves after conceding. But Team Falcons now playing on the counter themselves almost get their own opportunity.
Really big clear here too. LJ trying to follow it from the ceiling down. Chicago had shot opportunity, but it got taken away. But Hoxer is going to keep it going. Again, sealing down, pass denied. Falcons starting to pick up on the patterns of what Space Station was doing to get around them, and now transition through to an almost open net. Ruas to extend the lead.
You don't always need to go for the flip reset. Sometimes it's that final little touch when you're stretching your car that just prods it over the opposition. And if you're as accurate and speedy as Ruas is, it's going to be enough. Team Falcons back 3-1 up.
We got just over half the match left to go. It's a big flick here from Chicago, but TRK manages to still keep this one out. And the Falcons re-find their momentum here. It's a big clear upfield into that net, and TRK.
They're popping off here.
Up and showing out. Falcons up 4-1.
Good morning, Sparkles. How you doing?
Falcons. The pass was, yeah, it wasn't a pass in the end. Ruas let it go in, but the play was nice.
I don't understand. Is this just proving that Falcons are like a momentum-based team?
Beginning to notice,
Is that the deal?
A bit of a trend that when Space Station truly lose momentum in a game, it really gets away from them quickly. They have to arrest that slide right now. We do not want, going into Game 5, another 7-1, you know, an 8-1, something ridiculous. And it's looking like it might become that. That save from Hoxer, even though they're 4-1 down, could be a big one. They have to keep Tool, though, here. Hoxer to the side yet again, doing more great defensive work. Chicago has to get this ball away. They're totally starved, Space Station Gaming. Team Falcons going for the kill. Killer's just waiting for that ball. Hoping the challenge will be good enough to get it over the goal line. Space Station Gaming have slowed things down, but yeah, they've definitely got to work on that.
Yeah, this is probably the most they've had room
I mean, to be
breathe,
fair, I've
and that is
been
definitely
through.
gonna be a
I think I'm
sigh
almost
of
up to a
relief
gallon and a half of
Chicago
water for the day
puts
already.
This one through, he just follows it from one end to the other. Of course, that attempt on a bump there was really, really massive. I don't know if he made complete
Well,
connection
thank
with Clears on it, but Space Station closing the
I have
gap.
had
love
some
what
soda
you
since
said
I've been
about
live,
that
so.
SSG, one of their faults is that it is so difficult for them to refine momentum once it's lost, and I feel like that is where Falcons thrive. They are able to refine it so many times and just keep going.
Yeah, they never quit, Team Falcons. They never give up. They never change their play style, for better or for worse. Killers wants to get that one towards his teammate. Here comes LJ, though, on the counter. He's got Ruas in front of him. It's over the top of Ruas, but no one's there. Ruas somehow recovered, got the read from directly beneath the ball, the hardest place to make the save of all. And here he comes again, still got boost. He seems to never be below 20, Ruas. Wave dashing away from that one, trying to chase down Chicago, who just managed to beat into the punch on that occasion. TRK comes in. Ruas has been picking up pads meanwhile. Space Station Gaming still 60 seconds. Chicago's chasing down Ruas. SSG have a chance still.
Yeah, hope isn't gone for them, not quite yet. 54 seconds is a lot more than 17, so there's definitely still a chance on this one, but you got to get out of your own half. You're air dribbling it low. If you're LJ and a pincher on the corner could give you some signs of life. It's a double tap centered over to Chicago. This one to the backboard.
Who are you cheering for today, Sparkles?
But it goes from one end to the
Who would you like to see advancing from Swiss? Actually, I guess we're not going to be seeing all of Swiss today, but still.
Desperately as they continue to get taken away.
So close there, Ruas. First he fakes his first touch, then he fakes his flip reset. Could have been a special little goal from him there, but still, Team Falcons have to remain resolute defensively. LJ to the ceiling. Fox is coming in. It's now or never for them. Chicago up against another defender. It's just going to fall to Killers, who should be able to steal enough seconds from this clock to give Team Falcons the game. No, suddenly Hoxer had a chance. Chicago has to sink this, and he doesn't. And finally, we're done. Couple of posters, couple
all right,
of chances.
we're going to a game 5, chat.
4-2 Falcons.
Oh man, well there you have it. The Falcons, even
I don't really
when
had any
faced
close
with
games.
a potential loss in round 1, say nope. We keep this going. Game 5, and I actually talked about this with you. I think we might have mentioned it off broadcast, but I said this is either a full sweep from the Falcons or this is actually going full game 5 between the two. There was no in between.
You were dead on. I mean, after the first game, I know which one I was thinking it was more likely to be. After the 7-0 or whatever it was.
Yeah, that one threw me off too.
The Space Station Gaming have rallied honorably, as have Team Falcons, because Space Station Gaming did seem at times to be frustrating them. But the mechanics came back for Team Falcons. Look at this. Look at the wave dash off the wall for Ruas. Gets so much pace, then gets the bump. It's a massive, massive turnaround moment in the series there from Ruas. And they went from strength to strength from there.
Yeah, I gotta give credit to TRK. He was the leader as far as scored points were concerned. 531, 6 shots alone from TRK. A huge step up from the, I believe, maybe 1 that we saw in game number 1, maybe a collective 2 between the first 2 games even. So the fact that everyone on the Falcons is now kind of stepped up a bit more offensively, that has just added a new challenge for Space Station
game
to
5
try
chat.
and defend.
Well, this is what we wanted between these 2 great teams. Champions Field opens its doors to Falcons and Space Station Gaming. It's been a series that swung wildly from end to end. Which version of these 2 are we going to see over the next 5 minutes? It's good so far from Falcons. Space Station Gaming, though, nice touch on the save.
This one could go either way. Who's going to put a point on the board first? This one, an attempt to clear out to mid, gets stopped and sent back by Killers. This one left for TRK to take a shot. It's LJ with the save. Dangerously close, more than he would have hoped, and Falcons keep the pressure on.
The last time these 2 played in London, it went all the way to Game 7. Space Station Gaming attempting the reverse sweep, and they couldn't quite get it. Falcons winning that Game 7. And now here we are, history almost repeating itself. It wasn't quite a reverse sweep, but it seemed like it would have to be after that first game was so dominant for Falcons. And here they find themselves on the cusp of another long, tough series. They can just reach out and claim.
The question is, which Falcons game or team do we see here, right? Because the 2 games they've won, they had a lot of possession in the field, efficiency as far as like shots on target. The other 2 games, not so much.
Well cleared again from Space Station Gaming.
Like you could even say there they had possession, but what was really like threatening towards the net in the 40 seconds they had possession down there on that orange half, right?
Is a great sign. Hoxer from the ceiling tries to center this one down over to LJ, but it's a great read there from, I believe it was TRK, and the clear comes through. Falcons once again on transition.
Killers is just waiting for this clearance. Chicago got an awkward touch on his own back wall there, which left him in a bit of a no man's land, and from that play, Team Falcons are still continuing to hammer down the door. Just look at the pace of them. Still they come forward. Chicago waits a second. You can't afford to do that.
Nice.
Team Falcons, there's one. It's Killers.
You take, you give, and well, Falcons claim all.
Man, because Chicago has nothing to deal with, tries to play off the back wall and can't.
And then allowing this one to be left. Killers just floating this
like,
one
it's kind of one of those all or nothing. You need that play to work to at least send it towards midfield, buy enough time for your other teammates to rotate over.
Space Station Gaming.
No dice, though.
Step themselves right back up. All eyes turn towards LJ. Is he able to conjure up just a little bit more magic from that bag of tricks? Not yet. First, Space Station Gaming will need the ball. Here's Killers. Again, trying to race around that corner, but LJ was alert to it, and now he has a chance. 36 boost. Hoxer in the center, wants to get it towards his teammate. Ruas just intercepts the 2 of them, teeing up Killers. Can't quite get around Chicago.
And that's what I gotta commend Falcons on, is how patient they've been on that back third, waiting for SSG to work together to get past them defensively. It's the patient game that is really paying off here. Half the game left to go officially. Could this be a second lead? No, not quite. It's
feels like these slower paced games have favored SSG. They need to at least find themselves one here, tied up.
Final here in London, here in the Copper Box. It's going to be the start of a new long journey. They can just continue to see things through against Space Station Gaming, but Space Station Gaming have yet again stepped up after conceding. Normally conceding 1, they're okay. Once it's a couple, they'll collapse. To avoid that happening, Chicago to the side. Killers just yet again waiting. Never a missing amount of patience for Team Falcons in their attack. TRK into the center. Ruas has a chance.
Nice. This is a security shot. Nice security goal there.
This one, I had a feeling it was coming, and it was namely because Hoxer
nice
went
pass
up
from
that challenge on
TRK.
extremely next to nothing boost, which
Damn,
in turn
put Chicago in
pushed
such a
Chicago
tough spot.
into a very awkward situation.
Yeah.
Falcons saw it, took advantage, and they go up 2-0.
Space Station Gaming, a key period in this game and in this series. We've seen it before so far. 2 turns to 3, then 4. They cannot allow that to happen on this occasion. Chicago's beaten by TRK. The ball is loose. Who's going to win the race to it? Who's going to be first to dare go to it? It is Chicago, rotating back. LJ gets a bite of the ball on the way, and Chicago has a chance now to do something with it. Hoxer going for a bump. What's going to happen? It's going to fall to LJ. Is anyone in the center there for him? Who wants this ball? Who's demanding it? It's Hoxer. It's over him. Chicago a chance to shoot. Needs a bump. No, he doesn't. He follows it up himself. Space Station shows signs of life.
Patience play pays off. You saw it. It was Hoxer that almost delayed everything.
Oh, I thought Hoxer fell down and hit that. I didn't realize LJ followed it up.
All the time in the world to decide where he wanted to place that ball, and it was just through the defense. Space Station now with just a 1-goal deficit have time to try and tie things up on Champ Field.
The fake kickoff was nice. Chicago such not ideal though, and Team Falcons they
quickly spent back out to 2.
Quickly.
Just the in-time caster curse, the chance to turn things around. Well, in turn, Falcons take things back and extend it. Reminiscent of Game 4, reminiscent of Game 3. They look so clean and confident, and off the kickoff, an attempt to do it again.
Yeah, another fake kickoff there. This time doesn't fall quite as cleanly for Space Station Gaming. And again, they could be countered by it. In comes Killers. TRK is refusing to leave the play. He's bumped out the way by LJ in the end. Get out of here, he says. Chicago into the center for LJ. Chicago desperate for some boosts. He's made 1 or 2 errors so far in the last couple of minutes, and it looks like he is keen to make up for those. He wants this ball, but it's being cleared long again. LJ has to go to his own backboard. Can't read the Psycho either. Falls to Hoxer. One more chance for Hoxer, maybe. Chicago's clearing a path. Can Hoxer get over the top? No, not on this occasion. 35 left.
34 seconds, a clear attempt to the backboard, a shot taken and missed. As you say, the Falcons just continue to remain tried, true, and strong on defense. LJ up next, another touch to try and leave it back, but Killers and Ruas working in tandem to keep this ball consistently out of their side.
Falcons protecting what they have. Here's Chicago, pinches it to the back wall, but it's won by Ruas, and that may well be the moment.
That's it.
Hoxer's
It's over.
Running out of time. LJ gets a beautiful touch though. Ruas has to stay alert all the way.
I think I called this 3-2 in my video.
It's gonna be enough. A marathon Game 5 ends almost with a flourish. It does not matter as Falcons take the victory.
The team that everyone almost discredited to a fault in Copenhagen.
Solid dub, solid dub.
Towards the mid of Copenhagen said
Probably still have a bit until we're up back over here, right?
again, round
Yeah, because they still got to
one,
figure out
the
Swiss stages.
Taken to Game 5. They looked in control virtually the entire time.
I would say that from Falcons, there were definite weaknesses that we saw there, and Space Station Gaming did excellent to expose those weaknesses at times. But when the train gets rolling from Falcons, it's borderline unstoppable.
Oh, exactly. And there is one reason for that. Falcons are probably one of the most adaptive teams you will see on LAN. They know how to correct those mistakes in real time in the game. They're not even waiting from one game to the next. They're waiting from a minute to a minute. And that's what makes them so scary. But I got to do a little shout out over to TRK.
Actually, I'm going to wait till they actually go to break because that's when I'm going to go to break.
Falcons became so
I need to make some
much
food.
more
I'm hungry,
threatening to
chat.
SSG.
Yeah, you can never rely on any Falcons player being quiet. If you're beating them because one player is quiet, they will come awake. You have to take the onus to them. And to be fair to SSG, they did do that at times. LJ in particular was a real thorn in their side.
He really was, and I still have a lot of hope out there for SSG. I think this team is absolutely incredible, and capable is always going to be the word I use for them. But LJ, the one player everybody was waiting to really wake up and take initiative, tried, but it was just unfortunately too little, too late. So there's one person that can break down exactly how they came back and stayed in control, and well, we're gonna go talk to him.
What a great start for the Falcons here, and I have
It's the homie Sandstorms.
We're going to talk about that match and how the players were feeling throughout that. But first, I want to just ask you about looking back to the last LAN that we had. You guys had a great Swiss run, but then KC got in your way. Now with KC gone, do you guys feel more confident, or is there another team that might get in the way?
خلينا نرجع للميجر الاول شاركتوا فيه وكان عندكم اداء قوي جدا بالسويس لكن فريق الكارماين كور هو اللي تخلص منكم خلينا نقول في مرحله التصفيات المره هاي كارماين كور مو موجودين فكيف خلينا نقول شعوركم وانتم داخلين على هاي المرحله او على هاي البطوله
اول شيء الحمد لله على الفوز ثقتنا ما تتاثر ما تعتمد على الافريقيا الثاني احنا واثقين بنفسنا سواء ضد كارمن او لا بس هم طلعوا كارمون بس موجودين اكسجين يعني فريق لا يستهان فيه صراحه.
First of all, thank God for the victory. You know, we're very happy, alhamdulillah, with getting ourselves the first win. And we don't really rely on our confidence when it comes to like other teams. We just focus on ourselves. Right. We don't let other teams kind of impact us in any way. And just because Carmine Core aren't here, it doesn't mean that there's a lesser team available. Oxygen is still a pretty strong team and it's a pretty strong contender.
Very true, very true. Now, let's talk about the game itself because you guys had a great hot start. It fizzled out, and then it came back at the end. Can you talk to me about what happened and then how you guys brought it back?
خلينا نحكي على المباراة اللي بينكم وبين فريق SSG. أول مباراة شفناها كانت 7-0 لصالحكم، لكن المباراة الثانية الثالثة شفنا إنه SSG رجعوا بقوة، فكيف قدرتوا تتعاملوا معهم وكيف قدرتوا ترجعوا تفوزوا بالسيريز بالنهاية؟
دائما أول مباراة في اللانات دائما يصير فيها تتعود على البيسيات بالنسبة لنا وبالنسبة لخصمنا، فممكن الجيم الأول كان التسجيل عليهم مرة سهل، بس الجيم الثاني هم تعدلوا، وحنا كنا مستعدين لهذا الشيء، لكن تصير بعض الايام كذا وتخطيطات وفازوا الجيم الثاني والثالث، بس الحمد لله المنتل عندنا كويس وقربنا.
So this is something that usually happens when it comes to LANs. Like the first game is kind of like a testing the waters type of deal. And that's what seemed to happen in this one. Game 2, Game 3, they came back strong, and we were kind of expecting that kind of performance. But at the end of the day, we were able to bring it back. Game 4, Game 5, we just trusted in ourselves, trusted in our ability, and our mental game is very strong. So at the end of the day, the game was ours.
It proved it. It was strong. You guys got the dub at the end. Now, looking at this win, I mean, this isn't even supposedly NA's strongest team. Does the series going so close and being difficult indicate to you how hard the rest of Swiss and the rest of the tournament is going to be?
هلا لما نطلع على فريق SSG يعني هو لا يعتبر اقوى فريق امريكي مشارك معنا في البطوله، فبما انه هي المباراه كانت متقاربه جدا، هل هذا يعني انه باقي المباريات يمكن تكون صعبه ويمكن تكون متقاربه برضه بهذا الميجر؟
كل تيم يختلف عن الثاني، مو شرط عشان هذا الجيم كان قريب يعني الجيم الجاي ضد NA بيكون صعب، فاحنا نحترم كل الايام وجاهزين لكل الايام، وان شاء الله الايام الجايه بتصير اسهل باذن الله.
So when we're looking at it, yeah, but I want to say every single team is going to be different in some sort of way, and we're kind of prepared for every single team. We're prepared for every single situation, and we respect every single one of the teams that's made it here. They deserve to be here, and we're going to be ready for every one of them.
Okay, one last thing before I let you go then. You said you're prepared for everyone. Do you specifically prepare for teams, or is it just making sure your playstyle works against as many as possible?
هل انت لما تيجي بتتدرب وبتجهز فريقك، هل بتتدرب وبتتجهز او خلينا نقول بتجهز لكل فريق خصوصا، ولا هل بتكون عندكم خطط لجميع الفرق انها تزبط امام الجميع؟
لا، كل فريق له خطه معينه مجهزينها كامل الميجر. طبعا في اساسيات ستايلنا نفسه ما نغيره، بس بعض الاشياء تتغير على حسب كل تيم ضد.
So there are certain factors that apply. There are certain things that we kind of study for and prepare for every single team. But we, at the end of the day, we have our own play style that doesn't really change. But there are some things that we kind of work on specifically for every one of the teams we're playing against.
That's fair enough. Hey, you got the first dub. That's all that matters right now. I'll let you guys go celebrate that. Thank you for joining me here. And again, everyone at home, thank you for joining us during the broadcast. Guess what? We're only halfway through the day. We still have another whole round to get to for our Swiss round here on day one of the London Major.
I'm gonna step away here real quick. Make me some lunch. What do we think? Should I do soup? Or should I do sandwiches with some chips? I feel like some sandwiches with some chips is the move. Not gonna lie.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Buffs it off. PU, NA Shmene. I know you all want to hear how the rest of the world made it to London, so let me tell you. Sam's runaway leaders Furia and Team Secret each cleared 3rd seed by a massive 12 points. KV1, Motta and Brad immediately stepped it up post-Copenhagen for Secret, with a Grand Finals appearance versus ever-dominant Furia. In Open Qualifier 6, they went even further.
Fueron los bumps. Efectivamente los bumps de Motta abrieron muchos espacios. ¿Y qué pasó con Brad? Que teniendo la pelota ahí, bueno, cada uno va a solucionar.
They may have lost out on South American first seed due to overall season points, but if they secure the 2 series wins they need to catapult themselves to Worlds in place of complexity, that's a job well done. A perfect 3-0 run from Team Falcons meant the race for 2nd seed was what mattered in MENA. Thankfully for Twisted Minds, an Open Qualifier 4 quarterfinals loss for anything, formerly Rule 1, meant SMW, Mossen and Ahmad could secure 2nd. Now, the pressure is on though, as if Twisted Minds make top 8, they'll make Worlds at anything's expense. Torsos Fever and Banana Head won every single Open Qualifier, not just post-Copenhagen, but this entire season. Round of applause in chat for the lads. Meanwhile, a tooth and nail scrap went on for 2nd place. Going into Open Qualifier 6, Kipgang, Pioneers and Chiefs all had a real shot at 2nd, but as Kipgang fell, Pioneers knew they had to defeat Chiefs in the semis to stand a chance.
Finn full take a boost, can't read Super Locky! Finn doesn't get a touch on it, it's now Hunter all alone, but Locky will go over the top and straight to the grand final!
If Pioneers could only defeat the Oceanic Titans in the grand finals, they would be Oceania's 2nd oh wait, no, never mind, we already know that Power won everything, so Chiefs qualify. Good job, lads. APAC has one sought-after spot to fight for, and 2 dominant teams, Gladiators and Elevate. Long story short, it all came down to one last epic final, all-important critical best of 7, the winner of which would not just qualify for London, but also make Worlds. And in true RLCS fashion, it was a certified thriller. Alright, sadly it wasn't a series we all deserved, but Gladiators handily got the job done, and Maxiu, Virtuoso and Tho will seek to continue APAC's good work over the next 2 lands. Regional newbies Mobula won 3 out of 3 events to make London, with ease. The good news for usurped Super Team Limitless, Mobula need at least a Grand Finals appearance in London just to force a tiebreaker for Worlds. So expect to see these guys when we get to Fort Worth, unless something seriously unexpected happens.
Definitely with the sandwich crowd check. It was the move. It was the wave. Had to get some food. Restroom and
We're live.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RLCS London Major. It has been quite the hectic Swiss round 1 of Swiss. And as we get ready to get into round 2.
The Swiss round 2 of Swiss.
The Swiss round 2, yeah. As you can see, Wavefront is not hosting. It is the YAP squad, Dazzer, T-Bates, Johnny Boy, and Stumpy here to recap with all the action. Gentlemen, I mean, Stumpy, let's start with you. How'd you like that first round?
Really fun. Yeah, I love the fact we had just a few weird results. We sometimes get that where like an OC team might pop off, they might not. At Copenhagen, I thought that Power might beat Gen G. I was one land too early. Instead, they took down Oxygen this time around. That was their big result. But across the board, I think it was actually really exciting.
It was, especially finishing off best series at the end there. Yep. SSG Falcons, phenomenal stuff. I love the SSG bounce back from that massive Game 1 loss. And their projection now is brilliant because they've got the best seeding possible. They're the top seed in the lower half. So I think, you know, as this tournament goes on, they've got a great shot at top 8 now because they've lost 3-2 in round 1.
Yeah, I mean, SSG, Falcons, we might as well dive right into that too as well. I mean, what a matchup to end that first round with going all the way into the distance, T-Bates. And I mean, listen, even though SSG couldn't come away with the win, they still put up a tough fight.
They did put up a tough fight. I mean, they absolutely got slapped immediately going into the match. But then after that, LJ, he started balling. And that's what you need. You need LJ to be the best player on the team for SSG to be successful. As we take a little look at the mainstream schedule, Power upsetting Oxygen right there. Gen G beat Team Secret. Furia over OG. And then, as Johnny said, the best series of the day so far, Team Falcons versus SSG. In the first game, I believe, finished 7-0. We were all out there eating, watching the game. It was 1-0, and then we all turned around, grabbed the food, and after that, it was about 5-0.
Yeah, it was wild.
I mean, you were so hot on LJ during that series as well, T-Bates, where I think that he really showed the quality of player that he is. And it's a shame that we never got to see SSG playing in Copenhagen, but here in London, it has been a dream. Falcons, though, Johnny, they were, I think, a little bit of... They're showing people that doubt them, myself included. I don't see them as the top team as a lot of people do, what they are capable of.
Yeah, they've got a lot to be happy about as well. Obviously, Game 1 was perfect from them, and the fact that they've come back from adversity as well, that could be goal of the day from LJ. That's ridiculous. We'll have to wait and see if that holds on to goal of the day status. We've got another 4 rounds of matches to go. But yeah, the whole team showed up. Chicago and Huxer have to show up around them if this team's going to make a run. I think I agree with you. LJ needs to be the best player in the team. That's how this team can thrive. But you don't make it to top 8 in this tournament with just one player.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's honestly why Falcons kind of went a little bit better. And they bested SSG right here. I think Mirage, Clears, TRK, they were more in sync, more in unison with one another. Clears, I think he dominated on the offense end, but Mirage was always there helping out his twin brother. And then TRK was just doing what TRK does. Look at him right here, making plays, setting up the teammates. And after that, they performed big stuff from Falcons. But now, since they went up and won this 3-2, they got a big match coming up next round.
Yeah, they do. As we get ready to see, again, those next round matchups getting kind of set up here in the background. I mean, Johnny, the based on Falcons' performance, I mean, a lot of people had them like as one of the best teams in the world going into this event. Going 5 with SSG, is it a little concerning for you?
I don't think the result in itself is concerning because we've seen SSG do that to Gen G. We've seen them do that to G2 online. So I don't think it's concerning to win 3-2 against SSG. And if anything, the fact that they can come back from adversity is going to help them because they're going to face that against BDS. But yeah, BDS, they're the top team for me. So Falcons being one of the top teams, they're still the underdog going up against BDS.
Yeah.
Speaking of underdogs, we got to talk about it. Oxygen versus Power. My goodness, what a showing there, Stumpy. Power pulling off the upset to start off our day.
Genuinely, what a fun series. Like this kicked us off, and I think a lot of people, as I was saying, like Power and OC, they get a bit of an odd result every now and then, like where you think, okay, you know what, they could really cause an upset. Their first series, they take that first win. I think a lot of people are thinking, all right, don't not capitalize on that now. I saw Yummy Cheeseman on social media saying, guys, you've won 1. Let's not go crazy and throw it all away now. Let's actually secure this win.
Yeah, and it was a quality win. Banana Head was the best player on the pitch, and they outplayed Oxygen thoroughly. Oxygen didn't really show up to the best of their ability. We've seen a lot better from Archie and Joyo in particular, especially on LAN. But Power were brilliant, and they deserve the win here. They look like they could be a real contender to make a run through Swiss.
Exactly, and it showed you something. Every single time Oxygen threw a punch, Power hit him right back with a counter punch. This is coming right off the kickoff, basically. About 10 seconds after Oxygen scored, Large Oscar, aka Oscar, hit a banger underneath the crossbar, but Power came right back with confidence, mid to banana head. And look at him, Jimma, the handshakes. It's the handshakes from Coach Jimma. He's got him rolling, and that's why Power ended up being Oxygen right there.
Yeah, I mean, we had ran into Jimmer Stumpy earlier before the matches started, and there was a level of confidence that he was displaying that was really nice to see. He didn't even want to tell us the scrim results. He didn't want to jinx anything, but Power were looking just so much in form. It's just like their mindset was just, let's lock in going into today.
And we see that from these, I'm going to call OC an emerging region, but a minor region because they've been here for ages.
They've been emerging for a while.
Yeah, they've been emerging for a long time. They're like a really annoying wisdom tooth. Yeah. It just doesn't quite come out fully. No, but yeah, seeing Jimma and just being so excited and confident, being like, look, guys, we have a game plan. We've been here for weeks. We've been grinding to get to this point. I'm so happy those results managed to pay off. At the expense of Oxygen, they're going to need to turn it around.
Quick bait. Alarm bells for Oxygen after this loss, or?
The pressure's on them right now. Pressure's on them, definitely, indeed. You want to see them come out and get that immediate win because now they know they need to get the top 2 to make Worlds. It's all pressure on them. They couldn't be Power right there. They're going to be thinking about that going in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, they are.
Although, let's see what draw they get in round number 2.
Into this one, I would say Gen G Mobile One Racing versus Team Secret. Des got a big breakdown talking about Gen G's performance over online, saying how they needed to step up and they saw ways Secret could take advantage, but once Secret came up with a hot start, Bates, it just felt like Gen G kind of recognized what to do and started to make adjustments.
Well, I mean, it's really just one moment. For those of y'all who are tuning in who didn't watch this series, Secret does win game number 1. And then there's a moment in game number 2 where Secret looks like they're about to win a game. We're going to show it right here. But FK has an incredible save, dodges Mata, and saves Brad's shot. And that was the series changer in my estimation. After that, FK takes him out, and Abjack ends up sealing the deal in game number 2, and that changed the series. If Secret wins that game 2 right there, I think it's over for Gen G. I don't see them winning 3 games in a row against a Secret squad that was that talented. So massive play from FK. He was the best player of the series in my estimation. And when he needed him most, he made the plays that are necessary. And that's why Gen G ultimately ended up moving on.
Yeah, I mean, you say FK for me. I mean, Jack was very impactful. He was probably more impactful off ball than he was on ball, but it was still really good to see all of them kind of step up and elevate.
I thought Secret was going to take that one for a second.
Online. How are they going to do coming into this event? And it's good to be able to see them, show up. That not sponsored, by the way.
Yes, you literally are.
We literally are sponsored by Mobile One.
Literally, yeah.
Oh, and then you are sponsored by Gen G, but that's neither here nor there.
You're on their payroll. You're a shill. You're a shill, Dazarin.
Let's go to the next matchup. Let's talk about OG Furia, please, because that was also a really good matchup as well, and I just need to get away from all that Gen G talk. OG versus Furia was definitely quite the showing, but Yan, when he was on the ball, Johnny, it just felt like he was unstoppable.
Yeah, it's been interesting waiting to see what kind of Furia is going to show up here. We obviously saw what they did in Swiss and Copenhagen. They were 3-0. They were the top team in Swiss, and they couldn't bring that to the bracket. But recently online, they have been struggling in South America. They lost to Ninjas of Pajamas in the grand final of the second event, second open qual this split. They lost to Team Secret in the last one. They lost one right earlier to Erased even. They didn't even make the final against Team Secret, who won the third event. But they look like they're back, and they look like they're ready to play, because this is a convincing win over a dangerous OG who are on the right trajectory. The team's been making improvements all throughout the split.
I mean, they're one of the only returning teams coming from North America as well, of course. The University switched out for SSG. OG have done it again. JNaps is back at London again. Like he's magnetized to this place, and I think they're going to need to change things around a little bit if they can't be beating, or if they can't be going to at least 5 against ultimately an incredibly strong team. But I think Fury were the difference maker there. I think OG did a brilliant job taking it to a decent game 4, but I think there's still work to do.
Exactly, still work to do. As you see in all the highlights, there's a common denominator here. Yan popping the ball up high, taking his time, not enough challenges, and have to hand down, man down. Y'all know the rules. You got to put some pressure on a man like Yan, but he also performed. He loves London. Last time we saw him in London, what was that series? I think he like 1v3
It was versus Optic, yeah. Missed Illusion. I forget who the third was. Turbo was coaching, yeah.
Somebody. Which he did not look happy about.
Oh, it was Dries.
Dries,
yeah, it was Dries. But yeah, Yan balls out. He loves London. London. He's still doing it today.
Here's the results of the alternate stream. As you can see, things pretty much handling business as usual, all 3-0s. I mean, we saw Twisted Minds versus Gentlemate Stumpy. That was definitely one that was interesting, so to speak. I mean, but what was it like? You were casting that one.
Yeah, so I think with Gentlemates, they didn't look like, you guys asked me at lunch, it's like, hey, what did you think of Gentlemates during that series? And I was like, they're all good, but they weren't standing out. They didn't have a breakout performance. We're thinking, wow, that's the major champion from last time.
Did they need to take
I think
risks?
Twisted Minds put up decent pressure, but yeah, they also didn't have to excel themselves. Same with Vitality versus Chiefs. It was the same kind of vibe. Vitality, they've got a lot more left in the tank, but there's no point sending full force at a team where ultimately you can beat them at a relative canter.
Yeah, that was a story for a lot of the alternate stream matches. You know, the top seed just really not having to work too hard, and we thought Twisted Minds might be able to push Gentlemates a bit more, but it just really seems like Gentlemates are back with that LAN playstyle, just like they were in Copenhagen. And now everybody knows it's coming. We already know this is gonna happen. But yeah, they look scary again.
Yeah, I mean, really interesting to see how Gentlemates really kind of develop over the course of this. But also, you know, on the side of Twisted Minds, Johnny, I feel like we've had a kind of a tough time placing Twisted Minds. What do you think after their match against Mates?
It's hard to say against Gentlemates, who, you know, might just be the best team here again. You know, you're not really sure at this point. They've not been tested. But that's how it was in Copenhagen. We just didn't know how good they were until they started, you know, winning again.
True.
And winning and then winning again. So we'll see. If Gentlemates keep winning like they did in Copenhagen, that loss is going to age very well for Twisted Minds. But we don't know yet. So it's hard to place Twisted Minds at the moment. But we'll be able to tell a whole lot more after round 2.
Well, speaking of round 2, let's take a look at the updated Swiss bracket to see exactly where we are going into round 2. We can have Falcons, BDS, G2 Power, Vitality Gen G, Mates versus Furia, and then...
You couldn't even get the words out.
I gotta figure out what's going into these seedings. Mobula versus SSG, Oxygen Gladiators, Chiefs, and Team Secret, and OG Twisted Minds. What do you think, Johnny?
Ooh, I mean, well, to me, in the top half, I'm looking forward to Gentlemates Furia, the two teams that went undefeated in Swiss in Copenhagen, up against each other in the 1-0 round. Although, I mean, all of those matches are phenomenal and all look like teams who have a good shot at top 8. And yes, I am including Power in that group after their convincing win over Oxygen. Lower down, though, I mean, it's got to be OG Twisted Minds for me. I think that one is a really interesting series. OG are the favorites for me there. I think for most of you watching, you'd agree. But there's a chance for Twisted Minds to start to close that gap. They need 2 wins, really, if they want to force that tiebreaker for Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely be interesting. Here is the alternate stream matches, as you can see. First one up, going to be Oxygen Gladiators, then Mobile versus SSG. G2 is going to play Power, and then Vitality is going to play Gen G over there.
What a banger, by the way, to finish off on the alternate stream.
That's an amazing. I don't think we're going to get more 3-0s, which is nice, Bates, at least.
Yeah, no more 3-0s today. Well, maybe the first 2. But after the first 2 series out the way, we get to G2 Strive versus Power. I think the general course of the series might change around. And then on the mainstream here, Chiefs, Team Secret, OG Twisted Minds, Falcons, BDS, the best.
Honestly, a banging mainstream.
Yeah, that Falcons BDS one's going to be a banger.
Schedule.
I really think that one's going to be one that kind of sees where both teams look. And then Mates and Furia meeting up in the Swiss. Last time they both went undefeated in Swiss. This time they're going head-to-head, Bates.
This is interesting, too, because I believe Falcons ended up playing Carmine Corp in the second round. Back in Copenhagen. Carmine was the #1 seed coming in. BDS #1 seed coming in the EU again. So Falcons, they like going 3-2, and then they like playing the #1 seed from EU after that.
Yeah, I mean, this next round definitely seems like it's going to be one that's going to be super tense. Stumpy, did you have a matchup you're looking forward to the most?
Honestly, it's either going to be the Vitality versus Gen G or the Falcons BDS, and that they're on both different streams at different times. So I can either watch both or cast both. I don't actually know what I'm doing.
You might I think, you know, alt stream could run ahead.
Yeah, true.
It could run ahead.
Okay, they can smash through their 3-0s early and then get into the meat a little bit later. But yeah, those are my 2 big ones, I reckon. Yeah. And also see if Oxygen bounce back. Because the fact that they lost to Power, I don't think that they didn't expect to be in currently the lower round. They must have been thinking, you know what? We were going to be going through 1-0, see what happens. No, not that easy.
Well, I mean, this is the updated round of Swiss. This is where we're at right now. But how has the fantasy draft been going? We talked about it at the beginning of the show. Let's see where it is right now. Here's the updated scores. And look at David. Bates in first. I'm in second to lot. John, what?
That boy's cooking them, boy. Listen, one thing about me is I know I do a little bit of fantasy. Basically, for those of y'all who don't understand what happened here, we have all the time plus D-Rec. We did a fantasy draft with all 48 players at the major. It was a snake draft. their boy had the 14th out of 16 pick, and of course I picked LJ, Seiko, and Rubik's, and right now I'm absolutely cooking. It's goals, assists, and saves. Half a save, I believe.
Half a save, yeah.
Half a save.
Points for a save.
And that's exactly what it's looking like right now. Listen, I'm trying to get more medals, or at least one to my name. I got none earlier.
Yeah, that pre-show was sad when Gibbs literally bought those medals for himself.
Where you at, Johnny? Johnny, I'm trying to look for you. Oh, you're all the way down here. You and Namor. You're both bronze.
Wait.
Mate, it's good to be top row, mate. It's good to be top row.
T-Rex cheated me here, because I think 4.67 is in fact greater than 4.3.
Oh, it is!
Yeah. Cheated me T-Rex is last place. What's he doing up there? T-Rex totally cheated us here. He's put himself way too high up the standings. You guys have gone past us, T-Rex.
Fraud.
That's
funny. Listen. Y'all want to play along? Pick 3 players. I mean, I guess y'all can pick any 3 y'all want and just have some fun.
You on the subreddit.
You and 15 of your friends. Just pick 3 players.
15 of your closest
players
friends
and see
or
what
family.
happens. It's very fun. Adds a little more stakes to the game. You'll love it. Another thing to watch for. Keep it going.
Lots to talk about, and like Bay said, the stakes are starting to rise. More
All right,
Wacky League
chat.
coming up soon.
Who we
Get ready
liking?
for
Who we
round
taking in
two
round 2 here?
after the break.
New decals, they said. What new decals?
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
I'll get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the fight.
I can't wait till Worlds, man. I'm probably gonna have to watch it from home, so I hope you guys will hang out with me. Finishing off with the 1-0 games is smart for rotating your viewers. All right, taking my trash downstairs, champ.
Round 2 is on the books. We just now need to actually play it. And then we'll finally be done for the day. My goodness, it's been a long one, folks. We're only halfway there, but the Rocket League keeps coming at you. Welcome back to London. Thank you guys for the break you gave us there, Johnny.
Oh, thank you.
You know, you did a good job. You did a good job.
Yeah, I saw you got absolutely scammed on the points at the bottom.
Did I actually get scammed?
It looked like it, yeah.
I'm not sure. We'll look at D-Rex's numbers again, because he's moving himself up on that list.
It's 4, really less than 6.
Yeah. Okay, well, we can take a look at the matchups that we have for you guys, just in case you're coming back from the break here of what's going down on round number 2 for our Swiss. We had one big old round of matches, and now we got another round of matches here. Again, 2 streams happening, so make sure you go to twitch.tv/RL Esports if you want to catch these matches. They'll be starting things off with Oxygen versus the Gladiators, and then we'll see the rest of those matchups play out before the day is over. Over here at twitch.tv/Rocket League, or at the main broadcast, mainstream of the YouTube channel, you can catch the other list of matches. Here are the other 4 going down. So we'll see the Mates take on Furia. We'll see Falcons playing BDS. Who you taking on that one, Johnny?
I'm going BDS. I think they're the team to beat. I mean, Falcons are I think, second on the day for me. So against anyone else, I'd probably be taking them to win, but versus BDS, I've got to go BDS.
So I'm going with the warm-up. Like, Falcons had a better warm-up game, so I think Falcons might have it. But that OG Twisted Minds, one of those teams is guaranteed 0-2. That's a surprise right there, so that's a huge matchup.
That's huge. We will see those matchups happening here in just a little bit. Before we get there, though, a matchup with World Championship implications. Let's kick things off with the Chiefs versus Team Secret here. Chiefs, one of the legendary name from OCE, one of the first organizations to compete in the RLCS back in Season 3. And now here, well, I think it might have been Season 4 when the Chiefs actually first showed up. But they were
Season 3.
It was Season 3? Okay.
Yeah. Were they Alpha Sydney back then, or was it Chiefs?
Oh, that's true.
That's right. They were Alpha Sydney. Yeah.
Right. So close.
Close one there. Okay. Well, here, let's talk about them.
Yeah, so Chiefs, they need to win 2 in Swiss. That is what they need to clinch a World Championship spot. I think this is a winnable match. This is always conversation. OC versus Sam. Who is better? Lately, it's been Sam, but OC with power been so dominant. But Chiefs are that #2 team at OC. Literally, no one's talking about them. No one thinks that they can do anything here, so this could be a great proven match for them.
But it's tough to be talked about when you are up against a team in your region that wins every single event. And it must get fairly frustrating for Chiefs. You know, they've had to battle hard to get to this point themselves, you know, always compared to power. And that is difficult for them. And now they're here, you're right. They've got the world's implications, Johnny, that's sort of on their backs. Is that a boon, or is that something that drags them down potentially, that pressure?
It is a lot of pressure. And, you know, the team waiting back home, Pioneers, will be preying on the downfall of their countrymen here, hoping that Chiefs lose. So their world spot remains intact. What are your guys' thoughts, by the way, on Finn's strat? So he's a controller on desk.
Yes, love it.
Controller
yes,
on
my man, Finn.
Wait,
I am a proud desker. I don't understand. Whenever I try and have my controller on my lap, it's like, where does it settle?
Do you play with vibrate on or off then? When you're on the desk, vibrates
because it rattles the desk.
I always play with vibrate on because I need to feel the ball touches and all that. Like, I need that.
Right.
But you can't do that when you're on the desk because then it's just going to move around.
Do you ever feel like your eyeballs are like...
He puts his hands on the desk and he holds the controller.
But the controller's going to vibrate.
He doesn't put the controller on the desk and press the buttons.
No, but your hands are going to vibrate on the desk as well, so it's going to throw you off, all right?
I think it works for them.
I don't think the brain went to. The vibration is a problem.
I didn't not realize there was going to be this much enthusiasm and opinions about the controller on desk personnel. Let's talk about the other side of things, though. We already saw this team once today. So you're talking about, again, here, Team Secret trying to bounce back.
Yeah, World Championship implications here as well. If they win 1 in Swiss, they're guaranteed a tiebreaker versus Complexity. But if they win 2, very much like
kick
the
sponsorship.
Chiefs,
Oh my goodness, these guys even
so everything on the line for both these teams. A lot of pressure. Team Secret, they did tie Furia for the points in open qualifiers 4, 5, and 6. But can they show that they are a team that can possibly make a top 8 run?
I mean, winning 1 out of 3 sounds so simple when you put it like that. But, you know, you think if they lose this one, and this one is definitely losable against Chiefs, then you're relying on the luck of the draw. You're relying on seeding. Who are we going to get in that 3rd match? And it could be a team.
This is honestly a really big series for both these teams.
Against, and suddenly it's a huge.
I'd probably say more so.
Up against Genji earlier. I mean, I've got
Chiefs
on my team, and I was
because they need to win 2.
Frustrated by the lad somewhat in the green room. I don't think it was his best performance based on what I've seen and based on all the hype that I've had. I think there was some nerves earlier on for Team Secret. Hopefully they've talked that through and that will be gone now.
Yeah, you know, Team Secret, They look locked in, and I think versus Gen G, they showed enough, to me at least. I think that they should win this comfortably. I was casting Chiefs earlier on, and they just didn't look like they had enough aggression, enough confidence, any kind of, any kind of playmaking ability to the level of Team Secret. So I'm very big at Team Secret. I think they clinched tiebreaker minimum right here.
And KV1 was the #1 offensive player through all of SAM, through open qualifiers 4, 5, and 6. But if Team Secret wins 2 matches, KV1 will be the only SAM player to make it to every World Championship.
Wow.
So he will have that title for himself as well. So a lot on the line.
Yeah. See if they can do that there. And I mean, I feel like for the Chiefs, especially when you're one of the tournament underdogs, where just in almost any matchup, you're going to be the underdog that everyone's expecting, looking at for an upset if you were to get the win. We were talking earlier about the rhythm of players need to establish. If you can get into a groove here, I feel like the Chiefs, there is this X factor where they're like, they go into every match with the exact same mentality. It almost doesn't matter who they're facing up against. They have to bring their A game every time, and that does create a simplicity that they can build off of.
And not only that, too, it's both these teams are brand new to the RLCS LANs for this year. So that round 1 nerves, it is going to happen. But now you're round 2, and you have to figure out what went wrong first, and now figure it out really quickly in round 2.
Let us know who you think is going to win in the chat. We'll let you know who we think is going to win up here, who we're going to be picking here. Johnny, who's your pick?
Yeah, I've said Team Secret. I'm sticking with Team Secret here. I think I was impressed with them against Gen G. Chiefs need to show way more before I can, put them on 2 wins in this bracket, which really is the goal for this team. They need 2 wins to clinch Worlds.
Yeah.
Team Secret need 1 to clinch that tiebreaker. I think they get that right here, and I think they maybe even go on to get 2 and just outright clinch Worlds as well. Team Secret are solid. I think they take.
Wait, does the series win only get them a tiebreaker?
But it's been so dominant by power, it's hard to pick them. I have them ranked maybe 15th best here, so I am going to go with Team Secret.
I might have let my emotions rule my head here because I really was getting stroppy with Motta for the predictions for the fantasy. So I've gone Chiefs.
Ooh,
yeah, we'll see. Sometimes there are upsets. Sometimes teams overperform. Oh, maybe I went Secret. I meant to go Chiefs. I'm officially Chiefs. I'm for Chiefs. I'm Secret in the sheet.
Fair enough.
I mean, I do think that there's when the one thing the fantasy does is makes you watch specific players more closely. Maybe you know something the rest of us who weren't watching Motta as closely.
He's gonna be brilliant now. You realize he's gonna be absolutely fantastic. It's got triple flick resets all over the place, and I will look silly, but that's fine.
We'll see what happens. I also have Team Secret on this one, a clear favorite in this matchup. We'll see how the coin feels about it. We got Secret on one side, got the Chiefs on the other. The coin gonna be going for the Chiefs there.
There you go. You're on the board there.
Hey,
there we go.
We're on the board, Gibbs. Me and the coin are on the board.
A split desk. We're so this is who's gonna go here? I wonder how chat's feeling about it though.
And there's one upset so far throughout this tournament, and it was OCE, right? So who knows? Maybe OC's on the rise.
Maybe this is the moment. Chat is 85%, and I thought it was going to be a little more one-sided. Maybe OC is still waking up though.
More, as in
not
less one-sided. I was going to say, I was like, wow, you're like only 85.
I completely said the opposite of what I meant to say there. We're ready to get round 2 kicked off. I can hear them already. I'm pretty sure the B stream's going, so make sure you got both streams pulled up to catch all the action for the World Championship. Both teams trying to play their way in. It's Chiefs versus Team Secret.
Winning one series seemed also very easy when you're on the plane journey over here, but as the matches go and the series tick away, CJ, we need to go and get these wins.
2 series wins for Chiefs as well is going to be a monumental task. They had that first round matchup against Vitality. Did get swept there, a couple of 1-goal games in it, so it wasn't the end of the world, but Team Secret, they're bringing the form, and don't tell me.
Oh, bro, I thought Secret about to score off the kickoff.
Would have been the perfect start. Instead, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer as Finn able to just keep it out. It's all been the story for both of these regions where the second team that has been sent has kind of been ignored. Looking to try and see whether or not they can try and correct that. Chiefs, one of the storied orgs, especially when it comes to London. Looking to try and add something else to that record.
Yeah, there's a lot of hype around it. Obviously, the Chiefs coming back. I think everyone looks so fondly on the Season 6 run, the top 4 for OCE. And that's pretty much the last time that OCE was in the top 8 in the playoffs for the World Championship. So seeing the org back is fantastic, albeit they're not the team that was the OG Chiefs back then.
Kablamo!
We said 2 series wins for them, and that will mean they will be at the World Championships in Fort Worth. If they can't get the job done, well, the Pioneers boys, they'll be certainly watching this one late at night at home. I believe it's around 3 in the morning, maybe a little bit later than that. So shout outs to the OCE fans at home.
I'm sure right now you're thinking, CJ, well, they get to know what it feels like. I have to work at this time every single European show that we do. That's just a little bit too low there from Hunter. He's dunked for his troubles. Kaka doesn't get any contact. That might actually be for the best, though, because now he's got a much better angle to clear.
We look at these two teams as well as Secret putting a lot of pressure on the Chiefs early. Obviously, both #2 seed out of their respective regions, but it's a little bit of a different story. Chiefs, they haven't had a regional win. Obviously, Team Power with a perfect sweep. And even in the final event, they did only make the semi-final. They lost the Pioneers with their sub, with Mock. On the other side of things, Secret, they won the last event. They won the final SAM qualifier. So you'd have to think that they're the informed team and the reason why they're the favourites.
Yeah, there is some sort of whispers that maybe Furia kind of let their foot off the gas a little bit towards the end. They knew what they were doing. They knew that they had already qualified. What can Team Secret add?
I don't know why that would be a thing, though.
I think he could have left that. He had the follow. It's
I still have not understood those allegations. Like, what would be the benefit for
rather
them?
than have to try and recorrect. Then back into the midfield. Hunter again, just second guesses. I would like to see Chiefs take the first option. That one's going to be a little bit high, and the follow-up not there in time.
Perfect from Finn, though, sitting downfield. Love to see this from the Chiefs. They're not like Team Power. Team Power is such a strong first game side. Even in Copenhagen, we saw what Banana Head did with 5 goals against Gen G, but Chiefs not known for their game one, so this is a good start for them.
Finn already on the way, just decides to power the ball long. Brad pretty happy to catch that. If Finn is going to try and play those, does need significantly more power. You do not want to make it easy for the third man in the opposition team. Got to make it awkward like this. This is certainly awkward, and Brad had to be ready for it. Now follow-up challenge. Again, just fake challenges. Hunter has not really decided to commit to the midfield at all so far. It has worked. But if Team Secret can kind of latch onto that, they'll realize they can take 1 or 2 extra touches.
Yeah, both sides looking pretty comfortable here early.
Hunter leaves it back up.
Half rotations coming through.
Fit nothing in the tank.
As well.
They're all 3 over there. The fuck?
Chiefs trying to set into rhythm. They're much more of a
KV1 dunks it.
It's a free throw. Wow. Save.
Nice save.
Has Hunter got that one out? That was a certain first goal for Secret.
The hell to save by Hunter.
Make sure you take the calculated risk, but now that's the infield. Backboard. Finn has got to make contact. Instead, left it for Hunter. The first real flurry of this game, which has been both teams almost sort of a handshake deal. We'll let you play your game if you let us play ours. Which one is going to make this one a little bit more grimy? Who's going to take that first chance?
Yo, what up, brother?
Hunter as well.
What's up, brother?
How
you doing, Doug?
More defensive plays coming through from the Chiefs.
Happy Thursday.
You look at Hunter, he was sort of the young kid on the block with Pioneers back in the day, but he's really taken a leadership role with this Chiefs lineup. He's the most experienced player on the pitch in terms of international appearances. He's showing up with some
nice shot from Mata. Literally slots it in that bottom right-hand corner.
Off the ball here. You can see KV1 just keeps on
BDS played round 1 already.
Off camera that he did at least make contact because Chiefs had to scramble.
And they beat Team Mobula. I believe they're the second game on the alternate stream.
And collected to this point.
I don't think they're on the main stream for round 2.
Yeah, it's time to get
because they're only doing the first 2 rounds today.
But the last 2 minutes was all Secret pushing down into that Chiefs defensive half. As Hunter's going to leave this one for Finn. Makes it up with 30 boost on the mandate. Well, I was going to say it's Finn. I'm getting confused because I can see Kaka in the bottom left corner. I'm not too sure who's even on the ball with the overlay. This is actually Finn. Well, now I'm really confused because I'm looking at Finn.
Don't look over there.
Down to the bottom left.
Don't look over there. Just imagine.
I got to go through the. Apparently, Apex released a pretty big patch notes today.
All right, eyes away from the bottom left.
See a lot of people in the comp scene talking about.
Top left. That was
there you go.
Hunter on the ball. This time Brad trying to get low 50. Chiefs have to go. 20 seconds left. Finn trying to get the 50. Doesn't get it work. And now we got KV1 in the one-on-one with Hunter. Has no boost at all. The resets coming through. 15 seconds for Secret. I'd love to take this.
You on lunch, Duck, or you off for the day? Like, are you done for the day, I should say, not off.
Approach throughout this whole series, 7 seconds now. KV1 throws it on net with Finn with the save. They need to get it down the other end. Hunter flies. There's just no boost for Chiefs. Can they even keep it up? No, they cannot. Team Secret, game 1.
Okay, Chiefs, we are going to need a little bit more than that. It was good foundational play. It's a sort of Rocket League that you'd see as a coach and just go, yeah, okay, I'm pretty happy with that. But the levels need to go up now. You are playing to make it through to Worlds, and you're going to need more when it comes to just threatening Team Secret, because once they had possession.
Watch final 30 seconds over here. Oski ties it on up here.
Time play in these closing moments of game 2. Though getting up, trying to get that clear out, but Archie was in the mix, making things difficult, and you could see The panic clear attempt ended up just being a pass right to Oski.
Thought maybe with that much time remaining, if they could have stopped Oxygen, and now they got to not get scored on the kick.
Woo! Almost.
Save from Maxu.
What time are you off now, or are you like off at 5 or what?
But a lot of boost here for Oxygen.
So I'll be honest, I did not get to sleep much last night because I worked for Stride.
Trying to get back to the ball.
So I don't know how late I'm gonna be up, to be real with you.
Now Virtuoso. He's gonna stay on it, pushes to the backboard, it bounces. Oski with 0 boost, still got the touch. That was game saving.
It really was. You had the attempted bump. If one rebound went Gladiators' way, they'd get it. Oski with an incredible touch. Now Tho takes it on the kickoff. And another good kickoff for Gladiators. Certainly have learned their lessons against G2, but they didn't learn their lesson about the midfield. Oski just goes down for free, and Oxygen just steal the game from Gladiator.
Oh man, Oski, he lands with the ball on his hood. He doesn't
done
have
for the day?
much boost, but immediately as he lands, he gets a power flick past the entire defense. I don't know how Oski managed to do that with nothing in the tank. Big plays from the big man.
The save.
Ruthless Rocket League, 1-0.
Yeah, power Oxygen, that's just come back to me. But it's a great first goal there. Finn, the LAN debut, he has been...
Yeah, we'll see. I got to at least go through and try and pull a short or two to have posted up tomorrow during the
Here he is on the world stage.
5.
Fantastic to see, and a great response there. Obviously, no timeouts in a best of 5, but...
We'll see when everything gets done.
BP, locking the boys back in. Finn getting the first.
So I don't think I'm going to be able to go with Weevil to her appointment.
Now into these events. That's what he's talking about. KV1 avoids being demoed there by Finn, who will be low boost, so it's going to be a very late rotation back and a heavy first touch here from Kaka. Low boost, actually Finn's turned back in. That is the 0 boost cut of rotation. You love to see it. Brad, reset, gained. Couldn't do anything with it. Would have at least liked to have a bump on Hunter. Secret look out of joints here. They are not quite rolling it their own kind of rhythm as KV1 straight down the line, and that is very easy here for Chiefs to work with.
Yeah, sometimes all it can take is one goal for the floodgates to open, a bit of confidence coming through as well, and that's huge for Finn. Back in OCE, he's a confidence player. He's up and down. I don't want to brag on him too much, but there's Kaka. He can't get the save. KV1, top left corner wide open. Fantastic pass from Secret.
And this has probably been the big what if here from Chiefs. You've got to go. If you are moving out, you have got to put some sort of pressure on that ball. They allowed Team Secret to play, and if you're playing and allowing an infield pass, yeah, you can't be too surprised at the results.
Talk about, Chiefs play style, their structure, how it's pleasing for a coach, but then there are those situations where they do play too safe. They get that first goal, they get the lead, and then they really just bring the defense back. They try and, as I said, hold on to that lead. I don't know if you can do that against a SAM team.
I do love that you brought up that they were, oh wait a minute, they might still go here. I don't quite know if the flip reset was available, but I do love that you brought up that they are a bit of a momentum-based team, and you get it a lot here. We're talking a lot of teams, every team here.
Oh, left off? Nice.
Kaka's managed to get another one for his team, and maybe that confidence can start to build.
Hunter's getting to work. You can see he lands and gets the pop. 0 boost over KV1. That's again, great confidence from the Chiefs. A fantastic response. They were tested there. They lost the lead. They're able to get it back.
Secret, though, beat twice now from that corner. And off the kickoff as well. Finn had to do a little bit of a start step. Now
damn. Okay, Chiefs. Let them cook.
The top of the keeper.
Well, here we go. Kickoff goal. Look how aggressive that was. Team Secret. I mean, we saw it back in Sam. We saw what Complexity did. And Secret with their kickoff strats, but that was way too aggressive. I mean, the guy following up was already past the ball before the kickoff happened. Somehow, the Chiefs get a 2-goal lead.
I will say, Chiefs' ability to just kill the ball and have it roll a little bit, trickling into the Secret side of the field. They have done it 3 times now off the kickoffs. Secret need to pick up on that, or they might just be bleeding goals for no reason. Double commit. Brad's got a very awkward angle to work with. Decides to go ceiling, couldn't catch the ball. Almost halfway through here. Chiefs have got a 2-goal advantage. But we also know when it comes to OCE, nothing can be too safe.
Yeah, we're the most entertaining region for a reason here. Is you just never know what is going to happen. But as I said, I want to see the aggression. No, not that much aggression. Though. What happened to the positioning? 2 plays in the corner.
Okay.
Rotation was slow as well. And it's the 50 off the sidewall. You can see there, Kaka choosing to go back for boost instead of getting to, I think it might be Finn actually. And, well, There's the positional mistakes. When you're on the world stage, you've got to be crispy in defense.
Yeah, they sort of attacked that back corner boost like it was actually a Team Secret play. Again, though, off the kickoff. It was a good position here for Chiefs. But a weak couple of goals given up by both teams. They'll feel reasonably upset.
Sorry, still 2 minutes left here if you're Team Secret.
From the wall, need to get the second.
Chiefs D has to hold the line here, man. Cannot go down 0-2. Needing to win 2 series.
On the back line, so now you've got to try and cut rotation, try and ward off Brad as he tries to march forward. Side wall, double tap, but didn't get much power from it. Chiefs can't afford a mistake here, though. They've got to get rid, and that's certainly a way to do it.
This is what can happen, though, when you are playing very safe, very structured Rocket League. One demo, because everyone on the pitch is so slow, it can really throw everything off and can lead to goals. It's a great shot, a great save there, KV1. Finn going to keep the pressure in. Hunter just turned, and it's an open net. Chiefs get 4.
I'll tell you what, Hunter is in it to win it. He loves to cut rotation when he gets the chance. This one didn't even need a second guess. Realized he's got team players back. The ball's to the side of him. I might as well turn for this. 2 gold re-established and a minute and a half to play.
Yeah, this is huge. In the Vitality Series, Chiefs only managing to get 1 goal as at most in a game, getting 4 on the board, as I said, as a confidence team. It's going to be huge for their momentum and their mindset here. It's a great fake, Finn. Tries to get a touch, can't quite get it to work. Is Hunter. Back corner, able to grab the boost and a 50. That's going to be great. He's going to land on this one as well to just launch it downfield.
We get ourselves a game 3 tied up. Is that what we're going to get here?
Chiefs, that's all they need to do. We talk about them playing
Team
safe.
Secret just does not seem to be able to take control of the field.
Just hang on.
Keep the possession the way they did in game 1.
At least send a first man to try and challenge.
Part of it's been because of the aggression that we're seeing from Chiefs.
They like to leave 2 players on the goal line. Just try and buy themselves some time with this. Motta, that is not a very good touch.
Cole's not happy with that one again. He's treated him like it's his own son in his fantasy team. I mean, I've never seen more disappointment from Cole after round number 1 there for Motta. But here we go. He's got to reset. No boost. Finn's done well. He has 100. And they're really controlling the boost at this stage. Again, it's still a little bit scary for the Chiefs. 35 seconds. That pitch is going to be wide. The bump's going to be enormous.
All right. 1 goal game. Yo, the Chiefs cannot drop this.
Yeah, it's never going to be easy.
If they drop this after being up the way they were in this game, this ends in a sweep.
Get out of the way.
1000%.
If you want to play defensive, you can do it off the respawn.
You send him packing. 34 seconds. 4-3. Here we go. What do they got off the kickoff? It's another close cheat. It's so aggressive. The demo comes through. It's won by Kaka. Can't quite get it over the top of Brad. It's Motta now with boost.
Got to move. They've got to move.
He's looking for the bump. Where's the follow-up? Is anyone there? Hunter back in time. Just over 20 left.
Hunter's just going to stay as high as he can for as long as he can. Finn, next one in. Powers it back line. Demoed for his troubles. He'll be happy to just respawn, though, on his back line. 10 seconds left. Brad's first touch left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, they've still got boost though, and it's in the right end of the pitch. KV1 can't get it. Hunter's just looking for the ground. He's looking for low 50s. Finn, get that ball down.
There it is.
Hunter wants it to drop, and it will. Chiefs tie the series up.
All right.
Well, that was a great...
On Swiss.
Well,
Gladiator.
Oxygen beat Gaming Gladiator. All right, another sweep over on the alternate
game
stream.
To win their first win as well. So far, their first individual game win here in London, LANdon 3.0. Does recall back in the day, LBP, if we're looking for historical head-to-head matchups with Secret. We did beat Secret back at the World Championships, back in the wild card back in the day with LBP as the coach. So there are some, there's some history with this side. Obviously, I think Brad was the only player on Secret that is still here. So I'm not sure if he remembers or not, but maybe he did glance across the LBP and go, oh no, they're back.
For Secret, though, I think that something might have just clicked towards the end of that one, which is just how vulnerable Chiefs seem to be to the demo game and to the bump game. Now, this might be something that only really affects Chiefs when they are winning and they are leading. They've got a lead to settle on. But expect to see more of that heading into the next game, because if this is a team that wants to play defensive, it also tends to mean you're a lot more static.
Yeah, as I said, when you're playing safe and when you're not, you're not quick on the rotations, one demo, it can just completely open up. There's no one to cover that bump or demo coming through. Let's see if Secret can answer back. It was a great game too from the Chiefs. As I said, getting 4 goals on the board to loft their confidence. But here's the bumps, as you said, already almost getting the first.
Yeah, Team Secret don't believe the first challenge mode. That one needed to be on target. Huge opportunity for Chiefs. Nobody there to follow up. As actually, this has got way further than I think anyone for Secret was even expecting. Good challenge, though. Now into the path of...
Bro, how high is Chief Kaka holding this controller? He's like
everybody from Chiefs
here with it.
just scampering on back.
Feels such a level series. I know that the chat, I'm not sure what you guys were doing with the 85% prediction for Secret. I felt going in it was a 60-40 series to Secret. And obviously with their form almost getting the win over Gen G, they nearly took it to game 5 at least. As the Chiefs, they struggle to touch against Vitality, but a lot of teams do. Now we're tied up, as I said. It feels very level, both sides. It doesn't feel like there's a massive skill difference or anything. It's all about structure.
Drop down.
Be able to adapt on the fly. Great touch from Hunter. Some minutes go on, and it has been Secret so far with those bumps that you talk about.
I think the way both these teams are playing as well, it's like the perfect playstyle for the opposition team. They'll be so happy with how the opposition is playing. Both seem to almost enable each other. As Kaka goes so far with that one. Has he got any follow? Yes, he does. Finn off the backboard. Boost taken there by KV1. Well prioritized. Not bumped. There's the turnaround. Finn, oh, he waited for it. It wasn't the best touch, actually, from KV1, so Finn got it perfect. There's more demos, but now it's Motto who's being swarmed. Needs to try and get somebody back. Shot, far side. Well done to keep it out.
Yeah, Brad, huge save coming through, and it's KV1. He's straight down the other end. He has a reset. It's over Hunter. Finn has to go. He's looking for the
KV keeps it at least in the zone with that second touch. Brad, king in the air.
Brad, very awkward.
Not moving towards the net, though.
Touch. Hunter's found a demo in back corner, but he's got 0 boost. Shot.
Yay! Okay, Brad.
First.
Nice shot.
There was a race towards that.
We take those.
100 boost. KV1 did enough, and Hunter had to jump hope and watch the ball sail past him. Secret have gone up in this match to find out who will have the advantage and who will have double match points.
Hunter getting that demo in the back corner is probably wiping his fingers going, oh, well, wiping his hands going, I've done enough there, and oh my goodness, the ball is on net and I have 0 boost. Brad this time, does he have a double? There's no boost for Hunter. He does find something on it. It's KV1 keeping the pressure on Secret. Again, such a back and forth. Both teams trading games at the moment, but right now, this is certainly in Secret's hands, and that's going to be almost an opening. How many times is Hunter sweeping across with 0 boost?
Well, it seems like Chiefs have reacted to being demoed on their goal line by staying as far away from their own goal line as humanly possible.
Oh, bump?
Being tripped up.
Bro, KV1 had a good bump on the Finn if that was on target.
But it was just slightly off target. Loads of time here. Secret, they are getting opportunity after opportunity, but can they make anything with it? Brad now, off the side, low boost. Needs to try and get this one midfield. Couldn't do so, so instead parks it in front of Hunter. It's not quite what we mean when we say parking the bus.
Yeah, they're probably just overdoing the demos because they've released Chiefs down the other end. It's a fantastic double. Great save, Brad. And now Hunter's just going to back off. KV1 is going to look for a redirect on net. And perhaps a pass in the middle. And not met by Brad. Motta this time. What has he got? Can he stat pad a save for Cole? Not in this case. Finds the corner. Does get the dunk, though, with the follow. Is anyone there? It's going to be KV1. And look at the bumps. Hunter in big trouble. Saves the flip. Great defense again from him.
Tell you what, Secret have been doing it a lot, but I feel like they've been doing it very well. And the unfortunate thing for them is Chiefs are also reacting to it incredibly. Now we go for a little bit more finesse. Backboard, KV1, low boost, just trying to keep the play alive. Couldn't get on target. 90 seconds. Chiefs need to get out of this situation. Ball into the midfield. Hunter, huge first touch. Looks for the follow. Can't get it.
Gee, Chiefs, if they're going to get one chance, they might only get one chance at this rate. Secret keeping so much pressure on. Probably should have been 2-0 as well. He could have left it for Brad there, KV1. Just over a minute now. Chiefs, they're looking pretty rattled here in game 3 so far. As we said, the pressure and the bumps have been too much. They only need one, and that could be a great chance. Where's the shot?
Nice.
Placement has been phenomenal, but Brad puts himself in the way.
Secret looked like they were out of sorts and instead had it all put together. It is a region of Rocket League where sometimes it can look messy, but they recover well. Now backboard. Who's going to be first to it? They look for the set, and Brad is the one that got there. Maybe that could have been left for somebody else.
Thought he was going to smoke that one top corner for a second, but he manages to get the save. Just 40 seconds now for the Chiefs. Had a couple more chances. Secret, though, down the other end.
Nice. That's going to be the security blanket.
The board, and that might be game number 3 to them.
Yeah, there are certain things that you do not want to see. The demos are bad. KV1 with the ball on his hood, and time on the clock is probably 2 steps worse than even that.
He's just absolutely stonked that into the top half of the net. Ripped a flick. And now with 30 seconds left, the kickoff has to go Chiefs' way. It will. Kaka's going to throw it up, and the whiff comes through. The placement again. Hunter so bad that it's going to work almost. Double save. Finn just not quick enough on the follow. 20 seconds. They're still getting chances, but Chiefs are backing off. Where are they?
Yeah, Chiefs are not proactively going for what their pass is. It's like they're waiting for the pass to happen, then they're going to make the move for it. That's great and all, but you're 2 goals down, no time left on the clock, and with Brad looking to try and put it away, it is as good as done.
All right, Team Secret puts themselves on a series point.
Secrets going to go on to double match point, and Chiefs just seem to be going in and out of looking either extremely comfortable to a step too slow.
And they need to find a way to get through these demos and the bumps. I mean, the aggression has been huge. Mota pretty much has just played sit-in net simulator, watching KV1 and Brad get to work with the bumps down the other end. And it's been a recipe for success. You saw Chiefs only really towards the end of that game when they needed to score did they find some chances. But before that, I mean, that whole game was pretty much Secrets.
So as we mentioned, both these teams looking for match wins, looking to try and book their tickets to Dallas. Right now, Team Secret look like the better shout to do so. They are getting the shots, they're finding the bumps. I will agree with you, CJ, it's like towing the line between too much and absolutely perfect. But at this level, that line is very thin.
And again, you know, we spoke about it at the start of the series. On LAN, you know, well, not even traditionally, but nowadays on LAN, the aggressive team is the team that's going to get the job done 9 times out of 10. And so far, it has been Secret. We just haven't seen the bumps down the other end for the Chiefs offensively. We haven't seen who's willing to take a risk, push downfield, be that first man, be that nuisance for the defense. We haven't seen that from the Chiefs.
I'm not gonna lie, man.
We've probably seen too much of it, but it is
It's been some long days already. Or this is a long day, I should say. I said it's been a long day, like it's been a fucking crazy. I said, what the? Wait, why isn't that going off? Why is my alert not going off for the? Oh, there it is. Yo, what up, Pyro? What up, buddy? Holy smokes! Hey, hey, hey. Yo, Pyro coming through with the raid ski, yo. Appreciate you bringing your community through, fam. What up, what up, what up? Yo, we got new friends, too. Asmu, Dog Rocks, Civi, appreciate the follows over here. What up, what up? Any friend of Pyro's, a friend of ours over here in the community.
Become best friends. Yep. Nearly everything wrong, but Chiefs, again.
Hey, no worries, bro. I appreciate you bringing your community through. We'll stay live and popping. Watch up over here. I appreciate you so much, chat. Or so much, Pyro. Chat, if y'all know Pyro, I'm going to need y'all to make sure you get acquainted. We rock it out over on the SSA broadcast. I'm going to get him over with us for TEC next semester, too. That's the homie right there.
Setting that one up well, and a huge pinch. Chiefs, when they can
welcome in for those y'all coming through with the Pyro J raid. As I said, I am your boy Q. We do a little bit of the casting with Pyro over in SSA. I also did the Pioneers team streams, the second split for Swiss stages. So low key, definitely pulling. I shouldn't say low key. Definitely pulling for Team Secret in this series. We'd love to see the Pioneers be able to still secure their spot for Worlds. But what up, what up, what up? Hopefully everyone's doing good, feeling good, enjoying our first day of LANdon. We've had some good matches so far.
How do they find this aggression? Are they able to
Let me know who you guys are hoping to see qualify, who you're cheering for.
And that's a big dive in from Kaka.
Who you guys think are winning LANdon 3.0?
Heavy first touch, Chiefs. Not exactly going with much finesse at the moment.
OG all the way. I love it. I can get with it.
There is no chance you are going to try and bait Finn into taking
NRG winning it all? Yo, I think that would be a shocker for sure.
They've got the lead, but you still want to see some aggression, which is very quickly you can see Secret just put the chokehold on, start to
I do like the OG boys.
Finn, another pre-jump in the center. It's Mota now with a pop, close touch to KV1.
So if we're ripping for Moist, does that mean we're low key pulling for Joyo over on Oxygen then, or thoughts?
Goal there from Secret, but still need to find one, just under 3 minutes.
An air dribble like that does not help. You need to get that significant curve than just the halfway line, otherwise Chiefs can just let it drop. Take an easy challenge over on the floor. Oh, Kaka's made this more difficult than need be as well. Before he had the right positioning, it sort of bounced over the top of his head. Now already up, unchallenged, and well, unsafe.
I think the other game's already done, right? Oxygen 1, yeah. Team Obula. Gonna be up next. Chief Kaka. Do you think we're getting it? We're gonna get up game 5 here. This is going to be tough for Chiefs if they get this thing forced to a game 5 and then still end up losing. You're going to have to win 2 of their next 3 series in order to secure their spot for Worlds.
The goalkeeper absolutely stranded. 2-0.
He just guaranteed the goal, and that is the LAN experience paying off. As I said, the guy that's been here more than any other player on the team, and this could be another one. It's got to be Finn getting the goal on the board.
What is it a bit about
I'm looking at Finn in the bottom left
some
corner,
teams, especially like we saw Falcons do it earlier too, right? Like, well, I guess Falcons a little bit different. They're kind of like a momentum-based team. But seeing teams is just like
got out of control.
Scoring in bunches.
Whichever team is just having the offense is winning in this. Secret, as good as they are on offense and as good as they have been looking for these demos, the moment they're in defense, it falls apart. It feels like it is far too easy to play their backboards.
How quickly does, we talk about mindset, mentality in Rocket League. It felt like they knew they needed one more game.
OG's got Twisted Minds in round number 2.
Win, basically, but
after that tough game to Furia.
Every team at this event, I mean, it's just so competitive. There's no.
How are we feeling about them at least being able to bounce back against Twisted Minds? I feel like should be a pretty good matchup for them, right? Although I do like Twisted Minds too, man. I just don't know if this is going to be the event for them.
For a long time, it feels like everyone always looks to the first.
The way my pick'ems broke down, I had them squeezing in top 8, but
now Chiefs and OCE trying to say, look, yeah,
the way that the brackets working out for them so far, it might be a little bit harder than I thought.
On top of everyone else being so strong, need results to try and confirm that. This looks like it'll be going the right way. Nice drop down, and there's the shot.
Bro, Chiefs looking good right now.
I mean, again, it's
look at the teamwork here, chat.
Did Finn, but he just chooses to drop down a Hunter near post. He's got 100 boost, and changing up that angle makes it so hard for Secret's defense.
You had Twisted Minds as an upsetting 0-3.
Putting the foot down, and they can take all of this confidence and momentum into game 5.
It just seems like the respect has completely disappeared for what Chiefs have got for Secret. They would never have gone for a passing play like that in games 1 or 2. They would always have expected, Secret have got this, we need to play for the most powerful shot possible. Now they're saying, oh, but they actually probably don't. They are human.
Yeah, I think if they would have performed a little bit better against Gentlemates, I'd feel a little bit more solid about having them sneak in at 8.
The first goal in that game is
but they didn't look that great.
As we said, it just feels like whoever can start stronger. Just put so much scoreboard pressure on the other team. The bump comes through. What a save, though. Kaka on the goal line. He was getting tested by everyone. Like homing missiles. Then with KV1, we're bumping him up, and then they just can't find anything. It might not have meant the world, as they still would need 3 after that, but we're talking about confidence going into champ field, missing something like that. It can be tilting for the
I am going to be excited to watch the BDS Falcons game. I think, again, seeing Falcons get a tough draw early on in Swiss, like they had with Carmine Corp and Major 1. It's going to be interesting. Same thing for Power with their round 2 draw with G2. I think both of those are on the mainstream, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you know that now. Get the ball past, but it is a 4-0.
Where's my boy Ducky at?
Second
Homie Ducky's a big BDS fan. I'd love to see that.
Let's go to Champions Field. Let's see who moves to the 1-1 round and who will be on the brink of elimination.
A massive game number 4 there from the Chiefs, and you look at the LAN debutant Finn. Every game he plays, every ounce of experience he's going to get on LAN on the international stage, they're only going to get better and better, this lineup, which is just why that game number 4 was so huge. Able to force game 5. Now
what up, Ducky?
Better, as I said. Ducky, they look fantastic in game 3.
See, another BDS fan.
They thought Chiefs were going to give it to them. They're going to hand them the easy 3-1 win. Well, it's not to be against OCE. Now we do get champ field.
Like I almost don't blame them for that. Chiefs.
You don't think that G2 will drop a game? I mean, I do think G2 are looking to try and prove a point.
And then suddenly, Chiefs
they've been looking pretty decent lately.
Hunting down demos, playing the champion infield. There was nothing that went.
And if they do it again here,
and now both teams,
especially knowing that you will have a lot of those middle games,
comes to the rest of their season.
Talking about mindset as well, playstyle. I know that man.
That will probably be back and forth quite a bit.
There he is right there. I know he would have said to them.
Looking at
former coach
Furia, Gentlemates. Vitality, Gen G.
Who's playing your way? What's the point of handing it to the other team, letting them play their own
and even some of the
kitchen sink at game 4. They got the reward 4-0.
I feel like you'll probably get yourself a decent draw, like a good series that you'll feel comfortable with.
Oh! KB1 stuck with it, but that somehow took longer than expected.
And we talk about how important the start of these games are. The first 30 seconds, the first minute.
I think the first team to score in this series has won every game, right?
And Secret with a kickoff goal.
Well, Chiefs will not have the option
Pretty sure.
here. They cannot play passively. They've got to go for it from here on out. Go ahead and get another one. They are looking for the demos, looking for the bumps, looking.
All right, my bad, Chad. Don't know what happened there. Internet hiccuped for a second.
It's only early, but this is trouble. It feels like Game 3 all over again. The reset from Brad, the confidence from Secret. They're throwing everything at this offense. They've completely changed it up from Game 4. They're looking like they're trying to actually go out and take what's theirs.
Brad off the wall, very heavy first touch, but where's the follow? Hunter just wanted to take the 50. Chiefs stuck in their own side of the field. They have not even.
I have to stand up here for these next couple of games, Chad. I sat down for lunch, but
how long is it going to last? Not very long at all, or at least for the start with. KB1 just puts it behind Hunter. Been into the midfield, but Kaka didn't want to jump for it. They're going to have to take some risks here.
Yeah, what's crucial now for the Chiefs in the next 90 seconds, they've just got to stabilize. They don't want to let this lead get out to 2 or 3. Really write themselves off in here in Game 5. There's a great chance. 50 through. Finn keeping the ball in. Mozart is in a little bit of trouble. Double commit coming through. Hunter, he's looking to go. He's been faked out by the demo. A nice pass across. Brad reaching. Has no boost. Kaka now going to leave it for Hunter, but it's a great dunk again. Mozart. Secret doing well to keep it in the blue half.
Yeah, the passes are good ideas, but they've got so much distance to travel that Secret have been able to react. Good boost steal. Kaka already up. Decides to play it to the far side. Secret have not been incapable when it comes to having a double commit. Across the face of the midfield. Hunter
that open?
beat to it. This is sort of plays it. If Hunter's going to go
That's almost there.
far, I feel like he does need to commit.
Talk so much about Game 5s as well. It's less about playstyle, less about structure, more about moments. Who's going to make the most of their opportunity? I'm looking to Hunter to be the playmaker for the Chiefs. As I said, he's been here more than anyone else on his team. He's got the experience. He's been the veteran back in OCE for this lineup. He's been such a cool head. He needs to come up with something magical here. Kaka with 100 boost though. Early flick doesn't quite come through. KV1's got to back off. Shot on. It's a dribbler. It's a double commit for Secret, but they find a way out.
Yeah, Secret.
Here's
so
KV1.
well. That was such a difficult position to be in.
Upfield.
But they came out of it. Oh, shiny.
For Team Secret, they just got to keep the pressure on the net. There it is. There's goal number 2. Let's go.
Absolutely huge for Secret, and it's Motter, as you see.
That's right, baby. Send Chiefs down to the O2 bracket.
Forces Kaka to go for the squishy save. All 3 of Chiefs beaten out by 1 man. And the damage is done. 2-0 now, half a game left.
Is it the same old story? Or have Chiefs got something that they can show us with 2.5 minutes? What a shot!
Wow, okay, hold on.
This one just yet, and it's the perfect response right off the kickoff. You can see Finn. He goes straight for the corner boost. He gets the beat out from KV1.
Stand by.
And then Kaka, the placement. Motza sat himself there, bottom left. But the finish was too strong.
I love that from Finn. Did not overcomplicate it. You're in the corner. It's difficult to create chances. Just hit it and see who will follow. Chiefs have got it now into a playable spot. Is it about to get worse? KV1 can't get that one into the net. Finn up against Brad. Gets it past the first, but Motta holding the midfield.
Yeah, Secret, though, straight back on the attack. They want to get that 2-goal lead again. The pressure will just keep on mounting. If it's only 1 goal, just 2 minutes now. Brad, 100 boost. Be able to control this one. Kaka can get the challenges. And now gonna have to wait back for Modder's double. He does find 2, and Finn just backs up. Passes it to Hunter. The pass plays were huge in Game 4, but can you do it when the pressure's at its highest?
I'll tell you what, Team Secret need to be a little bit worried about one thing, or maybe not for too much longer, but Jaws himself, Hunter, just keeps lurking behind their 3rd man. If that gets the demo, that could be awful for them. But unfortunately, they've not been in a position to take advantage of that. They've been stuck in their own final third for the first time. There we go, Kaka now looking for KV1. Oh, play to the side. Next one up has been demoed. And now have to watch from a fair distance.
He saw Kaka downfield, but he didn't get the bump. He backed off the play. Now Chiefs have to defend again. Just over a minute now. They still need to find 1. Wouldn't Secret love to get their 3rd on the board just to secure this one, to take the pressure off. Motta gets the touch. KV1 backs off.
Last minute here. Team Secret's got to make sure their defense can play and continue to lock things down.
Enough to get the clear.
What a hit that was. Try to find Hunter's car. Hunter decides to do the same to Brad.
I feel like for Team Secret,
that ball is bouncing in the final third for Secret, and Chiefs will just have to send it.
This will, secure them a spot for Worlds, but like, I don't know if I can feel very promising for them struggling this much against the Chiefs.
A little bit unlucky not to get the pinch.
You can see Motta again still being that 3rd man, just being the goalkeeper right now for Secret. There's only 30 seconds. They don't need to find one. They just need to hang on now. KV1, no boost. Kaka with the challenge. Monta, does he want this? He does. Finds the pass across. It's Hunter. Pops it up. Again, no one from Chiefs able to follow. Where's the pass plays? They've only got 20 seconds. They have to go. They want to find a win. There's the redirect. It's over to Finn.
Finn? Left for Hunter?
How's your finishing? How's the placement?
Hold on. Kaka drops it down.
But this time it's Brad with the double
Still in the
save.
zone from Finn. Oh.
Coming up heroically here for Secret. All they need now is the ball to hit the ground. Chiefs might just be dropping down into the 0-2. They're going to keep it up for now. Hunter with 100.
Hold on.
With the fake.
Oh, he can't keep it up.
Team Secret in 5.
That was not a 85% predicted matchup.
So close.
Secret forced to fight for it. They needed series wins in.
All right.
World Championship. Otherwise, their competitors in SSA Limitless will end up making it there. They didn't have a great start here. VK Salen and company are going to have to figure themselves out. But that guy right there, LJ, he's going to be tough to beat. You hear teammates yapping about him all the time.
You see the musty that he scored?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The fake reset musty.
Yeah, that was
crazy.
So
SSG versus Team Mobula.
Somebody
up
posted
next,
on
chat.
Reddit a little bit ago. Who's got the greatest comeback story in Rocket League? I said I thought it was Hoxer.
Fully agree.
Hoxer. He made it to the World Championship way back before the modern era. I believe it was season 8, and then went down a little bit. Didn't have many good results, and then has come roaring back. And then Chicago, we've seen him for years competing on G2. We've seen him make it to the World Championship final stage as well. This Space Station team has come together and has been putting up results. They missed out on that first major, Jorby, barely, because they played Genji every single time in the quarterfinals, if you remember. But this last split, essentially, these last online qualifiers for the London Major, Space Station has clearly been that #3 team in it.
And, you know, some people had the question out there of like, well, how would it go if Space Station played somebody else in quarterfinals? But I mean, they played Genji close enough in those series. It was very clear how.
You know, I saw Kronik was talking about just now getting onto the plane. I was like, who did they play with? Forgetting that he was the sub. I'm an idiot.
A player that we don't mention a lot. You know, I think we talk about JNAPS more than we talk about Chicago as far as the old guard of players. And JNAP's a little older than Chicago in terms of his RLCS.
JNAPS has been around a while.
But I mean, Chicago has been producing on this team.
Yeah,
has been playing very well.
In the rival series on Fibion. You remember that?
Oh, Fibion, yeah.
I think they went undefeated through the whole rival series and then lost in the.
No, a Chronic.
Right, I do remember that.
And then Chicago still got picked up. And I remember this time.
A Chronic from.
You know, he's one of those players like
Team Mobula.
He
from SSA.
Elevate that team immediately. He's
I think it's a Chronic,
players,
right?
in my opinion, where you bring him on a team, he's going to elevate that team.
No, not Chronic though. No.
He's competing to be the best in it.
I remember casting LJ and Chicago in community tournaments even before rival series. It's crazy to see
I'm pretty sure
how many of those players are still around.
Sure we watched Hoxer play with Alpha Kep in Chicago at the Universal Open.
Now I can't find the post on Twitter. Yeah, whoever Team Mobula's
Ghost. That's what I
sub is.
Where I remember him.
You might correct me if I'm wrong. That'll be one to go look up.
Maybe
that was a while ago.
We'll have to ask Hoxer.
But
sure he
you know, Hoxer has been on the grind.
Harmonic, not a Chromic. I'm an idiot. Harmonic. I'm dumb.
But then has come roaring back. The Space Station team, clearly the favorite, but Team Mobula, Sub-Saharan Africa, Jorby, do you think they have a chance in this one?
I mean, not really.
I think they do because this is
I don't know. I casted their series against BDS.
I mean, people know the story of this team. All Spanish players. They came over from Europe. They wanted an opportunity to make the major. Well,
they got an opportunity.
They got it. They've got it.
They did. I don't know if that means that they got a chance against Space Station though.
But this will be interesting because the games.
Yeah, I mean, especially a Space Station Gaming who were able to take 2 games off of Falcons. I just don't know if I saw enough from
watch the game. BDS
Team Mobula and their. I mean, like obviously it was BDS, right? Like you can only do so much against them.
And Monkey Moon wasn't just sitting downfield jumping around like a crazy person. But hey, we got Space Station versus Mobula. Maybe it's another crazy series. Let's get it underway. Space Station trying to recover, as well as Mobula after their losses.
Jorby, this is going to be an exciting one. We'll see what Team Mobula have against Space Station.
It started with the kickoff. It actually failed with LJ, and Rubik's tried to fake, lost all of his momentum.
And had no boost to really recover.
Well, that one didn't work out for either team. LJ just drove past the ball. Not exactly how you want to start it if you're Space Station.
Chicago will take this airborne. Touch into a reset. Over to LJ. LJ gets the touch in the demo. Solid start from Space Station. Hoxer. You could see him chasing VK sailing down. Couldn't land the demo.
Free touch.
I feel like for Team Mobula, if they're going to beat Space Station Gaming, it's going to be because they really focus on their counterattacks. The only problem is I don't know how much work they've really kind of put in on that side of their game. They were able to pretty well control the pace against anyone they played against over in SSA.
An electric player when he gets going. We saw it against Falcons, and you just may see it here. But you talk about Hoxer being one of those most improved players, being one of those comeback players, and he was able to take over some lobbies back in Dusseldorf. Where is that Hoxer? I think people have been waiting for him to show back up. He's played a solid enough series against Falcons. Mobula actually putting on a little bit of pressure. Rubix can't really go, but he sees LJ protect the boost, go for the touch. They're daring Mobula to push forward, keeping the ball tight.
Trying to see if they can catch them overcommitting.
LJ in the corner.
I feel like game 1 will probably be the closest of the games, chat, if I had to guess.
I think that was, yeah, a little team bump.
I think once LJ and the boys make their adjustments, Chicago, Hoxer.
His car and his back bumper kind of skipped against the wall and it snapped the rest of his car to the wall. That was cool. Cool physics stuff in this game. Always gets me, Jay.
The hitboxes are great. They're just those rectangles.
Lots of rectangles. Some slants in there. Let's be honest, no one uses the hybrid hitbox. It's been more and more Phoenix as time has gone on. Is there even an Octane? Yeah, there is an Octane. LJ's still in that Octane. That's good. Gotta have some car variety here.
This first half of the game been pretty quiet on both sides. It's a battle for possession at the midfield. VK Salem tries to go infield off the sidewall. Chicago doesn't really have much boost. Pops up nicely for Hoxer, though. Hoxer's shot will be high and wide. Leoro will get that to the corner as well. Leoro has to leave. Rubix was hung up on the post. Thankfully for Mobula, they were able to have Leoro come back in and get that clear out.
VK Sandlin took the boost. You saw it kind of froze Hoxer because he couldn't get back.
Nice chance from your Rubix here. I mean, honestly, Mobula not looking bad in this series.
They just gave it up to LJ and put away.
I do feel like at times SSG is a team that will play down to their competition, though, and
of LJ in that situation.
If it's being read that they can get a little bit of space without pushing too hard, they'll be okay with doing that.
Forces Chicago to use everything in the tank.
Yo, what up, Kazu? How you doing, buddy? Yo, your boy Swaz, your homie Swaz, winning another Stride tournament last night.
Gets a little touch over Rubix and
LJ, nice shot.
Hoxer, what a pass here from Hoxer. Gets up, gets the flip reset. That extra little touch, you can see it completely throwing off Rubix.
Yeah, you saw Rubix, he drove forward initially, seeing that touch. He's thinking threat on the left side of the net. But Hoxer's first touch pushes him so far to the right. Rubix has to adjust. Like you said, he's got nothing left in the tank to do anything with it. And there's Hoxer.
Good dish. A good dish from Hoxer.
Were you able to jump in and play last night, Kazu, or no?
The lead. They're in the driver's seat now.
Leoro with the pop-up. VK Sandlin playing too far back. LJ made that difficult for VK Sandlin to work with. So even though VK read the early touch, LJ...
I need to get some of the kids that are in the league up here in PA to start playing in that. I know it like tends to run late if you happen to be one of the teams that, you know, plays into the top 4 and stuff, but good quality reps, I feel like. Plus, we've seen a lot of the like bubble teams that have kind of formed come through there. Nice saves.
Oh man, Chicago, no panic in that situation.
And the old omelet squad before they got picked up by C9. I mean, even before Haybro got formed, we saw the 3 players that are now on TSM all come through and play on pickup squads for a bit.
Everyone has to get reset, but Rubix wins.
At least on the Frost side of things, maybe not so much Stride.
Everyone picking up the canisters. VK finding Leoro. Space Station are the ones playing defense here at the end of the game.
Hoxer peels off. There's a demo in the corner, and it was right after the 100 boost was taken. Oh. Low boost situation here for SSG. Can they survive?
Leoro
doesn't make contact on the second effort. And now it's a race down to the ball. Chicago will get the 50.
Well, not over.
See, but another game though that like Mobula's playing it relatively close.
Won't get it done. Rubix will look for one more lane. He's got Leoro, but Hoxer read it all day. Got the catch. The ball just has to touch the ground. Maybe
I mean, what was it? I mean, a couple of, or at least the first game I think it was in the BDS series, it didn't look terrible either. The question just becomes for SSG, do we see in a similar fashion like in the BDS series, where SSG is able to make some good adjustments and really open things up in the rest of the series?
I think it was Rubix who was trying to jump up to that challenge. Hoxer immediately flipped, used his flip to get that pass over to LJ, and LJ sank the shot.
You think more so Stride than in Frost on Mondays?
Really weak. And then the Leoro pass attempted, I think it was VK Salen who had a chance to put it in the net.
They had station right where they wanted them. They did. I can't remember who, it might have been LJ or Hoxer who got the corner boost and immediately was demoed.
Yeah.
And then there were 2 players over there, so you had 2 players from Space Station up. Neither one of them had much boost at all. That was Team Mobula's.
I don't know. I feel like the quality, the reps can't be too bad.
They didn't really have a lot of control for the game.
That's fair.
Really
I mean, they are definitely like
dominating the midfield.
More for like your, I mean, more bubble players, right?
But like you said, they just started chipping them off, started going for the physical plays to pull them off the back line.
And I'd argue more so like your bubble players who aren't necessarily on a team versus the ones who can go and run scrims consistently.
Touches he had to make.
Yeah, especially that last situation where it was 2v3 for a brief moment after the demo. Chicago clutching up. So Space Station, they get out of game 1 with a win. It was a narrow victory, however. Now off kickoff, we're seeing an early chance, but hit off to the side by Hoxer. And then also, Jorby, you remember that one ball that was slowly bouncing in that was cleared off the goal line. Very easily could have been an overtime or even a win for Mobula in game 1.
Kickoffs have not been the best for Space Station. Luckily for them in the last game, they didn't have to use...
Yeah, I guess that's fair. That way you're more so
LJ playing deep
getting quality reps in against people of similar like level of a team talent.
Give your playmaker the ball. And he got him. Hoxer's also downfield.
Oh, he fakes out 2. Hoxer goes a little redirect. That was so good from LJ, though. He fakes the guy in the back wall, brings it down to the ground, fakes out another. LJ was cooking.
Faked Hoxer. But you can't blame Hoxer.
Even with like Stride just being one night a week, you think?
It still almost worked out for him.
It really did. Oh, still love those short hop little resets to give yourself a chance with control and momentum even when you have low boost. Didn't work out for him that time. Mobula, VK will wait for Hoxer. LJ's right there, he's got the read. VK not gonna let him in, but a bit of a miscomm there from Mobula.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
Going for what? And a hard pinch will make no question about that clear.
Hoxer up against Leoro. Nice ball out to the middle for Mobula. LJ, wall dashing, trying to get up to it. Mid boost taken from him. LJ does grab that corner. That could allow Space Station to do a tight rotation and keep this ball in.
I'll be honest with you, Ducky. I don't know if I keep that close at tabs as far as what cars they're normally in.
That touch perfect to Hoxer. That was like a 360 no scope, honestly. If a 360 no scope could be a pass. Man, LJ is so fun to watch. Now, Chicago playing the bully. Hoxer just playing the 50. Space Station starting to really clamp down on this Mobula rotation. No boosts for Mobulas that go up for the ball. It was Rubix on the last one. VK, enough of that for him. He'll take Space Station out of the play.
Hoxer was so close. Had he grabbed that mid boost, that would have been a great situation for him. Just missed it. See LJ going for the bump, leaving the corner for Chicago. Hoxer putting that ball right in front of net. Space Station, they're having chances. They're having possession in Mobula's half. There's the fake around 1, and LJ couldn't get it past the second defender.
Potential demo could have been opened up there to open up the gate for LJ, but they decided to play the option on the pass. You had him, Rubik stuck with no boost.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it does make sense as far as like with the comparing for like the 15-0.
Still can't really.
I guess I didn't really think about it as far as that. I was just thinking more in the sense of playing up for competition like one night a week.
By chance, falls right back into him. LJ trying to stuff him. Look, Rubik's trying to harass Hoxer. Doesn't quite work out for him, but you're seeing Mobula do that, rotate into the play a lot more on their way back, trying to pick up those demos.
Another demo at the midfield. see another demo from Mobula. They are landing demo after demo.
Still can't get control of the ball, though. Rubick's got no boost. Leoro has it, calls him off, but, I mean, you just wasted a lot of time there, and Space Station gets set up. You wanted to drop that off. It was an unfortunate...
I guess it's just all dependent on the draw, really, at that point, right?
Not going to go for that. Gonna pull off, just try to control the pitch. They're losing the touches now.
Which is probably the unfortunate and frustrating thing.
In that one.
Yeah.
Sailing, perfect touch out to Rubick. Leoro's there. VK can't go.
Tough bounce for Chicago. That one went straight down. Good 50. VK Sailing. Gonna see if he can land a bump on Hoxer. Hoxer did well to dodge the bump. Now gonna snag that corner, let Leoro get that touch uncontested, and now moves in.
Hoxer fakes the follow-up touch, and the 50 goes right through. He tried to force it, but Leoro was there. VK punched it into the corner, and almost a dead ball. He takes the bump. Leoro tried to pitch it in, and that was a really good idea.
I mean, if you just deflect that, you're getting a goal.
Just needed to deflect that on target anywhere, and that would have gone in. That was the chance for Mobula.
Really good chance. Doesn't matter if you can't convert. 30 seconds left. We're still scoreless. Chicago.
Right.
He's going to get it.
If you happen to get Swaz' team in round number 1 and then also get a rough draw in round 2, it just ends up being more frustrating than being productive. I can get that.
On the backboard, he's got another clear downfield. LJ will retreat behind Chicago.
LJ has boost. Chicago lays off.
I wonder if we have our second matchup yet over on the main broadcast.
Across to Hoxer, and Leoro breaks up that attempt.
Oh, this goes to overtime. Let's just see real quick.
Did make contact.
Nope, looks like they're still talking about the Team Secret game over there currently.
Wow, Mobula looking for their first game win of the tournament. Hoxer loses the ball. Chicago has to go deep from the right side. And as you see, it wasn't easy to win the 50. VK keeps it low, has the pass up in front. Rubick has to get through 2, and he can't. Hoxer gets credit for the save. Leoro with a catch with no boost. The rest of Mobula will follow suit. LJ has to get there quick, and he pushes it out to the right. Rubick's caught a little bit of LJ in the chassis as Hoxer diving for it again. It hasn't looked the cleanliest for Space Station when they're on defense, but they break out.
That one was a scary one. If LJ doesn't get that touch, it's game over. Now we see a short back pass. LJ trying to get back up to the ball. Hoxer upfield, Leoro to Rubick's. Rubick's will let that through. There's a demo from VK Sailing, and he grabbed the corner boost, but a massive clear down. LJ pinching that with Rubick's. That was huge in relieving pressure for SSG.
Yeah, from LJ's perspective, it was real easy. You saw Rubick's go on the side of the ball. You knew you just had to cut on the inlet pass, but hang on a second. Rubick's almost catches Chicago out. He's got no boost. He needs that canister.
Still so torn on how to feel with,
was hoping that would just go right back to VK.
in this case, like Team Mobula keeping SSG close. Because we did see Team Limitless was able to close the gap with them, right? So like SSA Talent getting closer, but I would really rather see SSA Talent use the measuring stick. But here's Space Station Gaming going to win game number 2.
Unreal. VK Sailing with the challenge of Leoro. Misses the ball. And you can't just whip it.
Twisted Minds versus OG is going to be up on our another channel.
That is what happened.
The ball, man.
Wow. Ugh, shocking.
Honestly, Mobula were playing pretty decently. They put some real pressure on Space Station. They were starving them.
I mean, LJ on that last play, he did make contact on the ball. Chicago was the last one back, had to stretch to make that save. Mobula had the initiative. They had the possession. They were on the attack. They had Space Station back. And to give up the overtime goal in that fashion, that is remarkable.
That's tough. You know, it's kind of the same deal what we were talking about with Gladiators is how do you bounce back when the games have been so close and it's really just one mistake you make in the game?
Yo, the SSG coach looking snazzy in the back. I can dig it. Can you dig it?
Yeah, I mean, if anything, LJ, you're just thinking, wow, he's doing such a great job buying time for his teammates to get boost. Wow. And like, it's like he has, you freeze frame that with LJ, how much boost he has and the defenders in front of him. You freeze frame that. You ask me as an analyst, is he going to score this? I'm going to say no.
Yeah.
No chance.
Yeah, Leoro's there. He's going to pitch it, right?
Nothing.
I thought I was about to lose one of my earbud.
Misjudgment.
I say because I don't know where my replacements are in the.
And for them,
stuff that moved.
Nice,
I'd have been in trouble.
Knowing how that Falcon series went for you, but this has not been easy. But now you put Mobula on triple match point, threatening to put them down in the 0-2 section.
Ooh, VK Salen almost put that one in.
Have had a couple of things to say about it. We'll see if they can convert a goal or two and get ahead of Space Station, but Hawkser gets the bump back to Chicago, and barely getting there in time was Rubik's.
Jorby, I don't know if you caught it, but 2 1-goal victories. This might be a perfect sweep for Space Station if they close out this game with another shutout. So Mobula not only will get the L, but to be perfect swept. They have gotten a lot to fight for in this game.
And hey, you know, credit Space Station. BDS weren't able to do that. Here's LJ back over to Chicago, and the Oro barely getting out to that touch off the back wall. A soft touch from Chicago. VK has to force it out. You saw everybody playing the wind touch. LJ was playing deep back. Nobody could get that follow-up. As a result, Space Station are in this corner.
Leora will grab that corner from behind, tries to stay in the play. VK Salen over to Lee.
Nice!
Will sneak that in near post.
Doing a good job controlling the boost here. Starving down Space Station a bit. LJ had boost though, didn't seem to be using it there. I don't know if he didn't see VK being so close to the net or what.
Back to that ball. I could not look from LJ's perspective, so hard to see how he was seeing that one. But it goes right through him, James, and the perfect
my bad.
sweep is
I mean,
now
as soon as I
gone.
bring it up.
Caster curse.
Yeah,
I think the caster curse is like 100%.
Once. Oxer almost getting the bomb. That one's on me. I'll take that.
Whoa. Okay, LJ, good recovery. Weak shot as well, but Rubik's gets the free ball.
Good back pass for Leora, who has so much space. It was the right idea to pop that up and try to take it.
Surprised VK even got a chance at that play. He had no boost coming back to it. Space Station weren't expecting it. Hawks are going for 2 resets. Not going to get it.
Chicago over to LJ. LJ up and over 1. Will bail out of the play and opt to just.
I'm really surprised that SSG has not been able to
Would have been giving up that goal,
control the field better against Team Mobula.
Still on the attack. VK Salen 0 boost.
If you'd have told me that these squads were like paired up against one another, I don't know if I would have
physicality opening gaps up for Mobula.
thought that the goal differential would be as low as it has been. Nice shot from LJ. Well done.
I think Hawkser got a 2-for-1 here on this bump. We take another look at this replay. Watch this. Oh no, look, was that a team bump?
Yeah, they bumped each other.
I wonder if they were trying to avoid Hawkser?
Just put the fear in them.
Yeah, you go, it was your 10th time going to the restaurant, so you get a free smoothie. That's what Hawkser got, free smoothie.
Yep, punch card.
Think he likes strawberry, vanilla? You think he's a vanilla guy?
He's probably a chocolate person.
Chocolate guy?
Seems like it.
Like a good cookies and cream, though.
Well, you'll have to hit up Leaf on the interview to find out.
That's true, Leaf, if you're hearing this. We want to know. Nice cash. Hawkser has a lot of boost to work with as well. Drops underneath on the reset, back pass in the demo, but there was Rubik's. He was expecting the shot.
Chicago bailed out of the play, and then he almost got caught out. Back just in time to keep that one out. This game tied up currently. It has been very close, Jorby.
And you know, a lot cleaner from Mobula. I talked about how ugly that series was with BDS. It has not had that same smell to it, if you will. They've played.
Well, there were a couple heartbreaking plays for Mobula. That team bump,
the whiff,
and the whiff as well. And those were game-changing plays.
Nice left for Chicago. The Oro's going to be able to get the save. VK Salen rotates back with the full tank of gas.
Sometimes they're the ones filling their own hands up. Space Station happy to drop the anvil on their head. Here's
I just don't know
can't quite find
how they would fund the second division, I think would be the thing. And I would imagine they were probably worried that if they were to lower the prize pool much more, or if they were to split it, if that would lose some of the attraction for the higher division.
That was a scoring chance gone by the wayside for Space Station.
Gotta hit those. Well, Chicago secures his own boost. Love that flip to push it high. Gave a chance to LJ. You had that challenge coming underneath. Good ideas.
Because it definitely seems like other than Stride and Frost, there's not much like weekly stuff that goes on. So especially when you talk about more like your rank B teams and below, there's really not much of a place for them to go.
To create opportunities for his team. Here he is coming across in the midfield, opening up the spot for VK. Sailing forces Hoxer to make the save. Rubik's puts a question mark up, but Chicago and company have the answer. Hoxer with a full tank puts it underneath. Will take the play himself back to LJ. Full tank. Time running out in regulation. Off the ceiling. Leoro has the catch and no bounce for Space Station to work with. Hoxer has to create his own bounce. Chicago looking for the castle, and instead the Queen comes out. VK Sailing comes across, looking for the quick shot. Leoro is denied by Hoxer. Chicago just trying to protect the rock. And that one goes away from Space Station. Mobula want to play ball, and it goes across.
Might get it.
VK got it up against the wall. They got the bump. Rubik's gets the 50, but it should come straight down. We got overtime.
Another overtime. Well, this one.
You know who I bet would be a good partner to work on something like that?
Got the win for Space Station last game.
Would probably be like Lotus 8. Because I know that they have like academy teams, or at least they did for a while.
Scrounge up a goal here.
Chicago. Nice soft touch into the corner. Rubik's was
So I feel like the hardest part is probably going to be the moderation of it, right? Making sure that you have people who truly are, you know, champ, grand champ, and not higher, or however you want to cap it, right?
Pass, skipping by Leoro, those little things can be all the difference in a series like this, especially when it's been one goal every single game. When you've had your second overtime in 3 games. If you're not collecting on those half chances, Space Station
Damn.
down your throat. Hoxer takes
All right,
the
Space
series.
Station Gaming is going to be able to send Mobula down to the 0-2 bracket.
In as top 3, and you would say, all right, well, if we're second best to them, where are you going to put us? Oh, a 13. Really? You're going to start putting us first? Okay, that seems a little bit harsh. But Twisted Minds, it will be up to them to try and prove that wrong. That was so much time with the ball up in the air. Now the chase down. Ahmad sees the ball over to the side. Mossin's going to wait for his opportunity. J-Nabs, 0 boost, just keeps the ball going.
That's going to be a huge factor in this series, as it is anytime you play OG, anytime Com's on the pitch, is where is he, what's his positioning, and what is he going to be doing off the ball, more so than on the ball, that man. And seeing some
I'm trying to remember back to my pick'ems, and if I had OG advancing. I don't think I did.
The knapsack perhaps is not quite as, you know, he might be dropping off in his old age. He's the most experienced. He's the oldest player here. He just keeps getting better and better. A testament to, I guess, the grind, the consistency that he's played over, I guess, 7 years now. It's ridiculous.
Can't say that I'm surprised that Twisted Minds is up currently on OG. Granted, it's only 2 minutes in.
Low on the boost. As now they do clear to the far side. Com waiting for it. That was pretty awkward for him. We're talking about players that have got a bit of history in this area. I think a lot of the crowd would like to
I
see
just
Com
know
again.
from my experiences with the Lotus 8
Last time we were over here.
folks that they seem to be pretty cool.
More love for what he has provided, although Nolly got put into a really rough position. Ahmad's touch not going to leave much to be followed up on. And after that first goal, this game has settled.
Yeah, the more you look at the players on the pitch, all of them nearly do. This guy definitely loves it in London, as Ahmad will get the second on the ball for Twisted Minds. It was Mossin off the side, beating
Look at the bump on Mossin, too. Wow.
He's just been called out a couple of times, third man.
That's a play right there.
Second goal for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that was a spear straight through Nolly's car. No chance he could do anything about that, and that's the big thing. I mean, we can say this for every single MENA team. If you leave your third man 2v1, you are going to kick off in about 20 seconds, because there is no way they are going to be able to try and deal with that. Ahmad now off the wall, very low boost. Managed to just ward Com off, who would have liked a little bit of help from the rest of his team. They've only got 2 minutes
I know
left, no
Mav
time
has
for
like
defense
a
anymore.
round table of like different tournament orgs as well. Mav from Frost.
It's not a
might be worth
conventional
checking with
style
him
game.
and getting his thoughts on maybe develop. Because I know what part of his thing is wanting to develop more of like the T2, T3 scene.
It's not the RLCS. It's not London 3.0. It's just get rid of the players on the other team as many times as possible.
I really like that we got to sit on his POV.
Because it is definitely like an area of opportunity, I would say, especially in Rocket League.
And he needs to fake challenge. He needs to buy a little bit more time, because if he loses it, it's all downhill. And maybe we could have stuck with him for 10 more seconds, because Com has cut the lead in half.
Oh, this is what he can do. Sometimes you forget he's not only in your net, he can hit the ball as well. He gets
Wow.
the redirect that time.
Wow.
Beating out 2 of
Wow.
Twisted Minds. and a crucial first goal for OG.
And I think it's something that Com's done so well throughout his career. We talk about the demos from him, we talk about the bumps, but he's not based his entire playstyle around it. It's what he's strong at, but it's not his only gimmick. He's got everything else he can provide. He's just off the ball.
I like how our channels have kind of gotten staggered.
Oh, gee, I tell you what, he might be.
So we're not really missing much.
I mean, he's almost, as you said, it's masked by the demos. He's actually his quality as a player on the ball.
Yo, word, I got you, Kazu.
Plays of his own. But we just look at him and go, "Come, yep, he's probably just demoing." I mean,
I'll pitch the idea over next time I'm chatting with Mav too, because me, him, and Llama sit down with Nick, the producer from Frost. We sit down just about every week for our podcast. We've been on break last couple of weeks, but I know we're getting back to it next week, so I'll pitch the idea. I appreciate you swinging through, fam. Always good chatting with you.
Yes, he can, but that drops very nicely for Ahmad. And these power clears are wreaking havoc on OG. You just have to keep starting from Route 1.
Yeah, Ahmad's looking pretty locked in at the moment. He's come again with a solo play. He's going to get one more. Fake the reset. JNaps jumps with boost as well. He's looking for a bump of his own. Finds another touch.
That could have been it. I think Com could have committed. He had the idea of going for a demo. And I just don't think he wanted to go for somebody that was on the goal line. But I think he did. He would have had a goal from it. Ahmad off the wall, clears long, 20 seconds left.
They just got to burn time.
Mossen waiting for midfield, but this is a good opportunity.
Ah, JNaps need to hit that.
Go though, an awful touch there from JNaps means that they've now got to go the whole way. They're not doing this anymore. One mistake, one chance, and SMW puts this game out of reach.
Yeah, he just got a free touch in midfield, and you just cannot give these MENA players
what a
that
play by SMW, man.
Ball. 3 on the board. Game 1.
Honestly, if you give a MENA player an inch, they're going to take a mile every single time. What do you mean they're going to take a mile? They're going to take a kilometer, a kilometer.
Okay, well, we can recover.
All right, you know what I mean.
You're already gone. As a 2-goal lead will be is what required. Twisted Minds have got the game. And they are looking to try and fight back against their power ranking.
Yeah, they... Well, I think we always respect whoever's coming out of MENA. It's just how dominant Falcons, we spoke about power in OCE and Falcons, the perfect season. Twisted Minds getting to 2 grand finals this split out of the 3. So they're right there. They're the second team deservedly at the moment. Still trying to get to that World Championships. But it's a great start. As you can see, looking at the scoreboard, Com getting to work. JNaps, though, we're pumping him up early. The veteran, the oldest player.
I might have to change over to a sleeveless here soon, man. It's getting hot in here.
OG especially have just got players that know what to do in high-pressure scenarios, like theoretically. But every time we come to these events where you'd expect players like Com, successful at Gamers 8, JNaps, major champion, 2 RLCS grand finals at the World Championship, Nolly, who won over in Rotterdam. You say put this together, maybe they're not the greatest online team, but they should be able to put it together on LAN. It hasn't happened. It's weird.
I mean, we talk about how good they look online, as you said, but you just have to forget about it. I think this split as well, particularly for OG online, they look fantastic. They're back. You can forget about the Copenhagen run, but then they get to LAN, and so far they aren't able to replicate
I will
what
cut
you
you.
online. And for JNaps, I mean, we talk about the players on this pitch that love London. We know Com was fantastic. Obviously, Ahmad getting a top 2. Even Nolly back when K-Corp was right up there in the playoffs. But for JNaps, G2, they don't really like London. Sometimes they're not here, and other times they're coming out in last place. So
I'm so glad you mentioned that, actually, because I now am reminded of a conversation I had with Nolly, where I believe it was going to be KC against V1 in the quarterfinals, and Nolly was saying to me, I cannot wait to play against Com. now they are here on the same team. 2 players with very large personalities.
Nice pass to JNaps.
To go along with them. They need an opening goal. Nolly, who has been kept very quiet, that one bounces into the midfield. JNaps is just going to control for now. Where's the support? Com waited for the pass. And it seemed like they were in 2 minds about what they were going to do with that position.
Now I'm just going down memory lane. I mean, it's beautiful that we have the 3rd rendition of LANdon because there's so many storylines, matchups. Com was eliminated by Falcons at London 2.0. Obviously, Ahmad on that team back then. And I do remember even Com saying after that series, it was the first time they got the chance to play MENA. And he said, I think I'll figure them out if you would. We love to figure them out. No, Johnny Boy's going to love that. But if he said if he had his time again, he would not make the same mistake. He'd be able to get the job done. Well, it's a rematch here against Ahmad.
These players are never going to talk to us in confidence ever again.
We're giving out all the secrets right now, but that is the beauty of this esport. Everyone's so close. We do get to get exclusive access, and conversations with all the players and teams.
The Nolly. Very low boost, looks for the pass in field. Com has been sort of the target man actually at this point. As couldn't quite find the bump. Nolly was already on his way back, had to pre-jump, and actually he's put himself in a really rough situation. Gets the ball out of danger, but only
Com with the save.
Flies across the face of goal. They're still out of danger. That one will hit the crossbar. Another shot comes in. Another save.
Pressure.
We stay at 0-0.
How many times have Twisted Minds, I mean, they should have scored by now, but once again, someone's flying out of nowhere, out of the corner of the screen, for OG to make an incredible save. Twice there, Nolly was in net. He'd already made a save, and he was done. He was dead to rights. He was stun-locked in Com out of nowhere. JNabs that time with the save on the goal line, but they've got to keep coming up with saves again off the post. Follow up Ahmed. That's why Com's throwing
Bro,
himself. There's no boost
Twisted
anywhere.
Minds is absolutely blitzkrieging this net right now.
They waited for the passing play for him. JNabs wanted to pass it to a teammate. There's no teammates left with anything, mate. You've got to do it by yourself, or you'll put yourself right back in defense.
It's a final stand. It's as if it's an overtime game 5. No one scored yet. We're only 2 minutes into game number 2, for goodness sake. And OG have fended off the early pressure, and wasn't it an onslaught?
But it does feel like a big moment here. If Twisted Minds can get the first goal, they might run away with this. OG look like they need to get a goal and sort of sit on it. Frustrate Twisted Minds.
Sit on it!
As now we go for the bump. JNabs narrowly avoids it. Over to the midfield. Can they finally get rid of the ball? Oh, man, that was a little bit dangerous, my friend. Thankfully, he didn't pinch it against his opponent. Otherwise, that could have been flying off.
Yeah, thankfully, Mawson was back in time, as I mean, we are just seeing right now the clash of the two play styles and almost of the two regions. Twisted Minds, I mean, even watching Falcons play before, they have one mindset of, I think I'm just going to go at the ball. I think I'm just going to challenge. There's really relying on the speed, offense, pressure, and we're seeing the methodical style of OG. They're flying across net. They're trying to
okay. They're
trying to force him to commit. He's in massive trouble. And the poise from Mawson to wait for him to commit to the save and then launch it underneath.
Oh dear, the deer in the headlights. He knew it was done. Zero boost. Stuck with no momentum on the penalty spot. As long as that one's put behind him, Nolly is just a spectator.
Finally, they break through. Twisted Minds, you could say it was deserved. I don't know how many shots they've had so far. I'd have to take a look at the scoreboard, but I mean, it has been constant pressure here. As OG looking a little bit rattled. They just said, put up a nice defensive stand, but you can't be doing that for 5 minutes.
And OG, they actually look a little bit outclassed at the moment. As Nolly will get the ball to the opposite side of the field. There is a huge pace discrepancy. And we're seeing it at shots like that. Com could not get
Mawson almost put that on target, bro. They almost slotted it.
SMW. Com just taps. JNabs looks to go backboard. That was so well read by Mawson.
This is the thing about OG. They're an awkward team to play if you're biting on all their fakes and playing. I mean, talking to Sathu about it as well back in NA. They're just a tricky side to play. But if you're Mina, this region, these teams, they're not thinking about what you're doing on the ball. They're just going to challenge. They're going to rely on the speed. So far, the playstyle clash is going heavily in Twisted Minds' favor.
It's like Twisted Minds don't respect the potential outplay. OG wants somebody to come and challenge them in the middle of the ball, but every single time OG take the ball up into the air, Twisted Minds just say, all right, let's see what you can do with that, because
pass
we
to
don't believe you can do
Mawson.
anything with it. Nolly keeps the ball out in a game that really could have been 2 or 3 the opposite direction, but now the time has disappeared, and Twisted Minds are the ones that are playing like they are losing. OG, what can they put together? JNabs stretches, but he can't get there. And that is going to be one.
All right, makes me feel a little bit better about having them in as the 8th seed.
Games you will ever see from Twisted Minds. That was utterly dominant. OG, if they were ever going to get a chance, it was few and far between there.
Has me feeling a lot better.
They only had 8 shots, but time in forward half would have been ridiculous there for Twisted Minds. Just so much aggression, so much offense. And really, they could have scored a 3 or 4 in the first minute.
Yeah, I mean, if we are going to look towards OG and what they can do to maybe get back into this, you go straight towards those back corner 100 boosts. If they can't secure those, they have no chance of getting out of their own side of the field. They need those desperately. They might even need the 2 middle ones as well, just to try and ward Twisted Minds off, who are on the path to victory.
I mean, OG, as you said, they're basically collecting food stamps in the defensive half. How often did we see at least 2 members on 0 boost? And they're all fighting really for that one corner that's not taken by anyone on Twisted Minds, but great game there. We saw Mawson stepping up MVP for that one.
He's doing well for me. He's on my team.
This fantasy, I'm not sure what's going on. I was the last pick in the draft. I didn't even get my third pick. I just got the left.
I mean, first pick was last, though.
Yeah, but I got that kid just sitting in the corner, you know what I'm saying? I actually got Finn. I love you, Finn. But it's like PE class. I just got that one last guy. I didn't get to pick him on my team. I was the 16th pick, but alas, fantasy all in good fun at the end of the day. But right now, it's not too much fun for OG because they are facing an absolute barrage of offense from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, OG will have their own fantasy, and that is of going to Champions Field. At the moment, it's very much only in the dreams. Can they do something about it? Can they match Twisted Minds? Can they make this awkward? Because for as much as we talk about sort of the stereotypical way that OG play, it's not been it. They haven't had a chance to play that way whatsoever. We talk about Com demos. Com what demos? He hasn't had a chance.
Going back to, I guess, the discrepancy between OG online and on LAN as well, you look at this lineup, you're thinking they should be good on LAN. They're all, you know, performers on LAN as well, but it almost feels like a new era of Rocket League where it's not who's the most solid as a player on LAN. It's not the most solid team. It's just who's the most mechanical, who's willing to take the risk, take the game on. That's why Falcons are so good. That's why this G2 lineup is so good. You see what Beast Mode does. He has no care for getting back. He's looking to look forward and get some redirects, and we need to see that flair from OG. I don't think they can just sit in net and face this constant onslaught from the other side.
I mean, I think that's kind of been proven at this point. Need new answers. The questions have stumped them. Yes, that is not the best touch from Nolly, but he has got it back to a teammate. Teammate that has not had the best touch either. Would have expected a little bit better there from JNaps, who has made his name as one of the cornerstones of North America. Oh, there we go. Across the face of goal. Com had to try and respect it. Look at the boost totals again. JNaps is the only one of anything. Com does grab a 100 as well. But when we're in these positions, Twisted Minds are just stealing everything, and that's the sort of position they should be able to escape from. They're straight back into defense.
Should have been a goal as well if they found the net. JNaps, all he can do is straight across. Pre-jump from Com, and it's a phenomenal shot. Even better save from Mawson, who dove across net to keep that one out. The best chance OG has had since game number 1 came from, again, a pre-jump by Com.
And that chance was also Com pre-jumping. They've got to start asking, what's it going to take? We are pre-jumping. We're trying everything here when we get the chance. But it is one shot, hopefuls. OG will need more. They've got to sustain it. They've got to disrupt. Right now, Twisted Minds are so comfortable.
Yeah, there's no sustained offense from OG so far. Nolly with no boost to work with. He does get a reset follow-up. Double commit coming through from Twisted Minds, but you'd see SMW able to work it out. And how often do we see Twisted Minds just with 50 boost in the tank, whereas OG, there's one guy on 100, the rest have 0. They can't help each other out. They can't get downfield. Keep the pressure on.
JNaps moves on in, has to play for pace. Now off the wall. Oh, there was a miss, though, this time. Twisted Minds still had Mawson in net, but this is the best sort of look forward that OG have had. Tried to get the ball out to Com. Gets a good challenge, but that's straight to Ahmad, who had a very heavy touch. Needs some follow-ups here, as JNaps has to get there first. Nolly up, goes backboard, and Ahmad's pre-jumped in for the block. Com now moves in. They need to try and get JNaps into the shot, but it just was not turning out for them.
He was trying to find JNaps, but it was just forced in the end. It wasn't the best pass coming through, and again, Twisted Minds able to handle that offense with relative ease. As OG now, it's stagnant, but you just see how many 50s. I mean, Twisted Minds just brute forcing. We talk about the fact they're not paying any respect. Look at the positioning. SMW, he's third man, but he's in OG's net. Boston keeping it in as well. Just with so much pressure, the positioning so aggressive for Twisted Minds.
And it comes down to the fact that OG have not been able to get the half-volley clears. They're not really doing anything that tests that midfield. Here we go. This is the first time actually in a while. And JNaps is just shepherded to the side. Here's the danger area. Go away from it. Is he going to get back in time? Yes, comfortably so.
He did throw the ball away. He was a little bit worried about dribbling that one across net in case he's own goaled it. Zarmad trying to get in there. JNaps will be first to the ball, but you see it again. They've got no boost, and Com's trying to help out. They know that they are struggling with the resource management at the moment. OG as SMW throws it on. Com's getting bumped. Ahmad has to back off. They don't want to overcommit. They know that could be a one-goal game here in Game 3 to decide it. And Twisted Minds just a little bit more cautious than perhaps they were in the previous games.
Ahmad's on low boost, but they do have JNaps under pressure. Trying to get the pass. SMW couldn't get there in time. It's over the top of his head. And Mosin just has to play for some height. Nolly would have liked some power on that ball over to him. Instead has to just settle for the demo. OG have had this at more their kind of pace throughout this game. Yes, they've been under pressure, but it's been pressure they've been able to deal with in field. Nobody around. Nolly just pretty much buying for time. They look for the demo. Jump from Ahmad. He should be relatively safe as Nolly reset. He's got it. Extra touches. Usually that can try and really throw off a defender. Now we go up. Mosin first.
Imagine.
Tries to recover it.
Oh, I thought he was going to keep the control.
We have overtime.
Yeah, clear change now. The 50 game is in, and that is OG's bread and butter. Will it continue here in overtime? If Twisted Minds perhaps thought about the fact they only need one more game, they know that there's world spots on the line. They need 2 series wins here in the Swiss. Right now, the ball is in OG's court. They're certainly looking like, as you said, a play style shift has favoured OG. Great shot from Colin Mosin. He can't get the save.
All right. One more game. One more game. One more game.
Minds completely caught out. Con brought out the trebuchet and launched it as hard as he could. For the first time, Twisted Minds were a little bit shocked at what came at them. And this time, they were not able to react. That being said, OG, it's one step, but they need some rhythm. They can't do that 2 more times, I don't think. That is far too sketchy.
This is a problem, though, when we look at playstyles. When you're looking at a team like OG who prefer the 50s, they like the methodical style, they like slowing it down. You're playing a team with Twisted Minds. Now they've dropped a game. They're starting to think about it.
That is not the stat line I thought was happening in that game.
It looks like OG had a lot of pressure, but you know,
one shot from OG. I mean, from Twisted Minds.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, but when you look at possession, certainly for Twisted Minds. But what I'm saying there is, now they get the first win on the board. Twisted Minds, if they're going to win this series, it's got to be like game 1 and 2. It's got to be aggressive, not really thinking too much. When you start dropping a game, you start hesitating, and when the hesitation comes in, you start going for more 50s. You start second-guessing your teammate, and that is straight into OG's court. They want that slower pace.
Well, this one, it worked, and I will say, OG looked comfortable. It looked like the sort of game that they can play.
Yep.
I question if it's sort of the play style that they're going to get over the next 10 minutes. It will be kind of up to Twisted Minds as much as it is up to OG, especially in a game like this where pace, the team that is faster gets to set the pace very often. Twisted Minds, it will be up to them to do so. But it was much better there from OG. Can they do it yet again? And will Twisted Minds wobble? We have seen it as good as MENA have been internationally. The ARA region where it goes wrong, it goes wrong.
Yep, as I said, when you are so aggressive and honestly you're playing carefree Rocket League, suddenly you do start caring when you're 2-0 up and you're thinking, oh, if we win this, then we're getting closer to that world spot. Right now, OG, a fantastic game to get. JNAP's clutching up, as I said.
That's better.
I'm not sure if he likes me mentioning that he is the oldest player here, but I heard it a lot at my World Championships and my Final Worlds as well.
I mean, Goss had an entire video package ready to go the moment you lost.
It's great to see him step up in game number 3. We do have a series now. Let's see if they can force Champions Field. It's going to go similar to the Secret Chiefs series where it was back and forth. They were trading play styles. It was a mental game. Starting to feel like that here. Great demo, though, coming through. You're not going to be able to get this.
Ooh, JNAP's out of nowhere.
He needed the post, and he found it out of the net.
They have done it yet again, but look at the boost totals. JNAPs, you need to get your team out of this situation. Demo and Ahmad actually might help quite a bit. Haven't got anything for it, though. Nolly's gone up with his low boost. And now Com, 87. JNAPs has got 38, and now Nolly's already reboosted, so this is a decent spot, actually. Now just power along, although they could have hit that a little bit cleaner. Still, difficult to read if you are the third man. Com tries to fake the first jump. And it is that pace, yet again. Twisted Minds won't be overly happy with this.
They've really taken the sting out of this game as well. If you're looking at average speed numbers, if you're a stat guru, check those out from game 2 to 3. And now, as you said, this is just what OG want. It's slow. It's a little bit messy, but they love it. Great pass, great shot.
Nice pass and shot.
Starting to fire.
I'll tell you what, Cobb has got zero fear when it comes to a pre-jump. He knows where he wants it, and he knows where that ball is going to land. For the third time, they trying for it, and for the first time, they've actually got the goal to go along. Just stunt the goalkeepers on the line, and the moment they do, Com is on the way.
I mean, how many times in the first 2 games did we see Twisted Minds just outpace? They weren't looking to take a 50, and now they're looking to get better 50s. They're not looking for it, but the bump is going to be massive and a huge defensive mistake coming through.
Nolly, please. Yeah, they've got the bump on the goalkeeper, and Nolly had to make contact. He would have thought he was okay to leave it. Would have thought that the goalkeeper was still around to maybe jump in and save him. That goalkeeper was jumping, but to the opposite side of the field because he had been launched.
Well, that's what you don't want if you're OG, is to give them a freebie, perhaps give Twisted Mind some confidence. They feel like they are a confidence team. It's how they play. And they're, as we said, when they are firing, they're looking pretty unstoppable, but OG might have just given them a look back in, and there's another bump. JNaps is in big trouble. He loves using that left post to get him out of danger, and it could have been a 2-1, could have been a lead for Twisted Minds. OG will be lucky with that. The fake comes through. Ahmad takes it straight upstairs. JNaps able to clear again. He's been the rock so far in net for OG.
I will say, Twisted Minds, the demos are available for them if they want it, and they just seem to have decided that that's not something they want to go for at the moment. OG are available for it. They have been very static on occasion, especially with 2 players on the goal line. Twisted Minds just trying to go for the outplays more often than not.
Have to give top right Tommy some credit as well. Torment, the coach of OG. So clearly found a way to stem the bleeding here from the first 2 games and really get this back on their own terms here for OG. But as you said, 1-1. It was a huge equalizer for Twisted Minds, and they need one more.
He gets that second touch off the backboard, heads towards the middle of the field towards a teammate. I think that's a freebie for Twisted Minds.
Demo, that's a little bit better.
Kablamo. SMW off the sidewall.
Sweeping through the goal, looking to see if he can find anybody, but JNaps hiding at the top of the goal. Com low boost. Nolly's trying to get there. Com had to try and deal with it. They are doing so well in those situations. They need to get out of those situations, but they're doing well.
The post has been phenomenal in net for OG. JNaps has used it like it's his best friend, like it's his only friend. And again, they're clutching up. Someone test his hamstrings. That guy's been stretching for more saves in this game number 4 than anything I've seen. They still need to find one down the other end. They want to force Champ Field, but they've got to go now. Com tries to go low. He tries to muscle it through. Can't quite get it to work.
Looking for the infield pass. Com, again, just tries to jump quickly. Twisted Mind should be pretty aware of that, though. JNaps looking for anything, but as soon as it's an SMW on the backboard, he is not going to go any further. No point trying to hunt down that. Good shout there. Com realized that JNaps was low boost, and now the demo. What can Com provide? Try to pop the ball up. JNaps decided to go for it, drops the ball midfield. Nolly not there in time. Now across the JNaps. They've got them scrambling a little bit for the first time. Twisted Minds look like
they're fine.
Trying to figure out what the next step was supposed to be. But they have settled yet again, and we might need overtime depending on what this next throw of the dice might bring.
Nolly's just going to use JNaps off the corner. JNaps off to the clear. He does get dunked. Could this be Twisted Minds? They're going to go for 50. Nolly does have
no, it's too close to the back wall.
Trying to get this one down. It's in a relatively safe spot. We do get overtime. Do we get game 5?
It is blink and you miss it stuff. JNaps, he's delayed, reset, couldn't quite get it, but it's also not the best play out. Com into the midfield. Nolly's gone up. Looking backboard. He's got the reset. Can he get it over to a teammate? It drops awkwardly. JNaps isn't going to jump. Com absolutely will. Now it's JNaps again. Far side. What a pre-jump save.
I mean, where did Mossen come from? Nolly trying to keep it in. It's all OG to start with. Don't go in the back of the post. An own goal from Com. OG starting to sweat a little bit. They had a couple of great chances, but they need to find the offense again. Nolly with boost. Going to use the flip. More bumps coming through. Ahmad tracking back. Going to use the safety of SMW.
Yeah, who's still, well, he had the jump for a little while, decided not to use it. Ahmad gets the reset. OG have almost sort of done the same thing that Twisted Minds were doing earlier and just say, go for it. We dare you to try and outplay us. Now the backboard, Nolly powers it long.
Com's got all sorts of space.
First touch, but time to get it. Reset, launches into the top of the air. These are situations OG have got big decisions to make. They tend not to follow. They want to just delay the offense. 2 players required for the save.
Yeah, they're sitting in net though. They're looking nervous at the moment. Com now with boost. He's trying to delay the touch, trying to fake the pop. SMW, all he can do is clear it to Nolly, but he doesn't have
I don't know
boost.
if Twisted Minds looks nervous,
JNaps,
honestly.
nice speed. Met in the air by Mossen. Nolly's going to leave that one. JNaps has to go again. Let's find the 50. The downfield is Moss, and all he can do, he just can't find any boost. He's just trying to launch it away. He's doing well.
Nice,
yeah,
SMW.
Boost hero for the last 10 minutes. Has not had much to work with. Waiting around, Com fakes out the first play off the wall. Nolly is still low boost, so it's JNabs and Com. What can they put together? Instead, they're just going to steal the 100s. It's small victories here. Can they get the big one? Can they get the goal? Can they send JNabs? He second-guessed it. He knows the shot's coming in. Stretched to get a fingertip to it. And that board is kept out of the net. But this is so nervy from both teams. Nolly on the reset, can't get anything else.
OG look a little bit more settled than Twisted Minds, that are just really throwing it. They're going hammer and tong. They said it's fantastic, but JNabs, 100 boosts, catches, pops, doesn't get a second. Com faking
SMW cast him with that 50.
Again by JNabs. He's just throwing himself at absolutely everything. Ahmad cleared downfield. SMW grabbing boost. Back and forth gameplay, just so much on the line right here.
That's a nice bounce as well for Nolly, who gets there first. JNabs waiting in the wings, SMW strains the power from him. Nolly's got the demo, but where's the follow? Com's had to delay it. Goes backboard. They now know the rotation is out of there. And that is such a great cut across there from Ahmad.
Nice, Mawson gets the touch for the clear.
Of the danger for the first time, Twisted Minds were the ones on no boost.
You just see how it is messy though. Com had to go all the way back for boost. They lost the offense. They're trying to build it up again from the back half. Only with a 50. JNabs underneath. He's got no boost. Mawson does. More bumps coming through. Com trying to get a double. Finds the pop. SMW, this time with a bit of poise of his own, able to control it out of the back half.
Nice.
And kind of weirdly for OG fans, they might not even want to be the one setting up at the moment. He's been the goal scorer. He's been the one in the right spot. Cross the face. JNabs off the demo. Again,
OG controlling boost.
Space for them to work with. Nolly is across field. Nolly tried to get to it. Com called back in. Plays up the wall. Can he go for the outplay? Low boost again on Twisted Minds. Mossin's the only one that's really got anything. Ahmad now has reboosted. And they have cleared the lines. 3.5 minutes of Rocket League played. It is so nervy.
OG are all over them, but they're so hesitant to land that strike, that finishing blow right now. And every time they get a chance, it's a huge touch there from JNabs. You feel like Twisted Minds, they're going to make the most of that one chance they get. But OG,
you feel like winner of this probably has a good chance of going to top 8.
Touch. He does land the dunk, but it's very messy in net for OG. Mawson trying to control that one, trying to 50 it through, muscle his way through. And all OG can do is sit behind it with 0 boost and pop it.
But everybody was on the other side of the field.
Look at the OG boost. They are almost all out, but there's no one around. Twisted Minds now playing defense first. Don't want to send the third man anyone further than that midfield. They've left it. That was right, can't make sure of it. And now they can have some pace. JNabs goes for it. How's the ball dropped down? Com looking for the goalkeeper. Goalkeeper, though, jumps over the top. SMW makes contact with the ball, and we keep marching on.
Oh, the positioning has been fantastic from OG. Can they keep it up? We've nearly had 2 regulation games of Rocket League here from this overtime. Mawson with the pass, finds SMW, has no boost. Only gets to the corner. Using each other well is OG. Com now beats one. Does he get another pop? Doesn't find it. Ahmad's looking for bumps. JNabs are all setting up in front of net. Nolly pre-jumping. More demos coming through. This is
Austin.
Can he make the save?
He managed to pre-jump and just scare them off. Made himself big like he was up against a bear. And he's kept it out. And now that's over the top. Second one was too much. Nolly sends us to Champions Field.
He throws up the double fist pump and OG the reverse sweepers on. We took 5 minutes to get a result.
Damn.
But once again, 2 series in a row, we go the distance.
Okay, I gotta pee again.
Oh my. We do not have timeouts in best of 5s. I might ask one anyway. Instead, all these players, with all of this pressure, have now got to turn around in the next 40 seconds, CJ, and perform for their tournaments.
Com with 7 saves in that game as well. Was enormous defensively. JNabs at the start was throwing himself. I think he had 4 saves and the post probably had 8 as well for OG. Even in the overtime, Twisted Minds looked like they could have scored. But OG's poised, their polish in the end. 5 minutes into overtime, they get the reward for their efforts.
I think this is the series you look at now when you say to people what the difference is between playing in ranked and playing when you're at an RLCS major event. Because both these teams were playing nervy. They were playing like the stakes that we know are currently on both of them were affecting them massively.
I'd say Com's enjoying this one a little bit more than his ranked experience of late as well. Certainly quite vocal about that one over on the European servers. We are getting to Game 5. The reverse sweep is on for OG.
And Knowledge just staring at the camera going, yeah, this is fine. I'm chilling.
Well, here we go. Game 5, Champions Field once again. Do we get another overtime? I mean, the pressure now is mounting bigger and bigger on Twisted Mind's back. They had the 2-0. They were looking phenomenal. OG didn't have an answer. Suddenly we're on Champions Field.
We'll see what a whole 5 minutes to play with might change in these play styles when everything is not on the line yet again. And Twisted Minds are seeing this slip away. Com already up, has really been the star player for OG. What a stop from SMW. Not going to be needed again, and instead GenUps has kind of helped with the counter-attack here. Com had to do what he could. He couldn't do enough.
Yeah, they threw everything at the attack end. Right down the other end goes Twisted Minds. You can see Ahmed hunting the demo. Com had to jump over the top. He found a 50. But the back of the net was also found by Twisted Minds. A huge start here to Game 5.
It didn't take Twisted Minds long at all, did it?
To try and find themselves a goal. They've got loads of time to work with.
Of course I missed it.
When you have just gone through a 5+ minute overtime, you do already start to think, maybe they want to try and start this pretty quickly. Nolly, low challenge, JNAPS on the follow. JNAPS actually in field.
Nice pass!
Field pass has been the bread and butter.
He had absolutely no boost, but I don't know if anyone on Twisted Minds knew. You could see the hesitation from SMW. Mossen rotating front post straight into net. And they were in all sorts in defense there. Instant response. And that just eases the pressure a little bit for OG.
I think you just used the perfect word for what OG have done to Twisted Minds in this series. Hesitation. This is a team that was so...
G2 took game 1 against Power.
Making the right decisions in the opening 10 minutes. And now everything is second guessed.
And that's playing right into OG's ballpark here as JNAPS goes across. Mossen has no boost. Com stole the boost. That's going to be huge for the attack now as somehow still finds a pinch off the wall. There's Mossen and Ahmed. The only one right now can do some damage. Does find SMW. Looks for a double. He's got no boost of his own. Fakes it out for Mossen. Com with the clear. He's got JNAPS downfield and Nolly with 100 if they can find the infield. He's going to leave it instead. Hand it over to Com.
Yeah, it's something that OG like to do a lot when they do have prolonged spells of offense. Not that we've really seen it much in this series. But love a fake shot. Just going to jump up, see if you believe me, and then I'm going to leave it to somebody that's in your blind spot. 1-1. 3 minutes left to play. Huge demo. JNAPS taken out, who would have loved to try and chase up. He's going to try and free jump here as Ahmad decides, okay, if you want to do that, I will get rid of you real quick.
JNAPS off spawn, just launches it downfield, able to grab boost, but Twisted Minds gaining a little bit more control. It's slower play than I think they'd like, and that's what pressure can do. It's certainly factoring into the play style right now. OG looking like they really want this slow down. They want a methodical. They want those 50-50s. Com on the backboard. He's got to be awkward. 50 comes through. Is anyone back? JNAPS, how many times has he done that?
Damn, bro.
Bumps Nolly out of net. And the demo's through this time for JNAPS. All he can do, SMW, is find the boost because he ain't finding the ball.
Damn, nice counter-attack here.
Again, makes something from nothing. How often is no boost required for a
well done by JNAPS.
He played cat and mouse with SMW and he bit. He said, I'll have the boost. JNAPS, well, he faked it out the whole time. He wanted the shot. He wanted the redirect. And OG 2.5 minutes to secure the reverse sweep.
We've been talking about how OG have been low boost this entire time. I didn't realize that was actually the best place for JNAPS. Keep him on 0. Right, maybe he needs a little bit to get up to this one. SMW now goes up to the door. Not the best fit. Nolly takes it to the side to JNAPS, who does jump, realizes he doesn't want it.
And once again has 21 boosts. He's allergic to a big pad. What a shot from Ahmad. Even better save from Com. JNAPS again throws himself across. This is what we haven't seen from Twisted Minds, though. An infield pass, the extra touch. They're going so direct at the moment. Com downfield. Does find the touch, gets demoed. Nolly's going to infield it. JNAPS looks to back off, though. They know the situation. They've been here before.
And Twisted Minds are now against a dance partner that refuses to dance. They want the pace. JNAPS in the post are the greatest duo in the RLCS.
Someone stop them. This
is a twos tournament.
This is ridiculous. Extra touch, Calm just gets a fingernail on it. Again, off the post, again a shot on net. Saved this time by Mossen, minute 20 now. So much pressure on Twisted Minds. They were 2-0 up. They were looking to sweep, but OG, they're not going anywhere. Off the bar, Con wants the shot, gets the 50. Minute 10, JNAP's throwing himself forward. They're trying to get the third. They want to secure this right now.
Yeah, but OG might remember how their goal conceded was in this game. They overcommitted, they got caught for it. But look at that midfield pressure from OG. They're just holding the line so well. Played back out, well intercepted by Nolly, and that was on the line. If that one
the
goes
pressure
past him,
forward into the offensive third from OG that's preventing Twisted Minds of easing into the half is kind of wild.
Instant flick, fantastic touch. OG so locked in. What a difference in play from the first two games. It's a completely different side right now. Ahmad, he can find Mossen. JNAP's up, misses a touch. Con positioning perfect though. And there's only 30 seconds for Twisted Minds to find anything.
That's not the touch they were after. A fake out there from Nolly. Well read by Twisted Minds. Ahmad takes to the air. Nolly takes to rivaling him. 20 seconds on the clock, and Nolly will burn as much of that time as he can.
They're so locked in. He's just stealing boost. He's trying to kill every second, every millisecond off that clock. 10 seconds. JNAP's again. 0 boost. Probably going to try to find the post or something. Nolly,
damn,
clears the ball. Have they done it? Have they secured the reverse sweep? A huge winner to be for OG. JNAPS is up once again with a 50, and Mossen can't get the touch. OG 3-2.
Damn.
And simple fist bumps after, like it was the plan all.
Wild.
Torsos and Banana Head trying to charge forward, and neither took command. Power don't get a shot out of that. They'll try again. Banana Head over to Fever. Much more intent this time around, but then it kicks back out to midfield, and maybe a numbers opportunity for G2. Fever shuts the door for now, but they're still playing a lot of defense, down 2 goals with 40 seconds.
This is much better though by Power. This is promising. They do still have time to go and hunt for that goal and then pull out a kickoff strategy, something we know that they do have at their disposal. Pre-jump there by Banana Head, although albeit low, and the back post not quite available to them. Daniel in transition, double reset, throw a fake in there as well. It's a team play with Atomic on the enemy goal line for 4-1.
It's about time he's done something on the score sheet, as Atomic has the last touch, fighting with Daniel there to put game 2 officially out of reach. 3 goals now with 24 seconds to go. And Torsos at least trying to get some forward momentum, but again, G2 has never really felt threatened so far through the first 10 minutes of this series. Power at least gave them something to think about, had a couple decent looks, and maybe if a pass connects here and there, it's great, but the connections have been a little bit wayward. Atomic will add yet another, so everybody who's got him in fantasy is all happy. Beast Mode gets an assist, and it's another lopsided scoreline in favor of G2. 5-1 in the closing second.
Yeah, this is what G2 fans want to see. For Power, I mean, they're just, the only thing they can be happy about is that goal differential does not play a part in Swiss seedings. They're seeded plummeting at the moment. If they are to get swept here, then they are going to go into the 1-1 round and face a very tough team who have just picked up a win at the end of today. OG, meanwhile, on the A stream, reverse swept Twisted Minds. What a result by OG. And, you know, talking about teams coming up from that 0-1 round into the 1-1 round off the back of a win, OG are one of the teams who have just done that. One of Vitality and Genji.
A double MVP, chat.
Actually, no fear. You're not going to run into them. But you're running into some tough teams here. Team Secret coming out of the 0-1 on a win. Yeah, Power not going to have it easy if they pick up a low seed here after this round. It's looking dire. It's looking extremely difficult as G2 are just going through the motions here, and Power have not. They've just not shown up. Unfortunately for them, they used all of their energy, all of that, all their planning on Oxygen earlier in the day.
I mean, G2 saw them walking into the building a little while ago, and I think Sathu cracked a bit of a smile because somebody greeted him, and that's about it. It is all business going into this match for G2, and then it's become a bit more relaxed, but they understand what needs to be done here.
total domination.
All right, chat, let's get to a game number 3. Let's see if Power can take at least one.
Power out of the ranks of the
Not gonna lie,
undefeated.
man, I'm getting kind of tired.
Fever will kick it off for Team Power and do a lot of nothing with that attack, and there's no follow-up. Beast mode, Atomic, 1-0, 12 seconds in.
That's another great team play by G2, but I mean, I'm watching this just wondering, when is Tarsos planning to hit the ball here? Because he's just a spectator in that play. You've got to go for it. You can't assume that G2 are missing that. You have to assume that they're hitting it into your net. And, you know, sitting underneath the ball, hoping they're going to miss, doesn't work. You know, that might work in OCE, not going to work at an international level. At some point, you've got to just challenge, and I feel like the earlier the challenge is, the better when you're up against a world-class opponent like G2.
Well, everybody has decided to rebind jump, so it can happen now, as Fever has that 50 go across right over towards Banana Head. A little slow developing. He couldn't get a clean shot through, and then goes right by this ball, and that's been just a bizarre problem for Power to have after they looked solid in round 1. There have just been a lot of whiffs, and sometimes you can go, well, actually, there was a fake, and they were trying to leave it behind. Like, no, they're just missing the ball sometimes. Daniel only plays to go off his own backboard. Atomic's got it cleared, and Power have to reset.
This is fine for Power, though. I feel like if they can just boom the ball back and forth to G2, they won't mind that. It's a little bit easier to read that than G2's air dribble plays and ceiling shot plays and all the other kind of mechanical plays. Here's one from Fever. He's dropped that onto the goal line, in fact. G2 have multiple players ready to help out with the defensive effort. And that's, you know, been one of the obvious differences for me between these two teams. G2 they're spreading out in defense. They're covering all of the angle Power have got. There's always seemingly another player ready to come through, except this time Fever slots it. But, you know, I want to highlight again, G2 have got somebody back there with at least a chance to contest. Atomic actually went into his own goal there for fear of a bump. Otherwise, he would have been there for the save. So nice off-the-ball play by Power.
Yeah, I tried to make the most out of it with an inside-out save attempt, and Fever just jumping from way outside to go low. Now Banana Head. After Power has tied this game. This is the most positive Power has looked so far in this series. And hey, better late than never. You still have some life here in game 3. Plenty of time to work with. Drop down in front, and Tarsos has it away, only as far as Daniel.
Well, there's a couple of missed touches there for G2 as they finally give Power a small mistake to work with. It is small, you know, G2, they're not double
I can
committed.
dig the Johnny Boy Stacks duo, but Stacks and Daz just seem like they sound like they're meant for each other on the mic.
Off the post, Beast Mode stood strong in the way.
Oceania has been at its best when they're able to kind of pass the ball around and kind of stretch the defense, make them burn a lot of boosts, and keep them off balance. Has not been the case much in this series. Fever with the save. And Banana Head to try and counter. Beast Mode just caught up to it. And back it goes, trying to keep Fever and Power honest.
Still is an interesting game from G2's perspective. Definitely their weakest game so far. They're giving opportunities to Power that were not available in game 1 and 2. And Beast Mode definitely crept up pretty far on that last play. Good cover there by Power. In fact, they played it into an air dribble. It's an air dribble bump pass, and it's Banana Head off the post for a lead. Power have shown up.
Power's got the lead?
And now it's G2 who need to respond.
I mean, Banana Head and Fever, that duo, this whole second half of the season has been a nightmare for the rest of Oceania. Over 90 times during the qualifiers, they connected on goals one way or another, with Banana Head, of course, scoring the most of them. Banana Head now to Tarsos, but nothing through the demo smoke.
Tarsos might have played a 50-50 there. He didn't have to. Banana Head followed through, took out the opponent. Power spreading out so much better right now, Stacks. I like that they're giving each other passing options in defense. They're struggling to get clears earlier on. And they're struggling right now because Daniel is lurking in the goal line. That might have been in already, but he's going to pick up the scoring credit. Banana Head, he centers it. Daniel demoed last. That's a wayward touch from Banana Head. A risky pass middle to no one but G2.
Worst case scenario for Banana Head and Power on that exchange, a minute 46. And now Atomic almost cleanly through to chase that into the corner, and he can still play it, and Beast Mode might have been expecting him to back out where Atomic had no boost. So an opportunity now for Power to reclaim the lead. Torsos in front.
Where's the
Nobody
little
there.
player in the
So even
middle?
though he's got maybe a piece of a G2 defender, it's all for naught, and they have to go back to the drawing board.
It's that same touch middle. This time Fever is there for it. Daniel loses control of the ball while trying to air dribble out of defense. Power going toe-to-toe with G2 in the midfield in game 3. Can they pick up a game win here? Maybe at that point they can start thinking about even more wins, but for now, one win would be exceptional. I mean, they've lost the last 5 games they've played against this G2 roster between here and Copenhagen. This is the only time that they've looked competitive with them. That's a great pass. Middle Fever slams it, but Beast Mode intercepts well.
It's funny how maybe about 10 minutes ago we were thinking, okay, Beast Mode is going to score about 18 goals in this series, and it's just going to be a walk in the park for G2. Suddenly, Power have put up a real fight here, and Beast Mode hasn't scored since picking up his 7th goal. But yes, also his 7 goals in the series. Daniel downfield, and Fever's got that one collected at the backboard.
Where's my sound? Game sound?
Best game we've seen from Power, but
game sound?
20 seconds left.
Can I get game sound?
1 goal. So did G2. Here they come looking for it. Daniel intercepted well. The mechanics have been on point for Fever and Banana Head this game.
I don't have game sound.
Find a way through though. G2 have waves after waves of defenders. Anytime you get past one of them, another one emerges.
Final seconds now. Atomic
Fever already up for that.
Daniel not in the play either, so Beast Mode will trigger it downfield, and Banana Head's got it. Will he play for overtime? No, he was looking to play that forward, and that could be real dangerous because G2 will absolutely play this game, and they may
Atomic!
Atomic!
A Beast Mode!
Win!
Oh, it's a heartbreaker for Power, but what a play by G2 to take it with
He
no
should have
time
put
left
it down on the
stayed up for a
ground.
whole long time. Beast Mode lobbed it up to Atomic, who just dropped it back down to him. What a play by G2. You know, we got to see a little
G2
bit of
doing
what Power
G2
are about
things.
there in game 3. The mechanics started to show up, and the team play was definitely a lot more synergistic.
Who wrote this? Anything less, and it's good old Quick Trip Pioneers who will hop like a kangaroo, an animal that lives where I come from, Australia, to claim OCE's 2nd spot behind the ever-dominant Power. Do I get paid for this?
New Spaniards on the block Mobula won all 3 open qualifiers since joining the region, but as they didn't get going until after Copenhagen, they've probably left it a bit too late for Worlds. In London, they need 2nd just to earn a tiebreaker and a tournament win to guarantee their spot. Anything less, Limitless qualify for Fort Worth and their 2nd World Championship.
Beautifully put, Stumpy. Now let's see how this all plays out.
See, this is the type of content we need for RLCS. Bravo. Bravo. Love it. We'll go over here and listen to them break that down instead of sitting there listening to music.
Chance. So G2 go perfect. Power back to the drawing board.
Well, that was not the banger that we expected going into the series, but guess what? We've got one more to go. Vitality, Gen G coming your way as we close out round 2.
So we have 2 games left on the main stream and then 1 more game that's left on the alternate stream. So yes, last 2 here. Because we're only doing rounds 1 and 2 today. So how was work today, Doug?
A late day thriller as OG rally to reverse sweep Twisted Minds and get their first win in London. 1-1 now, Twisted Minds gonna have to play in the 0-2.
Work was working. I feel it. I feel it.
And we heard from a lot of people, I think. It's like, oh, London Major, like if you're ready to clinch World Championship, will it matter? Like, will these players care? Obviously here, OG. Of course. They cared very much about that win. They want to get these wins versus international teams to be ready for that World Championship, to win a lot of prize money, obviously, as well. They just want to win. Like, everyone here just wants to win, and OG proved it here. Calm, of course, he always says it. It's all about intangibles, and they showed it here.
They want to keep stepping up as well. You know, last time around, not getting out the Swiss, that is the target this time around. But in this series, we in the green, we were screaming at them, attack, attack, pre-jump, commit. But they knew what they were doing, Bates. You know, they had the master plan, and in the end, it did work out for them.
If the master plan was shooting an absolutely awful shot at Ahmed, and then
eventually it'll work.
And he actually pre-jumps, thinking you were powered into
exactly.
the power save. Listen, that's a great plan. Listen, that was the ugliest, best series I've seen in a very long time.
It was a good series. A reverse sweep always entertaining when a team's able to pull it off here. And I mean, it started off very differently than
I really wish
we were all in the green room like, man, were we
Twisted Minds had been able to pull it off, but it was a great series.
All of us were saying, like, most of us picked OG, but we weren't that confident. I think a lot of us thought it would go to maybe a game 5, like Bates said, and it looked like Twisted Minds was in full control. But then you could see from both teams, the nerves really played a factor. Both teams, a lot of bad hits, a lot of bad clears that would keep possession for the opposite team, a lot of just bad moments in general, but that happens on land. You got to get over those nerves, and OG, they got over them just in time, I guess. But there's still more to be played throughout this Swiss. I think both teams will take this as a learning experience and hopefully do better in their next match.
Yeah, I mean, if OG Esports are to survive the Swiss, they're going to have to take the fight to their opponents so much more. They were very passive at times. They were frustrating at times to watch when you just know there's that third man that can commit, or they can do a little bit more mechanically, and it wasn't happening. The overtime was probably longer than it needed to be. Again, I'm saying that as someone who thought that at the time. In hindsight, did they play a blinder? Did they play it perfectly? When you get goals like this, maybe they did Gibbs.
They're just so excited. It's like 5-minute overtimes, very low-scoring matches. Again, both teams didn't want to fully commit. Maybe they didn't trust each other because, again, those nerves are happening. We saw a lot of missed hits on both teams, so I get it. But, man, it was not a pretty series. But, again, OG doesn't care. They will play ugly series as long as they get the win at the end.
They have not played, I don't think they've played a pretty series of Rocket League all season, and yet here they are, their second major, building momentum.
I mean, that doink was pretty.
That
doink was very pretty. I'll defend that.
They've had some moments of beauty in there as well. And I mean, and thinking about Twisted Minds here, you have Bates, you have a reverse sweep. But sure, we'll go to Gibbs.
No. He's just pointing at the ally.
Don't worry about me.
He's just helping out the capitalist there, folks. You have a reverse sweep. You lose 2 of them in overtimes.
Nope.
Like, that's so mentally demoralizing for the Twisted Minds players.
Yep.
How do they regain? How do they?
Luckily, they have the day off from here out, right?
Luckily, they can play tomorrow, which means you get to go back to the hotel and get a good night's rest. Tomorrow is a new day. That's when you relock in, and maybe they might have a more favorable matchup just to get their confidence back up. But then they got a lot of work to do.
They do have a lot of work to do. They have to make playoffs to clinch the World Championship. They need at least 2 wins in Swiss to at least get a tiebreaker. So Twisted Minds, they wanted that match there, so they'd have a little bit more wiggle room, but now they're on their last life.
Okay, we'll see how they do, folks. We've got 2 more matches on the main stream, 2 more matches on the alternate stream as well. Twitch.tv/Rocket League is where you're at right now. Twitch.tv/RL Esports is that alternate stream.
We only have 1 alternate stream match left because they're just 3-0 the whole day.
For real, though.
Yeah, the G2 just took down Power in 3 games. So So that means okay, Gen G versus Vitality.
Oh, that can't be a 3-0.
That's a good one to end
No,
it,
it's
right?
gonna be a 3-0. So who's getting the 3-0?
You know, let's go full crazy. I've had upsets today. Let's say Gen G get the 3-0 against Vitality. Everyone goes, what? Then Vitality do great in the playoffs anyway.
I mean, I picked Gen G to win this one against the reigning world champions. I got him beat them in 5.
Zen's not getting 3-0'd. He's not getting
Yeah, of course Bates picked Gen G, the NA team. Who would have thought?
To go, though we will close out the day.
Not me.
Alpine versus Furia, but for now, oh my goodness, this one could be a preview of the grand finals. Who knows? BDS taking on Falcons. Both look
just
strong
like Major
so far
number
today.
one. Major one, we had Carmine Corp versus Falcons.
The better warm-up match.
Now we got BDS versus Falcons.
BDS doesn't seem to matter who you put in front of them. They're looking strong.
And that's what kind of happened last time. Falcons had a little bit of warm-up match. K-Corp played a weaker opponent. Falcons came out and won round 2 to go into that 2-0 round. So same thing is happening here. Falcons, I think many consider them 3rd or 4th best here, but when they peak, I think a lot of people think that they can easily win this entire tournament. So we'll see how the Falcons fare here, but they're going up against the ultimate favorites. Whenever you have an EU 1 seed at one of these tournaments, they are going to be the favorite to win the tournament because Europe wins basically everything. Not only that, but obviously BDS has won 2 tournaments in a row, but the Falcons, dominant in MENA. They win everything there, but they have yet to win an international major.
This is the major they do it, Jack.
Let's see if I'm right. I think
said it in my video this week.
Identifying which of the twins.
I didn't say it just for shock value. I think Falcons.
If it was Killers, I'll be saying that Killers was the real difference to me between Falcons
shocked
and
the
Space
world
Station
this
Gaming
weekend.
in attack. He was just truly Ruas. He was the real key. No, Ruas defensively, of course, was the backbone for Falcons. As I was saying. But I mean, when there's 2 of them and they're that good, then you know you're gonna have some trouble against your Gibbs.
You had a coin flip chance.
I didn't think I did. Normally I get it right, and I got it wrong, and I'm outraged at myself.
But the mechanical play...
That's definitely TRK. That one I've got locked in.
But the mechanical play out of all 3 players on Falcons,
BDS and 4 ain't no way, dog.
To a BDS, but the Falcons
I know it's your squad.
Can. They might actually be more mechanical than a BDS, so they can sit toe-to-toe with them again. A little bit more of a
I think this goes
match,
5
so
either way.
Falcons could be a little bit better off here, but this is a tall order, Bates.
It is a tall order, and that man in the middle, I mean, we can talk about Killers in just 1 second. Cole, I'm going to throw it right back to you so you can gas him up. But I just want to say, TRK had a little bit of a quiet series going up against SSG. He can't be quiet going up against the BDS, arguably the best team in the world. Why don't you talk about your boy Killers, Cole?
Killers 5 goals in the first game, and they won 7-0. They just blew SSG out the water in about 50 seconds where suddenly they've got like 4 or 5 goals against them. He was spearheading that charge, and it did just seem whenever SSG would come back, and they did, and there were weaknesses for Falcons, it was Killers that would just demand the ball, and even if he wasn't scoring himself, it was his fake, it was his like just little juke that would take SSG out of it.
Well, the other
You're
side
voting
of
with your
things,
heart.
The EU1 seed's
voting
been
with my head.
a debatable thing. It's moved up and down a few times this season, but right now, BDS have the strongest run going. They have a world championship under their belt as well, and they're trying to see if they can get back to that stage.
So 2 years ago, they won the world championship, Monkey Moon did, and then they literally didn't win anything for 2 years. Finally, we had open qualifier 5, Monkey Moon gets back on top. They win that tournament, and now they're just winning everything. They win that, they win open qualifier 6, they even win a 2v2 major as well on Johnny Boy's stream. So BDS has found a way to win, and now they're winning literally everything.
But the last time they were first seed from EU going into London was when they had their absolute disaster going out against.
Better watch your mouth.
When they went 0-2 in the double elimination, and we were just like, what is going on? Yeah, they were really struggling. It seems those days are well and truly behind them. And
it's serious.
He has been such a
it's like Hood and Mellow, you know?
Compared even to his own Carmine Corp days.
Yeah, he definitely has. I think a lot
Do
of
you know
people,
I'm balling?
when he left Carmine Corp, like, okay, Exotic, he's been a solid player. I mean, he major champion in his own right. But, I mean, it's okay. Carmine's going to be able to bounce back. Exotic, we'll see what he can do.
Yeah.
Him on BDS has been great, and I mean in every essence of the word. And then you got the captain all the way at that Monkey Moon, arguably the greatest player of the open era, if not the greatest.
Yep.
He's still here.
There's a big 3 in Europe. It was Zen, Batira, and then Monkey Moon on 3 different teams. Monkey Moon
said
during
stop.
the offseason felt like he was left out of all those roster moves, had to build this team up. He even tweeted like, oh man, like I don't think that this is going well for us, but he built this team with a rookie in Drali, and it is paid off. They are now the favorites to win this tournament. tournament, and probably right now the favorites to win the World Championship.
This is so dramatically an impressive run from Monkey Moon. We've been talking about him as one of the GOATs of the Open era, the GOAT of the Open era, and he's building his name for one of the GOATs of all time in Rocket League. I mean, you said that, like, yeah, after they won the World Championship, they didn't really win anything for a while. Kind of glossing over, they made it to like a Grand Finals in Boston and the Grand Finals of the World Championship. If BDS were to make it back to the Grand Finals, I'm pretty confident in saying they'd be the first organization in Rocket League history to make 3 consecutive Grand Finals appearances at the World Championship. So BDS, lots of power on this team. Can they do it here against the Falcons? This one, not a World Championship, not a Grand Finals just yet, but you know they'd like to get it done quickly in the Swiss and go into that round 3 2-0. So we'll see if they can do it. Chat, hashtag FLCN, hashtag BDS. Let us know who you think's got it. Cole, your pick.
I actually had to check what I put earlier because I couldn't remember. It's 50-50 in my mind, but I am going to go Team BDS. Home turf for them. I think they've got this winning run. They'll keep it going. And so, yeah, Monkey Moon, the way he's now performing in LANs as well as online is going to be too strong.
BDS are the favorites here. I have them winning the entire tournament. I have Falcons in this matchup. I think their warm-up game was better. We saw it in Copenhagen.
Even though the warm-up was like 2 hours ago?
Doesn't matter. Falcons, last time around, the same thing happened. They played K-Corp. They took them down. They eventually lost to them in the bracket stage. So I think Falcons win this, and depending on how dominant they do, I might change my overall winner pick.
Okay.
Following that logic, I'll go Falcons as well.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Lots of green.
2 for Falcons. I got BDS on this one, folks. I think BDS is feeling very, very strong. I don't think the warm-up's gonna matter in this situation here. Well, how does the coin feel about it? As we're split on the desk, the coin has the Middle East for this one. Let me get the logo right face up there. There we go.
Nice.
Appreciate that one.
You can tell you're an artist. All the small details. That,
it's important to me.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I respect
man,
it.
we're split on the desk. I'm fascinated at how chat's gonna feel about this one. I feel like Falcons is gonna have this.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. Good catch.
Good there.
Nice.
Okay, cool. Falcons, popular ones. I think Falcons a slight favorite here across the desk and across the chat, but it's slightly across the world there, folks. We'll see. Let's get into it. Enough talking up here. I'm just excited to watch some Rocket League, folks. BDS taking on Falcons could be a preview of the Grand Finals. We'll see on Sunday. But we get it here, the very first day of London. 2 regions, 2 champions, only one can move forward undefeated. Falcons versus BDS.
Ooh, we got an appetizer for the grand final. I'm feeling like it. Like, these are 2 teams favored to go all the way. Number 1 from MENA versus number 1 from EU. Let's get right to it.
Kings of Europe, kings of Saudi Arabia, and the rest of the Middle East and North Africa. And you're right, the fact that we had the Falcons coming here last time in London, they went to the Grand Finals and they managed to they got double swept all the way through. They did not manage to take out any of the series away from Moist. And BDS in 7 seconds, they are here with 1 mission and 1 mission only. Go through into round 3.
Holy shit, I step away and it's 7 seconds in, there's a goal?
Time here. And
no problem, we're straight into it.
We're just right into the action. And you guys saw how split the desk was. Exotic just going under the ball there on the kickoffs. I had me worried we were still not finding the chill. But yeah, like, I didn't know what to predict for here too, because Team BDS only played against Mobula, and I guess doesn't matter. That was a nice warm-up, I guess.
That was a stunning sidewall redirect as well. The warm-up on this stream is gorgeous, and Drali dropping a sidewall redirect perfectly from the corner of his car. In 20 seconds, we've already seen a stunning kickoff goal and an even better sidewall redirect. Team BDS, they don't want to do what they did last time when they came to London, where it was Monkey Moon, the
give Falcons time, let them cook.
Seeing here in that previous iteration, they went 0-3, 0-3. It was a different format, but they did not win a game after being the #1 seed in all of Europe, which was outrageous. Shouldn't really have happened. They've already done better than last time in this 1-0 round. Yeah, definitely starting off this game #1, making sure that they are putting a statement towards the #1 of MENA.
Oh, almost a pass connecting to TRK, and I'm seeing Drawley defending off the ceiling. Like, Falcons had some close calls. They had a demo, but guess what? There's 2 other players on the field, and one of them happened to be in the net. Team BDS, 2 goals in 1 minute. Don't hate it. Like, we weren't sure just how good they were on day 1 when only facing Team Mobula, and then it was 1-goal games, so who knows? And then Team Falcons went to 5 against SSG, but man, were they on fire. And I'm still waiting for things to heat up a bit here.
So we've got a little bit awkward there for Team BDS in their own back third. They weren't quite able to clear that ball away efficiently, but neither were Falcons able to score. whatsoever. Exotic now midfield with the reset. Doesn't look dropping down towards Monkey Moon, the only player returning from that previous LANdon visit that they had before. And Monkey Moon has been a stellar player in the latter half of this entire, these major qualifiers. He's managed to win 2 with this BDS side. The resurgence from him has been biblical.
Ooh, TRK putting it off to the side, realizing how many cooks were in that kitchen. And look at the full send from Team BDS. But Exotic so close to the box, not getting the close, tight support he was hoping for. But I like that both these teams, known for their aggressive, relentless offense and extremely mechanical teams. I'm excited for how this game is going to develop. It was a very quick strike from Team BDS, but things have slowed down, and then kind of a slow punch there from Monkey Moon.
Damn.
3-0 for BDS.
Ducky might be right. Might just be too easy, chat.
Ramas goes up, completely misses on the first. Monkey Moon, he's in position to try and get that block away, or rather to get that shot in when the block away did not come in from Ramas. And the fact that he even read the fact that Ramas couldn't quite get there, good for him. Great positioning, great vision. Oh, wonderful touch into the center though. But halfway through the game, 3-0.
Y'all doing good, Sparkles?
On both sides.
Couple more series wrapped up on the day.
Streak, 2 out of the 3
and we're done with day number 1 of Swiss.
Falcons, pure domination.
How's your Thursday going?
Conquest of Mina. But what do they have to say for their region after Twisted Minds got reverse swept? I hate to remind Mina of this, but you got one golden goose to still hope for, and it's Team Falcons. Game 1, though, still scoreless for their side.
Yeah, trying to save the blushes.
Oh, it's all good. No sweat. Just appreciate you pulling up and hanging out when you can. You know what I'm saying?
We were saying in the green room, when's the last time that we've seen a reverse sweep on LAN? It's so incredibly infrequent.
5 minutes ago.
Right. I will take this headset off and I will go home. I live an hour away. I can do that.
You get there in like 2 steps with how tall you are.
All right. Less of you.
I'm having too much fun. And so is Killers. Oh my god, what a save from Monkey Moon. And Drawley running out of
Team BDS,
boost,
their defense standing pretty tall here.
Team Falcons are going to allow them to step out just so they can kick them back in, but Falcons...
Nice.
Man, Team BDS just almost go to the ceiling to get past them.
Complete speed, beating out that
we're going to be watching RLCS all weekend.
A tight challenge, even a 50 bounce go Monkey Moon's way. A good 3-car length. BDS beat him, rather Monkey Moon beat Ramas 2 there. 4-0, game 1. The Falcons did this previously in the competition as well. When you go back and you look at their first series against SSG, they won that one 7-0. It's not quite that high a scoreline for BDS, but this is how it feels.
Yeah, and you have to go through all these matches today, and you're waiting for your next one, and I don't know what the situation is with the practice computers too. Like, are they warmed up? Are they ready to go? Are they getting in their heads? And are you intimidated going up against EU's #1?
I don't think it's anything with that Falcons. Like, I don't think it's about them being intimidated or anything. I think what we saw in the first game is like Falcons are very much a momentum team. The back-to-back goals from BDS just put them behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, by a decent scoreline too. Those 4 are going to be strong. A potential one being earned back by Monkey Moon, clearing it away back into the corner. Killers challenging again with Monkey Moon. That corner still being the site of all of these challenges, and TRK
at least gives him something to build on.
Creates just a snap of magic.
Yeah, just Exotic trying to come up the side wall, and then there was kind of a scramble.
In 2 minds, yeah.
Yeah. But hey, Team Falcons get 1. 3 more in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
They gotta put in the work. But Team BDS, I don't think they're too worried even off the cameras. I think they were confident against Team Mobula, and they're confident here today, even against a big favorite in this tournament. As Team Falcons will have to think about game 2, and they'll have a few more extra seconds to do so after that goal.
And I like seeing when any team
Monkey Moon takes the cookies and then just dunks it in the milk, dog. That's crazy.
We're going to win this game because there's 5 seconds left, whatever. Let's just move on to the next one. It's a case of, no, let's keep scoring. It doesn't matter. Relentless. Let's just go. Like, you lose nothing for going. You're more confident. You manage to keep wiping any amount of confidence that Team Falcons may well have going into the next game by scoring again. Team BDS, a decisive 5-1 in the first. 2 more and say hello after round 3 being 2-0.
He said, "Fuck your
You're gonna have
momentum."
to
For
find
real
a
though.
way if you're Team Falcons. I'm the coach, right? I'm gonna step back there. They're just over there. I'm gonna tell them. Midfield, you can't let Team BDS walk all over you, because as soon as that offense builds up, you're not going to know what's going to hit you until it's in the back of the net. And you just saw how quickly Team BDS are to find these goals. I mean, damn, it was 2 goals in 1 minute. Like, there was no sense of slowing down for Team BDS.
There's also Monkeyman with nearly 800 points
wow.
going his way. This shot from Drali. You see TRK, he goes to defend it and then thinks, oh, he's probably not got that one, and then turns back. Itachi, or rather Exotic, looking over towards his teammate like, yeah, that was nasty. Beautiful shot. Team BDS overall, clinical, how they want to play, that was their game. Falcons really couldn't work their way into it, but we see how this series do turn around. We saw, I appreciate it's a while ago, but Falcons, with a completely different roster in San Diego last season, they were able to come back from their Gen G when they were playing them. It was a good couple of games that they lost, and then they scored like 7 goals. It was a very big performance from them. There was Ahmad scoring the 7th. And the fact that, you know, you can have these teams that do work back and then they can manage to earn their spot in the second game. They can now get game 1 out their heads. I have no issues with that. It was a 5-1. They move on. But it's on BDS to not let them forget that.
And I like that you mentioned turnaround, because this is what this major feels like for Team BDS, who had maybe, if you want to say, lackluster split 1. And I feel like Monkey Moon, Trolley especially, are in really great form, at least on day 1 of the major, where maybe we were all expecting them to get further than top 8. Was it G2 that they lost to, right? After they won against them in Swiss, like, we have such high expectations for not only Team BDS, but for Falcons as well. And how do Falcons bounce back from game 1 when it was just 1 goal that
It really just feels like for them, they got to be first with the board. Oh, I thought Killer's going to get that.
Blessed it, I guess.
Killers just trying to tap him below the crossbar, wasn't able to, but TRK, the sole goal scorer, is going to continue this offensive in the orange side of the pitch. Charlie, 0 boost, wants to push the point on, mostly there, not going for the ball. If he gets the dunk, fine, which he did, but mostly going for that boost and making sure that the final defender can't rotate, get the boost and be comfortable.
Like that pop from the ceiling to buy time for TRK to get into position. Roas with full tank. Trying to get this at TRK, who maybe had a different idea, trying to steal the corner boost from Team BDS and kind of retreated back to the ball in time. Team Falcons, you gotta expect really perfect Rocket League from them, especially going up against EU's #1. Oh man, Falcons, they only get better as the series goes on. You saw that against SSG and how well they performed there. So Team BDS really showing us that we should have never had any doubts of them in the first place.
A lovely block into a team pinch. Can't quite find its way in. Monkey will clearing it away, but TRK doing a lot of work in the midfield. Flexing his muscles and keeping that ball nearby. Killers central finds
okay,
his
Roas.
Twinergy manages to secure Falcons a goal.
And you know how much that meant to them. They are so hyped. Fist bump and then immediately locking in. Even Killer is looking for bumps in the net. Like, the synergy is building up for Team Falcons. And, you know, Team BDS not getting 2 goals in 1 minute definitely helps the spirits.
True.
TRK with a good win off the backboard, but that buys time for Falcons to get some boost. Charlie with the demo that doesn't matter off for the clear that Team Falcons had, and a miss from Roas off the 50. Killers off to try and do his best. So Team BDS winning against 2 defenders really bought themselves some real estate. Exotic has to stretch to get back. That was a bit close.
That was all Killers the entire time. Into a dunk, into a sidewall, making sure that he can get that clear away, and then the snapshot, showing the threatening side of all of these Team Falcons players. And with the lead, they're going to be very happy with it. Roas gets rid of Exotic from the pitch, midfield, sees Killers, finds TRK, goes there. Roas is that side, but he's clearly rotated straight back out again. Still a clever play. Double saves coming from Drali and Exotic. Shot long. High challenge in the midfield. Game making sure that slows down just a touch, with Killers now trying to find the backboard yet again.
And Falcons,
chances, but yeah, nothing's really coming from it. And I think we're seeing Team BDS just slowing the game down a little bit more, when maybe it has to be a bit more aggression, or rather Team Falcons are slowing the game down in front of them and being a little bit awkward. But Roas now on the floor with TRK. Roas going for the shot himself and a little bit of support.
Oh, and Killer's leaving that to TRK, but BDS have such good field awareness. They know where to bring the ball where Falcons are not.
Jeez.
Stop the pain train. The stop is at the back of the net.
All right, this is the bounce back game that they need. And see, look at this. Their defense has been solid. They score goal number 1, and they just look fine.
Over the top of Exotic. The play is stunning. There's 90 seconds left, and Team Falcons, game 1 barely mattered to them. They've bounced back dramatically in the second.
2-0. BDS, where was that fire? Where was that domination from game 1? Falcons playing a safer defense, and that midfield is a lot tougher of a fight. Killers with a big beat, but couldn't get the double on target. That's okay. TRK got the corner boost. 2 of BDS running without resources. Falcons need to suffocate them while they find them weak. Falcons come back with boost. Killers buying time.
Oh, he was looking for Ruas, but Ruas already rotated away.
Leave it to TRK off the ceiling, dropping this into the block, trying to smash it to Monkey Moon. Great support, great pressure out of Falcons. And either way, even if there isn't a goal, it's denying time, denying opportunities from BDS to retaliate.
Ruas missing that ball now, falls to TRK. Final 30, up for the double. Nothing can find its way in though. A double commit coming in from 2 of the players from Falcons. And a pinch backwards does leave BDS now chasing these 2. With 25 seconds left, 1 per 12 seconds is going to be needed. Pinch again, awkward Monkey Moon. A lot of time, a lot of space, but the time on the clock is absolutely ticking down. And Team Falcons looking very handily to take this second match.
Now that both teams are getting more and more comfortable, the pace of play has increased, and the Falcons have found their footing. And not just that, but have stopped down Team BDS in game 2 to equalize.
Nice shutout in game 2. Feel better about the defense there.
I mean, Falcons also doing what we kind of wanted them to do as well. Just being more aggressive, shutting down a lot of plays before they managed to develop into anything particularly threatening. And Team BDS shoved into a locker in their own half. Falcons, really good turnaround compared to that game number 1. And an overall, a very even split in terms of points, managing to find themselves within 55 of each other compared to when BDS managed to win. And Monkey Moon rocked nearly 800 points on his own.
How many saves that BDS had to put up just to keep this only a 2-0 game?
For my fantasy, I love that, by the way. Monkey Moon's on my team.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, aren't you protected?
5 saves for the GOAT Monkey Moon. My fantasy is picking up.
Oh
I'm coming for your teammates. I'm on you.
Oh my god. I have the NA code because I think 2/3 of my team are NA, so they're doing okay. They're doing okay. But hey, we have a pretty okay series, I gotta say. 1-1 after what? Shutout vibes. I know game 1 wasn't a shutout. Kind of felt like it though. Both teams really downloading each other.
Team Falcons having to think, I think, fight a little bit more for their win compared to what we saw from BDS, where a couple were given somewhat over to them. But regardless, they go into game number 3, even Stevens. 2 more for each of them is going to send them into the 2-0 round. But either of them, regardless,
best of 5 becomes a best of 3 here. Again, with the way that the Falcons have been looking today, first goal holds so much weight because it does feel like for them, they feel so comfortable in the driver's seat, they do not like playing from behind.
Team Falcons grab those corner boosts to just try and set up for the long-term plan to keep Team BDS trapped in their half. Baroas playing mind games with the fakes and off the backboard. TRK can't dump it away, and Exotic to the left side. 50, won by Roas. No boost, he's gonna need help. Killer stepping up, can't stop Drawley, but the ball comes out. Shot taken from the midfield. And Team Falcons have good pressure now. TRK with more boost. He's gonna handle this from here on out. Drawley gets a hand up. BDS, they keep their heads above water.
And you also see that 3 players from BDS dive to that final save. And that's going to continue pressure. Because if you get 3 players to jump for something, all 3 are using boost. You destroy their resources. BDS falling prey to that. It's barely been out of their own half. Ramas up for 1. The double can't find his way in. Instead, TRK from the shadows
there it is.
Pumps it home.
Yeah, you needed that perfect touch from BDS right at this moment. Drawley and Monkey Moon just not
kind of surprised that Exotic doesn't try and make a play to close the gap instead of just sitting in goal, especially since who was right in front of a Monkey Moon, I think it was. Had no boost.
Not able
to get Falcons off their back. It's a hot start for Falcons after dropping game 1. What do Team BDS have up their sleeve?
There's a lot of pressure coming in from Falcons, and the counter-attacks that we saw previously, bear in mind the goal that we saw from Drali was just, okay, send it long, and now I can do a sidewall redirect. It was all him, and it caught Falcons off guard. More of that has to be on the menu for BDS, or just try and wrestle back some control of these games. The boost, remarkably low for BDS, and Roas is going to be sending Drali to... he's going to respawn with a very kind 33.
Yeah. Like, if Team BDS don't get, like, the immediate touch on the ball, you see Roas flying at it and getting demos. Like...
Aggression. We said it
so
at the top of the series, right?
Yeah.
Pure aggression. These teams love to play aggressively.
Team BDS still need that tying goal, and look how much more difficult it is for them to transition compared to how game 1 went. Team Falcons know they gotta slow them down and then pick things up when they least expect it. And it's still just that scramble to fight for boost. Both teams need to buy time to reset things. Because having 2/3 of your team without boost doesn't help. Drali with the flank one in the upper corner. Monkey Ball! The janitor on duty cleans it up.
Swipes across the net after Drali. A stunning catch, a lot of boost. Flicks it wide. And Monkey Moon came from the left-hand side of the pitch all the way to the right to make sure that if that's wide, BDS have a backup plan. And he was him. 2.5 minutes through the game, 2.5 minutes left, 1-all off the kickoff. It's an immediate shot again from Drali. Roas to save it away. Exotic first man to it, but it does pinch straight back over towards TRK. Monkey picks up in the midfield, but an awkward one, using quite a lot of boost too. And boost, as we've seen, Lemon is absolutely at a premium in this one.
Yeah, that's what the war is all about on this field, of who can control each other's boosts and how you can really suffocate them in the dunk right in front. Drali gets BDS the lead.
30 seconds since the last, and Drali up high with a dunk on Roas in a seemingly impossible angle. Manages to sink it. And a beautiful play from BDS gives them the lead.
BDS realizing they have to fight fire with fire. If Roas is just going to come flying at us with demos, then we really got to push the envelope against Falcons when they're still trying to control the ball defensively. You see how much more physical this game got. It's a close call near the post. Monkey Moon without boost has to do his best to bully Falcons back 2-on-1. And Team Falcons handle that so well. Now the clear or exotic Drali falling back. This is Kalir's waiting to see where the destination of this ball is, and Drali has boost. He can cross from one coast to the other.
All right, they got 90 seconds here.
Will not let this
tie things up. Roas has
Final 90 now.
no help there.
Down with Kalir sending it central towards Roas.
Hold on, passing play. Killers punches it home.
Corner, removed from existence, and Falcons tie the game up. What a fake from Roas in the middle, realizing he hasn't got the angle for that. Any touch, just relinquish control back to BDS. TRK's got it better, who then sees, well, I can't shoot here. You know who can? Killer's on the right wing. Sends it home.
I mean, this match has some of the best players in the world, but especially Falcons with the best MENA players, like the most stacked team from their region. Finding the equalizer with a minute left. BDS managed to have some fight back. Killers against one in the net.
One more.
Another shot, another save. Ross putting it
Pass Killers again. Oh, the post.
On target. It's Falcons hope to recover possession. That's when BDS come in with the demos. They pop it up, but lacking boost. BDS gotta do what they can. Exotic and Drali in the 2v2 retaliation.
Brilliant pass out of defense. Absolutely superb. Making sure that they're not just sending it long, they're sending it to a teammate. And Exotic has to be credited for the movement up pitch too. Gets the corner 100, goes up long, and gives them an out.
Okay, 23 seconds. Who will get the lead in the series? Go to match point. Both these teams have given everything they've got. Monkey Moon will try to send it away to allow BDS to be composed, but if anything, it invited the opponent to your half, and Falcons have set up camp. A few more seconds. It's about these 50s. Roas will carve through the left side. TRK steps up. Falcons have trust. And how
all right,
will
overtime
they believe in each other in
to
this
see who goes on to series
First
point.
overtime in this series between the Titans. Roas gets rid of Drali. That problem is dealt with. Then tries to get rid of Exotic on his way back as well. Killers above the backboard. But Exotic to clear it quite handily. No player to receive, and so it falls to Monkey Moon. It's the shot from down low, ends up high. Falcons in 15. Ruas does it on his own.
I know this is rock. Okay, I'm not going to say it, but I know this is not an FPS.
Nice.
But it's a bloodbath. This is what it's feeling like. Demos, non-stop aggression. If you don't have the perfect touch, you better hope you got backup. Because Falcons sent the house in OT, and they did not let go. And they will go to match point.
Dangerous play that was.
Where's Ducky
how
at?
fast that ball was traveling, Monkman had to make a touch.
He was so loud after
He
game
was unable
1.
to. Roas, a
Oh,
brilliant
there he
read.
is.
And knowing as well, do you remember early on I was saying about Monkey Moon that he read Roas missing? He's just returned the favor. He saw Monkey Moon missing that one. Manages to get a more important goal than Monkey Moon got at the time as well. An overtime winner. Falcons winning 2 on the trot.
Both teams realizing like their defenses are so good. I mean, that's why you're #1 from your region, you know, from BDS and Falcons. So you have to go for the big plays. You have to be able to play through traffic and know when, if you're being called off, to not question it, give the ball, and trust your team. And both these teams, you've seen the fakes, you've seen the passes. The synergy that's been on display and the improvements that are being shown time and time again. These are 2 very adaptive teams that need to show that they can stay composed not only in a long series like this, but on a long Swiss day.
Yeah. And bear in mind, we're not the only stream here today. This is the primary stream, but there's also the alternative stream on /RL Esports. That is Vitality versus Gen G, and Vitality won game #1. 5-0. They've just kicked off game #2. It's a minute in now. It's 0-0. So open up that tab. Make sure you keep an eye on that. As Johnny and Stacks casting over there with a stunner of a series. That's another 1-0 round in our round 2.
Yeah, we can wave to them.
We can wave them. They're going to completely ignore us, though.
I don't know.
Because they are so in the zone. No, I cannot face that kind of rejection.
Okay, we got to lock in. We got to lock in themselves. We can Dodo wall them back, even though they do not care.
Easy. 30 seconds in. Johnny Boy and Stacks don't matter. Team Falcons hunting.
Oh, TRK!
And TRK trying to hunt for that top corner instead.
Tullers punches it home, baby.
It doesn't help that 2/3 of BDS have no boost, and they're probably searching for that, and then that missed touch doesn't help. Monkey Moon putting that thing in reverse.
Quack,
no
quack, quack,
connection on
Bucky.
the ball. Falcons, the first goal yet again.
In the first 40 as well. I feel like we're seeing a lovely amount of link-ups too between these players. TRK foregoing the ball, going for the man, tries to 2-foot him off the pitch. 45 seconds, that one goal being the only so far. Has only happened like 10 seconds ago. Charlie, midfield, trying to just has to actually, not trying to, but has to move his way back into his own half. Has to go via the back boost as well, but gets beaten out by Roas. Another miss on the back ball, but nobody from Falcons reading that one. Good demo from Charlie. Maybe that is the plan going into game 4.
Yeah, because BDS have to pave their way, put the red carpet down on the
Ruas?
midfield, and that is a high ball off the crossbar, and Falcons still trying to
Feels like they probably should have been able to finish that one.
But that's gone away.
Giving yourself a little bit of a security blanket. Instead, Drolly makes you pay. Oh, brother, not like
Who's
this.
got Charlie in their fantasy, but they're going to be pretty happy with this series from him
Wow.
so far. Because so many of BDS's goals have come from the nose of his Fennec. Drawn up with 90 seconds elapsed. Still going to need to win this game, then one more. It'd be lovely to get a game 5 between these two teams.
Yeah, it hasn't been like a crazy lead since Team BDS showed up to play in game 1, and Falcons still needed a warm up because Falcons have taken every game, or game 2 and game 3, every game since then. But Team BDS are trying to connect on these passes to dominate the midfield like they did before, and these demos from Jolly have allowed that to happen. BDS trying to sense weakness, at least in the possession department. See if they can play through that traffic we were talking about.
Bro, Falcons don't got any boost right now.
Boost, but they haven't had a solid
Just got a little bit of a recovery here.
The
Just got to get the
CBDS
clear.
as well, trying to lure Falcons to fight them in the corner and trying to actually get them to then try and dive in as Monkeyman punts it corner and then immediately follows up. Things like I can outspeed Falcons. They don't know where this ball's going, but I do. And they don't fall for it at any point. They're making sure they're being patient and then sending it away when they've got a better chance. It's fantastic patient play from Falcons, but midfield relinquishes the ball control straight back over to BDS. TRK with a long pass, only finds Exotic, a flick, but 100 boost used to move it about 3 feet up the pitch is not an efficient use of the golden stuff.
I like Monkey Moon that he's like trying to 1v3 and like if there's anyone on this field that can do it, it's him. It's like 50-50-50 bulldozer. And then BDS can have these offensive layers, but it is so difficult to peel back Falcons off defensively, offensively, whatever side of the coin you want to look at. But Falcons running on so little boost and just trying to get any clear by any second they can
Monkey Moon, hold on.
Their breath to find themselves on the field yet again. BDS started collecting
Solo, look at that, 12 until Ruas got a big pad. It was just killers with 12 boost. BDS doing a good job of controlling the boost in the series right now. Or at least in game 4. There have been multiple times that we have seen Falcons pin back with low boost. That's tough.
A 3-man play to break the Falcons' back line.
Yeah, well, if BDS, you know, it's okay to mess up once. As long as you find the rebound or, you know, call it a fake, whatever. Go next. You got the lead. Yeah.
Exotic's there.
Yeah.
That's the important thing, right? Because Monkey Moon, okay, he doesn't get the double, whatever. He then just rotates straight back out, and Exotic's there to sink it. And realistically, everyone on Falcons is looking at Monkey Moon 2 for the double. He was going for it. Doesn't matter. You get the goal. And with that 1 goal lead that you've got, Exotic trying to go for 1 and not quite securing the dunk, we're entering the last minute of game number 4 with a BDS lead. A very important BDS lead.
Yeah. And Killer's at a dangerous cross in front of the net. You saw Drawley hunting him down.
Okay, hold on.
As Falcons have to dribble their way across the midfield, and even then, Drawley with great reads to slow it down, hand it off to Exotic, steps forward for BDS. It's a fight into the corner. It's 45 seconds left, and Monkey
able to find Ruas. Hold on.
Can't keep the orange half,
TRK.
where BDS
Killers.
to
No.
not allow
Ruas on the side.
equalizer to
Back
go
to
through.
TRK. Oh, but the top bar.
Off the back of one of the most beautiful fakes I've seen as well. Falcons playing ingeniously. Just not quite able to pass the final test. This 20 seconds vital for Falcons. You get this, you get an overtime. 15, TRK up, Killers. Picks up a mid boost, TRK now low. Tries to rotate via that back corner and does get so. 300 boost for Falcons there momentarily, and BDS are running on fumes.
Drawley breaking up that pass was everything. Falcons were building up with full tanks, sending it to the orange half, and BDS may just send them to game 5. Falcons!
All right, game
Can't
5.
Get there. We're going to Champions Field.
Woo! Champions Field. First time I've seen it casting today, which is quite nice.
We've been on the B stream.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've been on the B stream. It's only been.
Oh, they just got done over here too. I do like the new Vitality jerseys. I just don't like that they're not black and yellow. Black and yellow, black and yellow.
Saying surely, well, if we're going to break the 3-0 curse over on the B stream, it's going to be Vitality Gen G. Maybe not. Maybe not. It was a 2-1 in that second game as well. Some brilliant goals coming out from either team. Again, please go and watch that one. You got a lot of Rocket League that you can catch up on. But Falcons over here, they had the lead early on, Lemon. They just weren't able to hold on to it.
I've noticed both sides, like sometimes the first attempt, like you have this amazing pass, but you're playing at a higher pace where sometimes accuracy can be sacrificed, and it'll be.
All right, chat, we're going into game 5. I already know Ducky's feeling BDS.
Immediately, and both sides have been able to clean up goals and get themselves on the board. It's been these 1-goal games.
Who else? Who are we feeling here?
Close.
Any Team Falcon fans in the house besides your boy?
Game 5 is going to prove that. This Champions Field is going to be loading up. Bear in mind, the winner of this is going to be going through into the 2-0 round. The loser going through to the 1-on-1. Both good places to be. One just marginally better than the other, especially for your chance in terms of seeding as well.
The day will only get longer for you if you lose, but many more chances. You're going up against some steep competition in the 1-0 round, and I feel like it's only going to get worse too in the 2-0 round. But Falcons with early pressure right off the kickoff, Roas being forced back, and he saw that touch coming out of BDS, and has a lot of respect for the other side. Meanwhile, BDS have to fight for corner boost, and they have to be aware of that, and that's why maybe they'll let go of ball possession, just to make sure that Falcons don't suffocate them.
That immediate pressure too from BDS, pushing deep into the blue half. Maybe a little bit too deep as Killers takes a shot on target, but Drali trailing back is able to receive, can catch, can then work it past halfway line, flicks it high. On the backboard, Rawas with a catch of his own. Midfield
Nice
again from
pass
Exotic
to the
finds
middle,
Monkey
not
Moon.
going to be able to find
That
it.
back corner, when it gets sent there from BDS, it has been very fruitful for them. Drali, an awkward touch on the backboard, but a lovely landing means that he can maintain control, and it does not fall
Nice
back
by
to the
Killers.
Falcons.
Yeah, but Charlie had to use like all his
Pass.
moves to do that, and his second
TRK,
let's
let's go!
Falcons will force
That's
their
what I'm
way
talking
through
about.
the back of the net.
That's a 1v1 play in 3v3 that you don't see too often, and Drali has fallen for it. Hook, line, and sinker. He's got 0 boost. He has to dive in and do something, and TRK knows that for a fact and can therefore slow play it, give it a jump, make sure it doesn't sneak past him, and can then just get the rebound straight into the net. Falcons, a lead.
BDS have stabilized now off that kickoff. Offensively, it was such a heavy touch and a clear with someone not playing downfield, so possession conceded to Falcons. At least BDS will contest the midfield and even grab this, and Drali with her reset got bumped off and it's almost landed in the net. Falcons will wait and see what else BDS have in the tank. Backboard can't be used. Drali will slam in. Falcons scramble to get as much space as possible. But BDS with midfield control, they're starting to ramp up.
They're ramping up, but they're also playing very close to the ball every single time. It means that when it
A
gets
couple
sent down,
ammo
there's a
from
little bit
Monkey
of
Moon.
downtime, and then Falcons can completely
All right, Drali
reassemble themselves.
just
get
has
back into
Killers to
position.
beat.
Great
Plays
edge
it up
well,
high,
from
Monkey Moon
Drali,
up in the air.
challenging midfield, it's TRK and Monkey Moon. Drali out of a blind spot on Exotic, waits.
Again,
hopes that Killers
no
doesn't make
boost for the
contact, pushes
Falcons,
for him.
bro.
He does.
I mean, I guess you could say
Falcons
equally
maintain
the same
lead.
for Team BDS right now.
When TRK demoed BDS, you thought this 3-on-2 would be even bigger opportunity to find that goal, to find the equalizer. This is Champions Field for a chance to make your Swiss day even shorter. Exotic can't really do much with no boost, and a long pass to Roas, who's still maintaining possession of the ball. Having to get a few extra touches, sets it up into the corner right where Monkey Moon is waiting, who flicks it over and gets a double commit going out of Falcons. BDS could sense that maybe they can find a mistake out of Falcons, but nothing yet.
TRK was not ready for that touch in the midfield, and we're seeing BDS get these really annoying touches, being a little bit nonsensical, and just keeping any control they can away from Falcons. Monkey Moon with an open
All right,
net
we're
as
tied
well.
up.
No one back whatsoever. Where did everybody go? Rawas sends it far. Killers, he's in the corner. And Monkey Moon's dunk completely takes him out of the play.
He went to like the opposite side where Killers was, and the rest of the team were sending it very confident in an offense that they could just walk through the midfield. We have a tie game with less than 2 minutes left. This is insane. Exotic, quick shot. TRK gets a hand up. Exotic wants to collide against TRK, and Falcons trying to unbury themselves.
It's awkward again, though, because it's just these pinches going so in favor of BDS, ricocheting around the blue half of the pitch. And it's not left that blue half for a little while now. Rawas has to get a touch, otherwise Exotic is waiting there, lurking. Monkey Moon shoots.
Damn.
TRK to save.
TRK has been so big defensively. How? How have BDS not scored with these incredible passes? Drali.
Nice. TRK takes out Exotic. Got a chance in the counter attack here. Killer's got a big take a gas.
Killers setting up his team for success.
I ain't able to do anything with
Not
that
until
one, though.
Drali gets in the picture. 3 back for Falcons. BDS will have to peel them back. And the next goal could be everything. TRK with the reset. 1v1 against Drali. Great touch to the side.
You can see what he was planning there, wanting to stay behind the ball the entire play, get another dunk goal. TRK saves Killers there from sending the ball floating in front of his own net. Monkey Moon low on boost, but Falcons don't know that. A pass central, Drali waits. A low boost for them both, and Exotic, the only man on BDS to have anything in the tank. Killers up high, low himself. Drali up for that double. TRK midfield with 100.
Oh, good 50 from TRK, though, and that's where Killer's just got a couple of pads, and he's trying to build up. Falcons in the orange half have suffocated BDS. 2/3 of BDS don't have boost. They can't really do much with this offense except pull a rabbit out of the hat.
But they're making
Oh,
sure
big
they
demo,
stay close.
Rawas.
Rawas gets rid of Exotic. Drali there to send it
See a
corner
pass
bound.
to Clears.
Advantage here, to be honest,
Killers,
Falcons,
sorry.
Despite all the pressure, it's midfield Drali that has found A little bit of a mirage in the desert of boost.
Overtime for Game 5.
Team BDS and Falcons. Game 5 overtime go 2-0 in the Swiss.
Yeah, it was good for Drawley to drop that ball, and he goes up high off the kickoff, almost a double fake to Monkey Moon. Exotic up next. BDS wild off the kickoff.
2. The 1-2-3, and he goes straight back to Drawley. Takes the shot, but low on boost. Not enough power on it, really, and ends up going quite low, too. Roas with more than enough to clear this ball away, but flubs it somewhat. Then an awkward backflip. Does stay on target because no one challenges, thinking he's going to have that a lot easier than he made it look.
Oh, wait, this is dangerous. Okay, a send away right to Team Falcons. BDS happy to reset this.
Oh, what a save from Exotic.
Ended OT. Man, these back thirds need to play as safe as possible because these passes.
Oh my God.
There is no way that was saved. Falcons, they smell blood in the water. They're sharks, no longer birds. But Roas, he has 3 boosts, but he wants to slow Team BDS down. And that's where Killers and TRK, they seem stable, not when they're demoed though.
I've still got brain lag from earlier when that somehow didn't find its way in. The defense from BDS does manage to hold it away, but Roas with a very low boost catch into
Let's
the shot.
go!
And Falcons snatch it away from
Told
BDS
y'all.
despite the pressure against them.
Tried telling y'all. Y'all didn't want to
Victorious,
listen.
And gold falls the way of the Middle East.
Mina demands your respect now that they've defeated the number 1 seed out of EU, the most respected region in the world. Both these teams had high expectations even in Copenhagen, and Falcons dropped out of quarters from a Game 7 against K-Corp. So close to that crown, seeming destined for it. And this could be the major where they have redemption.
I mean, BDS, to me, they were playing a brilliant game. Falcons, just somehow an even better one, despite the fact that 1 goal didn't go in. That really felt like it was hanging on a thread, and it should have gone in. BDS won't be caring at the end of the day because they did not manage to take it away. They'll be going down into the 1-1. Obviously, nobody going home yet. It's only day 1 of our 4-day major. But Falcons, 2-0. A very, very well-earned result for the boys.
And after both teams have been denying each other's boost, there was kind of so much stalling to just, keeping the ball in the air, just maintaining possession so everyone can just stabilize and go in with boost so you can just give yourself the most options possible offensively. And guess what? It was a 3-boost goal that ends our OT. Like, they realized that they got to make these, quote, miracle or low boost plays. And it was Falcons that clutched up in the end.
Yeah, Roas catching that just shows off the 1v1 prowess, right? Like, you have to make those plays in ones with low boost. You have to surprise your opponent. I think it was Monkey Moon in defense. He didn't know that Roas was going to catch and immediately shoot. Maybe he was going to go to the corner, try and find boost, and then make more of a well-informed play of it. But instead, a wonderful movement from the entirety of Falcons to do so, and Roas being the spearhead of it.
This felt like an appetizer for the grand final, but I feel like we really got treated with such an incredible series. The mainstream has provided so much entertainment. Keep an eye on Team Falcons, but not only that, Team BDS for what they put up going all the way to Champions Field.
Oh, it was fun to do a series in 5. It wasn't just a 3-0 sweep. There's obviously more games going to be coming up here as well, but before that, we have got Leaf chatting to a member of Falcons.
It's
another
my boy
win
Sandstorm.
For the Falcons here. They're pushing it the distance. The work is being put in now, but they do get a win, and I have TRK here with me. I got to ask right off the bat, BDS, you guys look like you started to get momentum, but they kept stopping it. What were they doing to shut down just a full-on swing win and brought you to Game 5?
في البداية بنفوت على فريق BDS، يعني بينت انكم قدرتوا تطلع مثلا 2-1 بالسيريز، بعدين لاقوا طرق انهم يوقفوكم، لاقوا طرق انهم خلينا نقول ينتصروا عليكم ويودوكم لجيم 5. فايش الشغلات اللي هم كانوا يعملوها عشان يودوكم ويتخلصوا منكم مثلا، او ايش المشاكل اللي مريتوا فيها امام الفريق؟
بصراحة احنا كنا مستعدين لهم وكنا جاهزين لهم مرة، وبنص الجيم يوم صرنا 2-1 غيروا لعبهم مرة ولخمنا شوي، ولكن الحمد لله عدت على خير.
So when we got to the 2-1 scoreline, we were kind of prepared for BDS. We were ready.
Right.
But the second we got to 2-1, they kind of changed up their play style, and that kind of confused us a little bit. But going into Game 5, we managed to get ourselves back into it and then take the win at the end of the day as well. We were very ready.
And I'm not sure if I heard right there, but I think I heard Doom's name in there too. Is he the coach of big play in this? Who decides? Is it the team that maybe rallies each other? Who's really taking the forefront to making those decisions on to make those changes to make sure you don't get stomped out?
سمع هو مثلا كلام دحوم انه هل تاثيره كبير بالمباريات وغير هيك مين اللي بيتخذ القرارات اللي خلينا نقول يرجع الفريق انهم يركزوا مره ثانيه بالجيم؟
اكيد دحوم له فضل بعد الله بالفوز وما قصر وساعدنا واعطانا تعليمات وفزنا.
You know, Dahum has played a very massive role, and you know he always has a massive impact on our mental, and he just manages to kind of bring us back from the brink every single time.
And you guys must be on the brink right now because you guys have gone to 2 best of 5s, 2 game 5s. How exhausted are you right now? You must be mentally drained.
يعني شفنا احنا 2 سيريز بس اوف 5 وصلت ل5 مباريات امام SSG وهلا برضه امام BDS فتعبان شعورك شو الوضع؟
طبعا في الميجر ما في تيم سهل يمديك تفوز سويبات وكذا يعني عادي جيم 5 عادي.
He says like there's not a single team that's easy to kind of compete against. It's not going to be a sweep every single time. But, you know, for us, Game 5s, we're going to get there at the end of the day. It's fine. Like, we still got the win, so that's what counts.
Now, you kind of answered my question. I wanted to know, you've just taken down 2 massive teams. There's still some more great teams to go through. Is there anyone specifically you're maybe hoping to avoid early on in the Swiss that you worry might give you some trouble?
هل انتم تخلصوا من فريقين كبار عندك مثلا SSG وفريق BDS فهل في اي فريق انتم مركزين عليه او ما بدكم تلعبوا ضده في المباراه الجايه في مرحله السويس؟
بصراحه ما ودي العب ضد جنتلميتس لكن نجو ان شاء الله نفوز.
He says I don't want to play against gentlemates, but if the time comes, inshallah, we'll try to take them down as well.
Fair enough. Hey, for now, you got the win. Congratulations on 2 wins on the day. That's massive. More to come, though. 1 more win. We're almost through 2 rounds of Swiss. That's crazy. There's been so much Rocket League today. But please, stay tuned. You've been here this long. We have Furia coming up against the reigning regional champions, Gentlemates, after the break.
All right, let's go ahead and flip on over.
For the longest time that they
Gen G versus Vitality. Gen G won game number 3, forcing this to game number 4. Gen G's currently up 1-0, looks like here.
Possession goes right back to Gen G. They bring it back in. And it's off to the left. Chronic's got to wait on it. And that little hesitation that he needed to have gave Vitality enough time to get reset. And they could have been under a lot of duress. Instead, just a routine defensive effort. Here they come on the counter. It's Radosin from the corner. Nothing else there thanks to a demo at midfield. And Zen doing all he can to keep Jack away from the play. And where Vitality had about 80% of control early in this
back,
series,
baby.
They've got absolutely none.
Right now, Vitality look like they've got one very small corner of the net, heavily defended there. I mean, you put a box around all their players, it wouldn't have to be a very big box. They're all stacking one area, and Gen G still get a goal in the scramble. Vitality, a disorganized mess on that last play. Suddenly, out of our sweep, looks extremely on the cards.
Got to get to game 5 first, where we hadn't had anything past game 3 over on this side of things. Now our final match of the day could very well be headed to Champions Field. And that's great, because after hearing Shogun all day in his voice, we are going to Champions Field, we might actually be heading there. Zen has other plans. Over 1, but not 2, as First Killer makes the save.
That wasn't bad. Needs a little bit of work. You need a bit more northern accent maybe involved in that. Then you'll be bang on for Shogun there. Pitch was perfect. Oh, Alpha 54.
Sheesh! Nice shot from Alpha.
52 seconds to go. It is going to be Alpha 54 to get on the score sheet. But Zen with the fake to drop it down to him. Apparently Jack tracking high had nothing for Alpha's shot.
I'm not going to pull back the curtain behind the scenes. I'm not going to explain that Dazarin was doing a bit of a victory dance at 2-0. That did not happen, Gen G fans, under any circumstances. This goes across and it's cleared back out to midfield. First Killer doing all he can to keep it in play. But Team Vitality maybe starting to wrest control back in this game. Oh, no, thank you. First Killer puts it away.
Well, before Vitality could think about an equalizer, First Killer comes in with a flip reset and a finish that none of them saw coming. And it's Gen G leading by 2 late on in the game for the second game in a row. They have absolutely turned the series on its head. Looked like a sweep, and now suddenly Vitality in shambles.
Clowns to the left of us and Jokers to the right as Game 5 seems more inevitable than ever. First killer, waiting for a pass to come back to him. They still have some work to do Gen G. 15 seconds. Zen trying to take charge, and then all he can do is just watch for a few seconds as he respawns, and that time is going to evaporate rather quickly. Final countdown on Utopia. Gen G has come back with a vengeance.
All right, one Game 5 to another here, chat.
And this really didn't seem like this is where the series was headed. Gen G were lifeless. They could not stop Zen. They were getting terrorized by Radosin, but they have bounced back, and you've got to think they're the favorites from this point. Two straight wins, and Vitality not within a goal. They've been beaten by 2 goals in this game and the last one. Comfortable stuff for Gen G. Where did this come from? An 861-point game there from First Killer in regulation, by the way, just casually, no big deal. 3 goals, 5 saves, and a whole bunch of work on the ball and off it. Gen G can, like I said, answer all the critics that they've had for this so far disappointing split with 1 game win right here.
All comes down to Game 5, and so much from
what up,
not
King?
just
How you doing, buddy?
The match here, but for the entire weekend can be decided by a bounce, a mistake, a bad challenge, a respawn left or right after a demo. Everything goes under the microscope as we head to Champions Field between 2 juggernauts from their respective regions. The reigning world champions of the Rotterdam Major in Gen G, going to work now on Champions Field.
Yeah, First Killer, the only player on the pitch to not win an RLCS LAN. He has come so close. He had a 2-1 lead on Karmi Corp in the Winter Major just last season before KC ran away with it. This is the best team he's ever had around him.
Yes.
And looking at their Game 7 loss to Gentlemans, the eventual winners of Copenhagen, I think we can all safely say, yeah, they were definitely in with a chance of winning that one. So they, you know, can assert themselves here with just 1 more win here against Vitality, EU Qual 4 champions. What a bounce back that would be in more than 1 way.
Radosin, very quiet after 6 goals in the first 2 games. To be fair, all of Vitality has gone quiet. They need him to pick it back up, or somebody else has to make a spectacular play. It's the only way they're going to get through Gen G with any amount of confidence. Apparently Jack through the air, Chronic falling in behind him. Goes right at Zen. That sends Chronic in retreat mode. And that means First Killer's got to wait, and Radosin tried to screen him away from the play. First Killer got around. This ricochets back to the net, and still saved away at the last moment.
Gen G keep it level for now. Now here comes apparently Jack. First Killer circling ahead of the ball in midfield just to box Vitality players out of the play, but Radosin enters it anyway. It's Alpha asked to make a play in defense. He tries to drop it to Zen, who does get there, but Gen G were closer to that one. Now Zen in front of the ball. Backboard well defended. First Killer consistent as always when called upon in defense.
First Killer after the demo by Jack. He can still turn around on this, but can't get that back on target. Just didn't have the angle for it. Here goes Chronic. Demos all over. Oh. That one blocked away by Alpha 54. First Killer and Chronic kind of deciding who's going to take charge, and that took a little too long to develop. So even though the physical play is coming out for Gen G, they haven't been able to capitalize on their opportunities as Radosin blows up that one.
Great interception by
King, what you been up to, buddy? How you been?
To get in the way and take that away from Gen G. Now lob pass towards Alpha 54. Dunk on target, and it's in. As the last man can't get there, Vitality against the run of play, get the opening goal.
It is Alpha. What a challenge. And if you're apparently Jack, I mean, you almost have to wait a beat to see where that's going, then to read and react. Just couldn't get back in time.
I'm not sure why Chronic went so high on that aerial contest. Honestly, he was at least equal to Alpha 54 to the ball, but he went way too high, giving Alpha 54 the chance to just put it straight in. I mean, maybe he's thinking Alpha's going to poke this into the ceiling, but he read it wrong, and the bigger threat was obviously the direct shot.
Well, it's been a while since Vitality has had a lead.
Anything in particular you're looking for as far as work-wise?
Two-game lead dissipate.
Or like a certain kind of industry that you normally like to get into?
Across to the weak side. First killer waiting, stole the corner boost, but did not get the ball. He's still there with the ball in play. It pinballs around. Chronic is blocked away at the last moment by Zen. Boy, Gen G really throwing everything and the kitchen sink at Vitality, but unable to break through.
Yeah, boost a real problem there for Vitality, but once again, they've gotten away with a hard clear, despite that fact. Minute and 40 on the clock. Gen G have massively increased their offensive output, but now they're up against it in defense. First killer again with a huge save. But they need it clear right now. They need to buy some time for them to pick up boost pads. Zen side will double attempt. It's on target, of course it is. Saved by the bar. Zen and first killer have both put up huge stops in defense in the lowest scoring game of the entire series.
First killer trying to pop that over Alpha along the wall. Does not work. And Chronic just has to rotate out. First killer's all the way back. He's got apparently Jack coming back to the net. So too is Chronic, but you've seen
up and over him.
Just hesitating a little bit now as they try to break out of the zone. That one dropped down in front, and Zen not quite in position for it. Well read by Gen G. Good reactions. Now can they get something on the other side? Huge pop. Still available, and Alpha has that shepherded away.
Oh, Jack did very well there. He managed to get the ball past Zen, but there was just nothing going as no one is over there in the far post ready to attack the ball early. Gen G queuing up behind it, expecting the ball to go more directly into the backboard. Defensive drop down by Chronic towards first killer, and Rodosin's going to pounce on it. Backboard double. Make it a triple with a reset. Yay! It's on, but saved. That's first killer again.
Bro, I thought he was about to drop that in.
They need him to add to the goals tally. Here's Chronic, though. Opportunity's gone just wide. And no follow-up coming with only 18 seconds left. Apparently, Jack tried to lob it through. Chronic is over there. Double. No, he left it for first killer, and it's still deflected out. Zen with that save. 7 seconds.
I'm always kind of low-key like truck work, not gonna lie.
3 seconds.
You usually get left alone pretty well.
Let this go. Zen through first killer, and now Gen G's going to keep it in the air. 0-second drill. Very few forward now. Loose ball. Apparently, Jack keeps
there it is. Radosin gets the big touch, goes the opposite way. Team Vitality.
Radosin with the last challenge.
Take down Gen G.
Pop off from Vitality, staving off a reverse sweep.
And that was a yell from Radosin in the direction of Gen G. The teams are sitting diagonally across from each other here. What a win for Vitality. Staving off the reverse sweep. And it's maybe even more heartbreaking for Gen G.
All right, we got one more
right
series, chat.
Worse that they've nearly come back and won this.
It's going to be over on the main channel.
Won in game 5, but truth be told, Gen G have definitely got a lot of positives to come away with from this series. They're not in a bad spot after 2 rounds.
Gentlemates versus Fury, I do believe, is the last one left.
Which will mean they've got an easier match today than teams with a negative differential like Power. But that's not where they want to be. They were so close to propelling themselves right back into contention for winning this whole thing. I do still think the list of teams who can win this event is something like 8 teams. Yeah. And, you know, Karmi Corp as well, but they're not here. It could have been 9. With quality to win a tournament like this. Do we take Oxygen off after today's performance? Maybe. 7 teams who look like they could definitely win this, and I'd say Gen G are one of them. But it's all about form, it's all about confidence, and they, like a few teams today, just couldn't find it early on in the series.
How appropriate that with the blue wall absent, it's Vitality in blue that is trying to take up the mantle for the homeland here. So another French team is good at Rocket League. Who knew? Vitality.
Who would have thunk it, chat?
Stave off Gen G's reverse.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take this page down.
Right, but no, here we are, folks. Gibbs always right. Bates always right, apparently. Bates never wrong in the situation as well. We got one more match to go. Vitality did close things out against Gen G over there. Heartbreaker for North Americans, but not quite able to get a second reverse sweep on the day. Gen G gave it their best effort. We've got one more match here before
Yo,
we are
what
done
up,
for the day. We can show
Vader?
you guys everything that went down in round 2.
What it do, baby?
All
What you been up
across the
to?
board.
How you been?
Finally, we see the alternate stream did get something other than a sweep there. That last line should be updated, 3-2 Vitality over Gen G.
Yep.
But only one more match on the day, and it is the defending major champions, Gentlemates of Alpine, taking on the champions of South America, Furia.
The Gentlemates, such a weird team. They go into Copenhagen. They play 21 one-goal games. They win 20 of them. They play controlled Rocket League, low 50s, trying to control the play, try and slow it down. And they did so perfectly in Copenhagen. They win the major. They haven't won a regional yet. So we'll see what we get out of them. But on the upside, Fury is going to want to pick up the pace. But Gentlemates, it's all about that control throughout the series.
It's because they changed the jerseys. They lost their aura with the pink, and they went to a black jersey with the flowers. It's not the same.
Swap it out.
She said it's jersey difference. Okay, it's your jersey. You mean you got?
That's my conspiracy theory. I just
That's
really want in on that.
This guy's a major MVP.
Yep.
He's won a major, obviously.
That's right.
He's never won a regional
He doesn't need to. Doesn't need to. Doesn't need to. At the end of the day, what matters most is winning at LANs. That's what people remember. True. Nobody remembers all these online winners because, listen, that's just like, that's regular season. And then every time you're in a LAN, it's more like a postseason S5. And this is when all three of these players step up. Itachi, the man in the middle, one of the best maestros, if not the best maestro in the game. I've been calling a tap-in specialist for the past year and a half or so, but that's just that's a term of endearment because that means he's always in the right position to make the play necessary in order to capitalize on somebody's mistake. And you got Seiko on the back line. Just great.
Bates, you got the stats up there in front of you. We haven't seen the Gentlemates on the stream so far today. Who's been kind of leading the charge for the Gentlemates so far?
I mean, it's been a balanced breakfast. Seiko and Juicy both literally averaged 435 against Twisted Minds, and they were just kind of chilling the whole entire time. But now they're going to have to step it up. Furia, they're looking hot.
Area is looking good here, Gibbs. They're going to be on the other side of things, closing out the day. And also trying to get into that final. Again, this is the team that has yet to lose a match on LAN in 2024. They're trying to go to a 5-win streak here.
Yeah, so at Copenhagen, we saw Furia. The offense was fantastic. Lost actually led the way mostly throughout that tournament through Swiss doing a lot of work. In the first round, though, Lost didn't have to do a lot. It was all Yan and Drafinho, so we'll see if he picks it up. But Furia, they know versus this team, they have to play fast Rocket League. Get them uncomfortable.
All right, who we feeling here, chat? We got Furia.
It does come down to that control.
We've got Gentlemates.
They may get beat up a little bit.
Gentlemates at the clean sweep versus Twisted Minds.
Seeing Yan, his offense, his area.
Furia had 3-1 over OG.
Defense. Because Yan is not.
I'm good, by the way, Vader. Just chilling, man. We've been busy. We moved.
For Furia.
Another little one on the way in September.
There was a saying I heard. It was, what was it? You said it. It was from you, Bates. It was like poise versus...
I was busy as hell as far as for Split 2 for RLCS, as well as the end of the spring semester for the high school league up here my way.
There's nobody that's quite been able to match them.
As well as keeping busy with some other castings as well.
They've set both every single time, and nobody's been able to catch up, and I think we're probably about to see that again.
And Lost has to have a big series for two reasons. He's on my fantasy team, and because I feel like that's how you win with Furia. They need that offense to be clicking with all three members to take down a European powerhouse.
Okay, well, chat, who do you think is going to win? Let us know. Hashtag M8, hashtag FUR. Players are all feeling great.
Yeah, man, how have you been? What you been up to? What you been playing?
The viewers here, but they are in high spirits. We've got one more match to go through, and yeah, I mean, poise and pace. I feel like when you have both, you are unbeatable. That's how I would describe a team like Falcons, right? As a team that has like incredible pace, but also has the accuracy and the kind of the calmness to be able to shoot well. Furia makes up for maybe a little bit of an accuracy with a blistering pace here. Gentlemates, though, the way what we've seen from them based in the past is they get one goal, you let them have one goal, and it's just all over. You could sit there and just be as fast as you want.
I feel it. Honestly, I don't get that much time to game these days.
Oh, want to go this way? Okay, listen.
A little bit more right now since we're on off season, but
I'm going to go with the reigning LAN champions. Give me Gentlemates. I think they're just too consistent. I think they elevate, and I just believe that they're just a little bit better than Furia right now. Give me them at 5.
I feel like Gentlemates last time around, again, they won 20 of the 21 one-goal games. That's not going to happen again. I think Furia's going to come out with that offense and perform. I'm going Furia.
Okay. Listen, the last time I changed my mind, I was wrong, so I will leave Gentlemates, although in my gut, I think we all know where this is headed.
Wait, okay, so who are you going
It's Gentlemates.
You're going with Gentlemates? Okay,
Gentlemates.
okay. Two for Gentlemates there. I was upset. I basically didn't predict Gentlemates until they were like in the grand finals. And then I still didn't. And I still predicted
I was about to say, you and everyone else.
Gentlemates to win a single time in Copenhagen, and I owe this one to them absolutely. Gentlemates, you are absolutely one of the best teams in the world right now. Here they are. I've got them on this one. Let's see how the coin feels about it. Got both teams on each side. We'll flip it up here. And it comes up Furia there. Furia going to be taking the top spot from the coin.
Smart coin.
Coin smart here. Very, very split. Very, very contentious. I mean, is there an X factor? One player, one side of the field,
I would
one
say
area?
Lost is that guy.
Lost?
He has to play well for Furia to keep that offensive pace going. Because if it's only two of them, it's not going to work. It's going to be a lot of low 50s by Gentlemates to take control over.
Okay, we'll see if Lost can get it done, or can Drafinho and Yan pick up the pace. So we heard it from Bates earlier. There is a battle of titans on this field. Yan versus Seiko, folks, to close out the day. It's Gentlemates versus Furia.
Let's get it. Last series, chat.
This is a banger-only stream. The sun will set, not for one of these teams, but like literally outside soon. Probably already is. I haven't gone.
No.
But it's going to be a great match. We just came off
the
the
longest
Champions
days
Field.
of the year. I think today is the longest day of the year. You could not have said that on a worse day.
I'm so sorry.
It's the longest day. Sun has not set in the UK just yet. It's only 9:30 at night. Why would it have done? We're looking at 10 p.m. for that bad boy to finally go to bed. But Gentlemates and Furia, they are not going to be going to bed anytime soon. They've got one more series for us all. Chance for the major champions, the third European seed, to go up against the #1 team in South America. Falcons, #1 in MENA, they took down BDS. Can it happen again?
Yeah. The sun is shining bright for both these teams, especially Furia 3-1 over OG. And, you know, we got to cast the Gentlemates win earlier on the B stream. And, you know, they're not excelling, but a dub's a dub, and in 3-0 fashion, nothing to complain about. Furia is an interesting team, though, because it's no longer just the Yan show, although he's cooking something. He's got the spotlight on him. But it was really Drafinho and his activity on the field that I think helped excel Furia in the OG match.
And Gibbs was saying too, you need Lost to make sure that he is online, to go up alongside Yan, and to make sure they're not just that single player team. They need all players online for it. And you're right when you said about Gentlemates. You know, they had that win versus Twisted Minds. I wasn't particularly impressed with them, but I didn't need to be. It was a routine 3-0. They clocked in, they clocked out.
Another day at the office.
Yeah, and then they were done. And that's absolutely